on every timeline, in every universe.
There's one thing that we always talk about. Marvel. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Goodell Multiverse. I'm Isaiah Goodell.
And I'm Sam Goodell.
And we got a great episode for you guys today. It's a little bit of a slower, calmer one, too, in the middle of these big, great heaps of excellent movies that we got. So today I'm going to go through our agenda real quick, and we're going to basically do our Multiverse Minute like always. Mm-hmm. And in that, guys, I mean, we got a lot of stuff going on. We got melting faces and purple guys in the DC we got to talk about. It looks like DC has some bugs going on too. We'll see what's going on there. And it looks like we got our Scott finally. It's going to be interesting to talk about. A little Cyclops action. Yes. And it's actually pretty crazy that there's only one episode of X-Men 97 left after what we saw last night. I got no problems with the episode, but there's only one left. We're only going to give us a half hour to wrap up Apocalypse. We'll have to talk about that.
And I got a couple problems with the episode, so you're going to hear it in a moment.
That'll be fun to talk about. I might be similar with you. And then, of course, we're going to go into our rumor mill rundown, which is one of our favorites because we get to speculate and do all sorts of crazy stuff and make you guys all spin your heads around. But, is James Gunn gone? When it comes down to DCU, we'll have to talk about that too. And we got some new X-Men. Are they all going to be evil? We'll see how it goes. I mean, according to a couple of YouTubers, they are. And it looks like Deadpool's got some friends, but we're not quite sure what's going to happen there. We're not going to go too long on that topic because it's a real easy one. But the one that we really want to talk about is, what's the name of that show? What's the name of that one? Do you remember that? Oh, yeah, Armor Wars. Who cares? But let's talk about it anyway. And after that, guys, we're going to go into our game section. Tonight we have a movie bracket, best of kind of bracket we're going to do. Sammy found a couple good ones, and we're going to do some at random, see what it turns out to be for fun. And then I have some MCU and DC hot takes and or agree type of things, and we'll see what we think of those, and just some of the ones that are kind of around the web right now. You may see in other people's videos too, but I thought we'd have fun talking about the same topics, you know what I mean? And some real good ones. And then after that, guys, I mean, we're going to get into Captain Marvel as our retrospective. I mean, I'm excited. Ish. Yeah. We'll see how that goes. But it'll be a good time. Not all around, right? Nothing bad tonight. No. I don't have too many things and not very disappointed. A lot of good stuff, I think.
Yeah. I think you're definitely going to hear more of a pick-me-up than the last episode that we did when it comes to our retrospective. I'm excited to talk about Captain Marvel because Captain Marvel was one of those movies that first impressions you were like, is this okay that they did this? And then you watch it again, you're like, okay, I see what they're doing. And now I love it that we're doing it as a retrospective because now we're like, oh, I'm all in. I now see why they did it. And I can't wait to talk about that with you guys. I think it's going to be fun.
I agree.
I'm excited for our rumors. I think those are going to be really cool. I can't wait to talk about the whole Armor Wars thing from what I've learned a little bit about it, which is it's not much because not much has happened. But at least we're going to talk about it and be like, hey, what gives?
Yeah.
And then this X-Men reveal strategy that they're doing, that whether it's on purpose, it's not, we're going to talk about to see what the internet's out there, all y'all out there that are probably listening to all those other rumors, we're going to try breaking them down a little bit so you guys can know, why are they doing it this way? Well, here's a possibility. So,
yeah, very true.
But of course, I love talking about our news. The news... Because that's official stuff right there. We get to react, we get to talk, we get to see all this stuff. And Cyclops, I'll be honest, and I'll get there when we get to our Multiverse Minute, y'all, which will be happening very, very, very soon. But this made me excited for the X-Men. This specific cast announcement. Now, I'll explain why in a couple minutes. So, without further ado, do you want to just jump right on into our Multiverse Minute?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's get right to it. There's a lot to talk about, so let's do it.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Welcome to our Multiverse Minute, or 45 minutes. We'll see how it goes today. But we're going to jump right into our first topic so we can roll right into this, guys. And we're going to be talking about some X-Men 97. Season 2, Episode 8. Little quick review. It's called The Dead Man's Hand. The X-Men confront a ghost from their past. Ooh, ghosties.
Yeah, these synopses that they gave before the show started are so vague.
Yeah.
It could be anything. And we now know it's Gambit.
Yeah. Duh. Yeah. Yeah.
So what are... I have a couple of hot takes about this episode personally for myself. Do you want me to start? Or do you want to do it first?
Let me give you what I think, because I'm going to be brief, and then you can have fun with yours. I'll just talk with you about what you think.
Sounds good.
So I'm glad Gambit's back. I think he's really cool. I think it's interesting what they're doing here with messing around with time, and you're not quite sure when some things are going on, but they do make it kind of obvious, but it's still kind of interesting, some of the stuff they're choosing to do. I do like the use of Rogue and Gambit in this. I don't know how you feel about it yet when we get there, but I kind of like that she's the one that saves them and how she saves them. And it's not so much by mind like you would think it would be, being under the control of Apocalypse and all that stuff, but it's more of a touch of the soul. I think that speaks to like why the X-Men, I like them. It speaks to the idea of they're always talking about bigger and deeper feelings and things that, you know, we can all relate to about how people feel about each other. Visually, I think this episode is awesome. I love the wedding stuff. I love the way the Nightcrawler scene was later is really cool looking. I will have to tell you, I think visually this might be one of my favorite visuals when it comes down to it. I do feel like for the season so far, like just to kind of briefly put it to you, I think I feel like this was like a little too late. I mean, I would imagine you'd want to do 2 episodes dedicated to whatever this Apocalypse thing is going to crescendo to, but it's going to be like 1. And there's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of things happening. These teams that are getting together now, there's still dynamic there that they got to go through. I'm wondering if my prediction is true when we get to the end of the next episode and it's a to be continued as well. And this story continues into the next season with other characters coming in, like the ones they've been teasing. They're going to be part of the bigger picture too. In fact, it'd be kind of smart if they did, to be honest with you. Either that, or it's going to be one hell of an episode, and they might drop the episode and it's an hour long. We all think it's going to be a half hour. Might say that on the thing.
We really don't know.
Yeah, it could be an hour long. They could be like it's a special double feature ending, or it just might be one of the craziest 30 minutes of cartoon X-Men history, which is possible too, guys. Some of these cartoons can go nuts. Yep. If you really think about the old stuff, like when we got the old one, there's some wild stuff, you know, they've done some wild stuff in this one in a half hour. So I'm for it. I'm still with it. This is my least favorite episode of the season. When it comes down to just story wise, they're just like, yeah, okay. Like I said, though, visually though, I was impressed. Like I do like the visuals of it. It's great. It's my least favorite though, for sure. I think that's all I got.
I'm very happy you said that, because I was about to say that and I didn't know if that would have been a hot take or not. For me, it is my least favorite episode.
Yeah.
It's like last week's, I had my favorite episode so far, and then for personal reasons. And then this week, I'm like, oh, it dipped really low. But that doesn't mean it's horrible. It's kind of like when we're doing our retrospective of the MCU. Like if we give a low score to the MCU, you compare that to all other movies, and it's still within the top percent. You know,
yeah. Like I mean, this is still an awesome cartoon episode.
Yeah, it's just
not as good as the other.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I'm going to tell you why some of this episode didn't work for me. I thought the tease that we had in the episode before this of Gambit being revived and killing a looks like Apocalypse, I thought that was a ruse. And it kind of is to a degree, but it sounds like they kept some of that pretty much intact, where Apocalypse is now just living inside Remy as opposed to not. The only thing I like about that, and it's probably what I'm going to say is probably going to tick off some X-Men fans that did not like the movie X-Men Apocalypse. But that reminds me of something that they honed in. Apocalypse's main superpower in X-Men Apocalypse was that he could transfer his consciousness to another mutant and gain some of their abilities. And that's how he is in the movies, amassed as much power as he has. He's just been transferring and continuously gaining all those stuff.
So he's just like, ooh, I like your powers. You're going to be part of me now.
Yeah. So I feel like what they did with Remy is kind of a mixture of you're my horseman, but also you're my new body right now. Because when you find out at the end of this, when Xavier's trying to figure out how to save Remy, then he realizes, oh, Apocalypse is alive and he's in Remy. And one of his last words that he says to Rogue is, I have very little time to get Remy out of there before Apocalypse fully takes over. That's made me think, okay, Apocalypse does have that ability. At least in X-Men 97, he's showing he's got that power that it's never been shown before. And I appreciate if they are doing something a little like that, because that is kind of cool. I didn't expect it, but I don't know if they're going to take it to the level that they did in X-Men Apocalypse, the Fox film, but it was kind of cool. Moving on from that, though, how do I say this properly? So, Gambit becoming a Horseman of Apocalypse only lasted like 4 issues in the comics. It wasn't long. And the main reason, from my understanding, that they did it was because it looks kind of cool. And he does look cool in the comics as Dark Remy type thing. So I get that one episode for him doing that. Okay. I would have if I was behind this. And this is also me not knowing what they're doing for their last episode. But that would have been something I would have saved for the last episode, to be like, I have a horseman and it's a former friend and you're going to battle him type thing. And then at the end of that, you kind of save Remy to a degree.
Actually, to piggyback off of you, I agree with you. Mm-hmm. I think that the last fight of Apocalypse would have been them fighting him. They defeat him, but he transfers into Gambit, and that's your last final stand.
Yeah.
And it's saving Remy on top of killing him.
Yep.
I agree. Yeah. Being cartoon, though, it could still be wild.
Exactly. And like I said, this is without us actually knowing what they're doing for the last episode, so we can have a whole total different opinion.
As far as we know, half the X-Men die next episode, which would be whoa. But hey, guys, I mean, I'm in for it.
I mean, they're already doing season 3 is done, and they're already starting season 4. Like they got many more stories to tell, which I'm very happy for.
Yeah, I agree.
So the thing about that I wanted to really say real quick, and this is actually a compliment to another X-Men animated show, is X-Men Evolution. That last season of X-Men Evolution did Apocalypse and displaying how he makes Horsemen justice. It did it right. And this episode does it a little wrong. And that might be personal taste, but that one actually drew out the time you got to see. One of the things about this is that it's kind of sad too, in this thought at least, is that when Remy died in season 1, it actually felt like there's weight to it, that there's stakes to what these X-Men are going through.
Yeah.
And this bringing him back to life might be cool storytelling, but for me, it kind of takes away from those stakes. What they did right in X-Men Evolution was they did have major characters like Mystique and Magneto and Xavier and Storm. Those 4 in particular died throughout the whole season 4. And then the last episode, Apocalypse reveals they're my new Horsemen.
Yeah.
So that not only brought the weight in of all those big names that Apocalypse killed, but then reimagining them into his Horsemen. And now you have to fight the super strong versions of them as their Horsemen. That was stroke of genius for the X-Men Evolution people, and I wish they continued on with season 5 onward, because there was a lot more stories they wanted to tell. They were going to talk about the Phoenix in the next episode. They had that planned, or next season, with Emma Frost and the whole Hellfire Club, and showing the X-Men from in Evolution. They were teenagers. Season 5 onward would have been them being young adults. That would have been really cool. And they may still do something like that. I never thought they were going to reboot the animated show, and now they have. And there's a rumor out there that Marvel might be trying to get away from live action Disney Plus shows and do more animation, which means if that is true, we could get revivals of some of our fan favorite cartoons that we grew up, like X-Men Evolution, like some of these other ones, because why not?
Yeah.
Why not? You know, why not have 3 different X-Men shows going on at the same time for the people that like them? And you get new takes of these characters all the time, you know?
Truthfully, if they do it in this retro style, all of them, it would rock.
Yes!
Could you imagine a Thor series in this retro style like this? I'd be all about it.
Like, and then imagine a Disney Plus crossover of all of them in like an animated movie.
Event,
yeah.
Animated cartoon movie.
Yep.
Guys, Disney Plus can be done so well.
Get on this, Marvel. Yeah. Get on it. But anyways, that's just what I want to say about that.
That's such a good idea.
I am impressed with how they portrayed Rogue. I really do want to mention that. It's actually something that's on our screen right now, the exact dialogue of how Rogue is dealing with all this. She is like, she doesn't want to go through this. She feels like she's laid this all to bed already. and she's emotionally just trying to move on. And I appreciate that, because sometimes the first inclination you would have when you're making a story like this is, oh, Rogue's going to be the one that wants to go see Gambit, wants to bring him back, wants all this stuff. She's actually like, you know what? He died.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to see whatever this is now. And I'm like, I appreciate that. And then I don't know if she would go along as much as she did in this episode, but I mean, it worked out. Yeah. And I agree with you. I liked it that she was able to do more than just the touching stuff for helping save Remy.
Yep.
I'm curious what that new crystal thing inside her is going to do. Yeah. And I'm a little more curious on how they gave Apocalypse a love they actually did. That was teased in like the second or third episode of Rogue saying, for all our sakes, I hope you do find love because we about to die, you know? But you thought, okay, he's never gonna. Apparently he did. What?
Yeah, interesting. It'd be interesting to see what their take. I like it though so far.
I'm interested to see where it goes. I don't think that's been done before, from my understanding, but I'm not going to be opposed to it if it's done tastefully.
For me, this is where you do these experiments, is in the animated stuff. Truthfully, because is your heart really broken if they do something really weird? And you go, man, that was too weird.
No,
because the next episode you can just be back in. It doesn't matter. You know?
And
because it is animated, I don't take it as serious. I mean, I do like the series. I do like to think, okay, I want to think of it as I take my X-Men and all that stuff seriously, but I enjoy the big swings they're taking here because it's not costing the kind of money it does like a big studio movie, and it's big enough swings where you can just be, if you're going to do something wild, this is where you do it. And if they can make Rogue's hair just a little bigger, I'd be happier. There's so much head there, but anyway, it's just all hair.
Well, I'll say to that, I do like the animated styles that they have for this, but there is something about the look of her from the 90s on what type of budget that they had and stuff.
Yeah, they still ain't getting it right. Yeah,
no offense to her, she kind of looks younger here than she did then, and I liked the kind of more mature look of her hair, her face, her body, and all that stuff from the 90s.
You know what it is? The 90s one looked more like a mullet. This just looks like a lot of hair.
Yeah. Yes.
You gotta bring that southern mullet back.
Yeah.
And we're in. Yeah. Like, we need that, we want Trailer Park Rogue.
We want Trailer Park Trash Rogue.
Yes, because she was so fun and her hair was definitely there. And anyway.
I totally agree. Yeah. Maybe we'll get that in the movie.
Yeah, they better. Why not? Yeah, anyway. Yeah, I think this is where you take those chances, and that's where it makes it fun, I
tell you what, whatever actress is cast for the X-Men live-action movie, her one request better be, that iconic scene of you just see her butt and Apocalypse in the background? Do that one time for me, please.
Oh, yeah, just once.
Just one time. And you know what's funny? Sadie Sink, actually, the who we know now, spoiler alert, maybe not spoiler anymore for you guys, but who's playing Jean Grey.
Oh, the terrorist?
Yeah. Ike's got something going on about that. I tell you what, a video he watched. My fault, actually. But anyways,
you guys will hear about it after we watch Spider-Man again. We'll talk.
But anyways, Sadie Sink posted something saying, "I'm glad the AI fixed my look," and it showed her with a big butt, and I thought, I love that for a sense of humor for somebody just to do that. And part of me is like, I hope that the Rogue actress has that sense of humor, that she would go to like the director and be like, can you make mine look as voluptuous as the 90s animated show just for that scene? Yeah. I think that would look really cool,
That's funny.
Anyways, that's just me.
And I do think, I agree with you about the whole, if someone dies, let's make the weight be there. But being a cartoon, it's a little easier. I will say, though, that if you are going to bring someone back to life, I'm not always opposed to that. Just earn that, though. It's got to be big and a big reason. And I think they did pretty well with that in this.
Well, what I appreciate...
it makes sense that he comes back as bad, which is awful. But, to save him, it was a big to-do. It wasn't just he's back. Oh, we saved him. We're good. There's some things that skip over things. And unlike what John Campea thinks, the Marvel Universe hasn't done a bad job either.
No.
At bringing people back.
I agree.
It all makes sense on why they're back. It's like, we haven't gotten into the next movies yet, but it's like, as of right now, people have died or gone. They haven't come back. That I guess you can argue Gamora. It's but it's a timeline thing.
Yeah, right? So it's not really the same.
The Gamora you watched in the 3 or in the 2 Guardians of the Galaxy is dead. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Wanda's dead. And I think that we're going to keep our old Wanda dead. I think if we do get Wanda back, guys, it's going to be a variant or a version of her that's been created and not Wanda, and Vision's dead. Like it's okay. You can just download him into another Vision.
Yeah.
See, the stuff like that makes sense. I'm okay with it. It's like, so I don't agree with John Campea that they've ruined that. Sorry, John, but until they do, I don't see it. I want you to give me an example in the MCU. I mean, cartoons and extra shows and comics aside, so far in the MCU, they've done good about when you're dead, you're dead. And we're going to go on from there, you know?
And what I appreciate about this episode, for me to wrap this part of the episode up, is that they did take a swing in having like a secret reveal that Apocalypse was there behind it the whole time.
Oh yeah, I love that.
Because if they had kept it where he wasn't there, it would have made me question a lot of Remy, his powers being dark. How did he overcome Apocalypse? It makes sense that no, Apocalypse still is your big baddie behind the scenes. I like that.
And it adds another level, and not just the physical fight of Apocalypse. It adds that other realm to it that really makes it interesting.
Well, you know, he's going to remember that conversation, like he is in Apocalypse, between him and Rogue before he became that.
So too.
And I think that's one of the reasons why he's in Gambit specifically.
Because he likes Rogue?
No, I don't think that he likes Rogue. Maybe he sees her as like the second version of the girl he liked. Maybe I don't know.
Respects her.
But I think what it is that evil vindictiveness of, you had a love. You told me I should have a love. Now my love's gonna be you through him.
If I were to say anything, as much as I love the Oscar Isaac's Apocalypse, if the MCU does Apocalypse, just go full throttle evil.
Do this.
Like I loved Oscar Isaac's, and he didn't feel evil, even though it was, you know, ultimately in that movie, his ultimate plan was to get Xavier's power once he met him. And be like, now I can just control everybody and get whatever I want. So ultimately, it was kind of like, you know, he was going to get everything anyways in a bad way. But I wouldn't mind, you know, the big Avengers X-Men versus Apocalypse, and just make Apocalypse like freaking evil. Like, just like pretend like you almost like, oh, look, you could feel bad for me. He does it just to mess with you. Like, and then just rip people apart. And if you're going to kill some characters, do it in his stuff. Like, to me, the next biggest after Doom to have fun with, especially with mutants come in, is Apocalypse.
Yeah.
I would be there. He'd be the one I'd be, you know, advertising at the end of the, you know,
I can't wait.
The 10-year build-up should be Apocalypse.
Our X-Men Apocalypse retrospective. That's going to be one of my favorites. Yeah. All right. Well, guys, let's wrap this segment up. Or this part of the segment, I should say. What are your thoughts on X-Men 97 Season 2, Episode 8?
Yeah.
Do you like how they portrayed Remy? Do you like that Apocalypse had a love interest at first? And do you think Rogue's going to be his next Red Queen right there? What do you guys think? Jump down in the comment section below. Let us know your thoughts. All right, Ike, take it away for our next topic.
All right, guys, we're going to jump into some X-Men stuff still, okay? We got Kit Connor is reported. Here we are, guys. It's confirmed by Deadline. Our third official cast member of the MCU X-Men is confirmed to be Scott Summers, a.k.a. Cyclops, being portrayed by Heartstopper alum Kit Connor.
Oh, my gosh. I have to tell you, you probably were like, who's this?
I said that. Yep.
I was blindsided by this. See, in the fandom online, they did something that you're not supposed to do. They pigeonholed Kit Connor as playing Hulkling from Young Avengers because in the comics, Hulkling is in a romantic and then later a marriage relationship with Wiccan. And Wiccan is portrayed by Joe Locke, who is his Heartstopper co-lead that he's in a romantic relationship with in Heartstopper.
Okay.
So what people did was they liked how much they did Heartstopper with these two guys being the co-leads and in love, that once one came into the picture of Marvel, they immediately pigeonholed him into his future love interest.
On that chemistry.
Yes, which I get it. They do have great chemistry together, but you don't do that with actors because it is a little lazy. And then that's one of the reasons why some of them are like, I'm never going to do Spider-Man, or I'm never going to do a comic character because I'm forever going to be thought of as just one thing.
Yeah.
So them taking this swing, recognizing Kit Connor's talent, which I've watched all of Heartstopper. It's so funny. 2 weeks ago, I finished season 2 again of Heartstopper. Just why not? Because I put it on after I'm done editing the videos. I'm like, I need to take a break from Marvel for just 10 minutes. I turned Heartstopper back on. I'm like, I love their chemistry together. It's such a great show. I like Kit Connor a lot. It never hit me. Oh, he could play Cyclops. And then when I saw it, the news, and I'm looking at him again, and I'm thinking of the visors and thinking of what he's beefed himself up for Heartstopper season 2. He beefed himself up because he looked a little too skinny, less muscles, and then he needed to grow. Actually, he needed to grow a little bit taller, and so beefing yourself up kind of adds an inch or two to your height, which is kind of funny. I'm like, I can see this. And then when I think about the 3 casts they already have for this. And this is your trio, by the way. When it comes to the whole love triangle thing and all that stuff, forget Wolverine, Jean, and Scott. It's Emma, Jean, and Scott. That's what it was like in the comics, and it sounds like they're going to do something to that degree in the MCU. And Samara Weaving is drop dead gorgeous and looks like I would have pictured for Emma Frost. Jean Grey actually looks like how I picture for Jean Grey, because Sadie Sink is pretty and beautiful, but Emma is supposed to be that supermodel look.
Yeah.
And then you think of Scott, and you're like, oh my, I could see these 2 great young actors' chemistry together as Scott and Jean, and then him falling for the supermodel of Emma in the future. And I'm like, this is perfect. This is the first time I really can say I am super excited for what they're going to do with the X-Men.
Yeah.
This is just my opinion, and I might be going really fanguying out there crazy about this, but I loved this casting, and I cannot wait for them to announce all the other casts, because I see a pattern that they're doing now, and I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. So that's what I gotta say about this. Good job, Kit. You hit gold with Cyclops. You could do some really cool things with him. And he's young enough, and he has great talents. He could do this forever. He could do this all day.
Yeah.
He could be the Captain America of the X-Men.
Well, he's got to be. That's who he is. So
yeah. What's your thoughts?
So my thoughts are, I like that you're excited because I haven't seen this guy act. Okay, I haven't seen what he's in. I looked at his IMDb and I see he's in some stuff I've seen, but definitely not as a main character because I can't think of him in the movie yet. You know, if I go back and look, I'll be like, oh yeah, duh. You know what I mean? And I probably will feel that way. I look at him and I'm just like, yeah, that's Cyclops. Like, I'm good with that. Like, he's young. He's right in the same age group as these people. Emma's a little older, believe it or not, when it comes out, like, actress-wise. So I'm sure that they'll work on whatever they want to do with that. Maybe she's meant to be a little, too. We don't quite know the role of her yet. And I think it's going to be a big role, but she might play someone a little older, but it's okay.
Well, I think in the comics, she is a little bit older.
Yeah, well, makes sense.
Anyway. So,
and I've seen Samara act. She's good. So there's no problem there. And I've seen, now that we've seen how, but we haven't seen how Samara's going to do Emma Frost yet, you know, so that's still out in the wind. But now we do know how Sadie Sink's playing Jean Grey. So we have a base plate to go off of when it comes down to how these people are going to feel. At the same time, though, like I've told Sammy and I'm telling people now, the Jean Grey we did see isn't going to be the same Jean Grey you're going to keep seeing. This is a part of her that you're going to see early on. So who she's going to really feel like, we're going to get later when X-Men actually comes. Because we're just getting a version of her right now in the very beginning of her, the infantile of her stages. So I imagine all these people would be different coming in, right? So yeah, until I see, I'm going to maybe check out a couple scenes of his in a couple shows and give you a little more honest reaction to his acting. You seem excited about it. I like that don't take this wrong. I like that it's kind of nobodies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sadie Sink, yeah, she had it big when it comes down to Stranger Things, but that's all she's had, you know?
Yep. And it actually is the same thing with Kit Connor. He's had a couple roles, but his biggest breakout role was Heartstopper.
Right. And I never even heard of it till you told me about it.
And I like that they're doing this. I see the pattern that they're doing. They're catching them at their golden moment. They're young, they're doing this. This has enough name recognition, but not too big. So now we could take them and expand that tier a little bit higher for them.
Really make a career out of it.
And really pull out the gold that you saw them portray in those shows.
I agree.
Heartstopper, if you do watch any of the episodes just to get a feeling of Kit Connor,
I'd like to.
You could see his acting chops in it, but also it's very teen drama like. So just to warn you, like that.
I understand
because that's what it was, really.
Yeah, I'm very aware of how some of these start, you know. And but I like that, you know, he's going to be cheap. They're all going to be cheap. That's a big one, and they're going to stick around for a while. This is a chance for a lot of these people to have an opportunity to to show what they got and be part of a thing that's going to make them a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
If it's good, you're going to get wildly successful, you know. Hey, guys, I think this is looking good with you. I feel the same way. After Spider-Man No Way Home or Brand New Day, and with the casting we've gotten so far, yeah, I'm feeling very more optimistic about the X-Men.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, it's just how do we end this multiverse thing so we can get to it?
Yeah,
I think that's really the only thing that's in the way is, are we going to stick the landing on this enough to catapult into a new era of some more good MCU? Because really, if we're going to get into a mutant era and stuff, it's going to be a lot of fun. We got a lot of crazy stuff. So yeah, hey, that's all I got, because I don't know much about this guy, but hey, looks wise, he's in. I mean, I think he looks awesome. He looks like a Boy Scout, looks like a soldier. He's ready to go. And that's what we want. We want Scott to be that guy, you know, and we need it. Hopefully Marsden gets his day. I really need him just to kick some ass. But anyway,
I feel like that's what they're going to do. They're going to give these old X-Men their exit, but a good time to shine exit.
He said in that interview that you get to see him unleashed. Yes.
And if anything, it's something for these younger ones to live up to. Be like, you got to walk in the shoes of these amazing men and women. So let's see you do it and bring it.
It's just too bad they're terrorists. So let's move on to the next one. Why don't you go ahead and take it out? What do you guys think, by the way, of this casting? Do you guys like Kit? Do you have a fan casting that you would rather have? Throw it in the comments so we can at least look at it. We've had no idea. We've had a couple fun ones, but I like that it's nobody's that, oh yeah, pull this guy out, let's do that. It's some of the MCU is built on that too. So I think I like that a lot. But what do you guys think? Comment down below and all that fun stuff. And Sammy, why don't you take it away for our next topic?
All right, guys, we're going to move over from Marvel to DC. It's been a hot minute since we talked about it, but of course, Marvel comes first for us, so we announce that stuff as it happens. But there's a couple announcements that's happened with DC for the past couple of weeks that we have not touched upon, and I think this is a good episode to finally do, because we're going to get one of these things very, very soon.
Yeah.
So, Clayface has a new trailer, a full first trailer, and then the Lanterns released their final trailer. The San Diego Comic-Con week brought us 2 new trailers for Clayface and Lanterns on HBO Max. So, what are our thoughts of these trailers? Lanterns is literally just around the corner. I believe after next week's episode, the week after that starts episode 1 of Lanterns. And so we're gonna be seeing it within 2 weeks to see, is this a payoff? I love that last trailer of Lanterns. I actually made me excited for it watching that trailer compared to the other ones.
Yeah, I'll start with Lanterns. I think Lanterns looks great. I just am concerned about the DCU right now in general. I don't know. I have mixed feelings, and we'll talk about that more in the rumor mill when we talk about James Gunn in general. They never made promises about their TV shows versus their movies. And in fact, I think everything's canon. So with that, I know that we're getting into what we're getting into. I also think James Gunn and them guys that agree to these projects are smart enough to know we're going to tie in enough stuff, but we don't really want them to feel like they got to go watch a whole season of something. And I think we're still going to be able to get stuff and go back and forth. And I think they want it to feel more fluid than the MCU has. And the only reason the MCU feels the way they do right now is because they made multiple different promises and went back on them, or we'd feel the same way. If they just were straight up honest with us from the start that, oh yeah, they are going to interconnect, because the first word was they're not going to connect. First episode, first show right off the bat connects. Like, it's just, you were just, duh, what do you think, we're stupid? It's like James doesn't think we're dumb, and he gets it. He goes, hey, if you're in for this DCU thing, shows are coming with it. So that's how it is, and I'm fine with it. It's actually been easier to follow than the MCU sometimes, because we got a lot of questions on the MCU because they put too much out. But yeah, the Lanterns trailer looks great. I think these actors in it are good. Visually, it looks like a lot of fun. It doesn't look as dark as they've been claiming it's going to be. I'm like, yeah, it could have went darker, but I like some really weird stuff. So I guess this is me. But it looks like a different style, and I'm into that. And then Clayface looks exactly like I thought it was going to be, guys. Everyone's like, oh, it's horror, and they're venturing into it. Nah, I think you're going to get some horror elements. That first teaser was the scariest you're going to get. The rest is going to be some body horror, freaky looking stuff. And you're just going to watch the beginning of a bad guy that I think is going to be prevalent in the rest of things, which is why Everyone's wondering why Clayface. Like I said, go back to those detective comics. He was a big deal in those back in the old days for Batman. And that was when Batman was rough and tough and stabbing people with arrows, and he killed a few people on accident. I mean, if that guy's not dead, he's not walking again, kind of thing. You know what I mean? I mean, he's the Ben Affleck Batman in a way. And that's the old original, you know, and those detective comics, Clayface was a big deal. And I think that he's going to be a big deal and onward for And I hope so, because I think that should be the replacement for Joker for a while. Not saying we should never get a Joker, but it'd be nice to get a break, and then Joker comes in and really wrecks house, you know, and let Joker build up again. Because right now we're still in that era too early of a stage for Joker, because everyone's going to be comparing it still to what they didn't like before, and everyone, it's got to compare it to the last. You know, when to me, Joker, I think you should let people play their own versions of it and just let it be. And in fact, the argument I always had is you've got all different versions of Joker. Even Jared Leto's is actually a version of Joker in comic books, but none of you comic book guys out there are admitting that online for some reason. You just want to hate on Jared Leto, but there's actually a version of him just like him in the comics. So anyway, we'll have that discussion when we get there. So yeah, I like these trailers. I don't think I'm rushing to go see Clayface though. I feel bad because I want to support this idea of it, but I don't think he's going to make a lot of money. I don't think he cares if it makes a lot of money. I think he just wants to be good. So later it might make some waves, but I'm not going to go spend the theater money to see this movie. I'll just wait till it comes on HBO, the platform and watch it.
Yeah, I agree to that. If Clayface was like the second showing of a movie at the drive-in, and I already went to see the first one, there you go. I'll watch it. And I don't mean it as disrespect for what they're going to do with it. They're probably going to do a great job with it. I have no interest in the solo Clayface film. You guys probably already heard of my worries of them doing something like this. I don't see Marvel doing something like this because we've seen what Sony has done with something like this. And it may not be, it may be to his detriment if it's received the same way as the Sony ones were.
All I can say to that, just to help you feel a little better, is there's no example of him messing it up yet.
Not yet.
Which makes me think, until it's a bad one, when Sony's got example after example after example. So I think you have a very valid point when you see a Sony thing come out and go, ooh, it looks like the last three things you did. When with James and him agreeing to this, at the very least, it's probably entertaining and more entertaining than what Sony does.
Yep,
they probably the worst at handling their characters than anybody else.
They might have it. It might be really well received for all we know. It might be like, we didn't even know this was a DC thing, and we want to see more of it. And then be like, well, I could do more of this all day. You know,
watch them introduce the new Batman in this movie. That's going to make it. That'll be like the word of mouth. Second weekend, it'll blow up. He's in the last act of this movie, Batman is, and it's a new one. That'd be wild. And you know what? That'd be a James Gunn thing to do.
And I would like that.
So would I.
Because that's my worry, is this is a Batman movie without Batman.
And you know what? It's secret right now.
If they put Batman in it at the end, be like, oh, guess what?
Yeah.
It's a Batman movie.
Yeah. And it's all a big secret right now. And they're all like, why are you doing this movie? Yeah, let the first weekend be low money until people come out of it going, you got to go see the last half hour of this movie.
Yep.
Then I might go.
All right. So, guys, what do you think of these trailers? Are you pumped for them? Does it give you a new vision in your head? Which one are you more excited to see, Lanterns or Clayface? Let us know in the comments below. All right. So, I'll do the last one then real quick.
Sure.
So, Blue Beetle officially returns in Man of Tomorrow, played by the same actor that I'm going to butcher your name, but that's okay. When you got a face like you, I could call you whatever because you look good. So, yes. Jaime Reyes, a.k.a. the Blue Beetle, is reprising his role from the last solo film that he had, according to Deadline and Variety, and he's coming in Man of Tomorrow. So, to touch upon this real quick, I do remember I liked the Blue Beetle movie. I liked it. I thought it was really cool, and it was one of those movies where they touched upon Justice League stuff, but they didn't explicitly say where it was. So this was one of those gray area movies where you could be in either universe. You really didn't know unless they expanded upon something. I liked that they used Susan Sarandon as the villain. I thought that was really cool.
Very smart.
Yes, she played a heck of a role on that.
It definitely wasn't a bad movie for
it was good, yeah. And I remember at the time James Gunn said, "Oh, I liked this a lot." And when he likes something a lot like this, as we've seen with Peacemaker and some other things, and even the Suicide Squad, he got to take what they did, make a sequel to it, and remake it in his image, and he's bringing that over.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's just what he's doing with this. And this is now a full confirmation. This same actor, Zolo Maranduyuna, I'm just going to call you Jaime because that's your character's name.
Yeah.
But Jaime, it's cool to see him back in action like this. And like I said, I like that Blue Beetle movie, so I think this would be a kind of cool nod. Does that, though, make Blue Beetle the first James Gunn DC movie, technically speaking? They're bringing him into this? No?
Nope.
Because, you often wonder, like, okay, you're bringing this complete character transitioned over from the old universe to this new universe. Does that mean your stuff is canon?
Yeah, no, I think it's a soft reboot of the character, just like how Suicide Squad was. I really do. I don't think whatever happened in the last Blue Beetle movie has any consequence to who he's going to be in this. I think he saw the actor, he saw the character, he thought the actor played the character well. I think he thought the action looked good, and he liked the idea of what the things you could do, and he had an idea. He said, why change the chemistry of how well this guy knows his character and does what he's doing? We're just going to bring him in, and we'll do a little brief here, things there. And you watch those Suicide Squad movies, and you don't need to see either one of them to see either one of them.
That's true. That's very true.
And to me, that's the genius of it, where it's like, you could say, look, the sequel. It's like, nah, not really. They never said it wasn't, but it definitely is. It's not.
I think that's one thing that James Gunn acknowledges how he did the Suicide Squad is the casting was great for the first one. It just story kind of sucked. And that was that's a whole can of worms we could get into someday if we do a DC retrospective.
And once again, it's about clarity.
Yes.
James Gunn was just, I'm going to take what I like and the rest can go to hell.
Yeah.
Now, if the MCU just committed to the clarity of that, we wouldn't have the confusion. Instead, they're like, well, we don't want to mistreat all of it. No, James looked at that first Suicide Squad movie and said, you are great as Colonel Flag, and you were great as Harley Quinn. Come with me, I'm going to tell a new story. And you don't need to see this other one. You can just be here. We're good with it. And, we didn't need to see nothing of that. You know what I mean? Like, we didn't need to see any of it. So it's like, he put Harley Quinn in that, and he didn't have to explain who she was or anything. We already knew. You know? And I think he's going to do the same thing right here. He's just going to throw him in. Maybe for the heck of it, give him a little talk about some hints of like the other movie. But no, I think he's just going to join in with this, and it's going to work out just fine.
I agree with you. I don't think there's a full reboot, like an origin again. I think there's just enough. We know. Yeah. You want to know more, you watch this other movie that was actually really good.
Yep.
So. Yep. All right. So that I think concludes our Multiverse Minute, guys.
It does. Yeah. Wow. We ran right through it.
So up next, Rumor Mill Rundown.
Let's do it.
All right, guys, Rumor Mill Rundown time. So, what's the latest rumors? Ike, why don't you take away our first one?
All right, guys, our first rumor we have is some James Gunn stuff. We just got done talking about that. James Gunn contract with Warner Brothers as the CEO head of the DC brand is due to expire in early 2027. With the impending Paramount takeover merger, will James Gunn want to stay under new ownership? Will Paramount keep James Gunn?
Well,
I got easy, quick answer for all that. Personally, this was an easy rumor one.
I'm guessing you thinking, well, see, this is what's hard is when this rumor came out, and then all this other crap went down with Paramount and the merger. And if anyone's following any industry news, it's looking a little harder for Paramount to be taking over Warner Brothers like they thought. So let's play the scenario that the legal stuff aside, Warner Brothers actually successfully gets taken over by Paramount and they merge. Do you think James Gunn stays or doesn't?
Yes. Stays.
Okay.
Yep.
I agree, actually. I was teetering back and forth thinking, because I hear people say, oh, he's not going to want to stay. And I think it's because the people that are reporting on it have a bias of themselves of how Paramount's conducted themselves, what's going on behind the scenes of the leadership of Paramount versus Warner Brothers. But at the end of the day, business is business. And Paramount has openly said, I think David Ellison, the head of Paramount, has openly said he wants James Gunn to stay. So I think that as much as I'm not gonna cry if they say that some version of the Snyderverse would ever come back. But I don't think that's actually gonna happen anymore. I think that Zack Snyder has kind of put that to bed.
Yeah.
He got to do his thing. He got to get his little redemption arc right there for Justice League. But at the end of the day, I think all the other stories he wanted to tell at one point is just in his visual art books that he already showed off.
I forget something that he just said recently that he really is going to jump into, and I cannot remember the material he said, but it was something pretty obscure and weird, but that something along his lines. So he's busy thinking about the future right now anyway.
Yeah, he can't keep waiting for something like this that may never, ever happen.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I agree with you. Now, think about it this way. Do you think James Gunn renews his contract with Warner Brothers if the deal doesn't go through?
Yes.
I feel like then James Gunn is staying.
Truthfully, Sammy, what this is, every time a contract's up, there's a big woohoo about what's going to happen.
Oh,
how many times did they say, oh no, Robert Downey Jr. is not in the MCU anymore because his contract is up? Well, no, duh. It comes up every so many years. You know, it's like they're just going to sign it on.
There was a rumor one time that when Kevin Feige's contract was coming up, that he was going to jump ship and go to Star Wars. He didn't do that.
No, and he's not going to ever.
No.
Because you'd have to be stupid to go to Star Wars right now. But like, sorry, Star Wars fans, but you've ruined your own thing. Yeah, I'm telling you, they're all in on him on this. This might be a hot take. Take it as a hot take if you need to. Come at me. I want to have the discussion. Hit the comments, guys. Watch us just to get mad at us. I'm cool with that. I watched 2 whole videos of these people talking things they have no idea. Claim they know the X-Men, and I don't think they've seen a bit of it in their entire life. Anyways. Someday I'll call them on here. Maybe we'll get some back and forth because they sounded ridiculous. But anyway, he hasn't failed yet. This is not, the DCU is not a failure. Okay, Supergirl wasn't that good. What, I haven't seen it. I can't give you my honest opinion on it. You know, I don't like Superman stuff in general. So you're not going to get me to see Superman in the theater unless I'm compelled or it's the second movie at the drive-in. You know, but I will watch it at home when it comes out. I will go see a Batman movie though. I'm in. Let's go. You know, I am pickier about my DC when we will go watch any MCU because the delivery is a little different and they've successfully gotten into a mode of in the middle of a giant story, right? DC is still building theirs, guys. They are so far, from what I understand, Supergirl didn't do well financially, but most everybody's saying it's not a bad movie though. And it's all it needs to be. James made it clear back when he started this whole thing, it's not about the money as much as it's the quality. Mm-hmm. These movies are good enough. When one does hit and everybody goes, yeah, you remember the Superman ones? It's all part of that. So when you watch the Batman ones, awesome. And we'll go back and watch Superman again and then watch Supergirl. It all fits in. Oh, cool. It's a lot of fun because they're not that bad when you look at it, you know, and that's what's happening. That's what we're going to get. He's just building a universe over again slow. I don't want them to knee-jerk react to every time someone doesn't like their movie. You know, now obviously they can't just lose money all the time, every time. There's got to be a line drawn when it comes down to losing money. But a lot of that is then don't spend so much money. You know, you guys can make some good movies for cheap and make them good and then make one that makes a lot, right? Like, I think that's the way to do this. Mm-hmm. And I think James is very careful about how he's spending and a lot of how it's going on. So he's not going nowhere, guys. Contract's up. He's going to re-sign. If he does go, it would shock me, to be honest with you. Mm-hmm. I think he's committed to making this work. I think we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg of where it's going. So let's give him a chance. Let's see what happens. I truly think I'm not even giving it that much fair of a chance, and I probably should. But, you know.
Yeah. All right.
That's how I feel about it.
Well, in that case, let me take it away. Well, first, guys, let us know what you think in the comments below. 1, do you think this Paramount-Warner Brothers merger is even going to go through? And whether or not it goes through, 2, do you guys think that James Gunn is going to be leaving the DCU, leaving his contracts come 2027? Who knows? What are your hot takes on it? Let us know in the comments below. I'm going to roll into our second rumor we got here, guys. So I want to talk about the X-Men reveal strategy that's going on right now.
So interesting.
1 week ago, we had Samara Weaving being reported from Deadline as playing Emma Frost, which took everyone by surprise that, one, this character in particular is their first official reveal casting that they're announcing. And then, two, that it came out the way that it did. And now this week we get Kit Connor confirmed to play Cyclops, Scott Summers. We already know Jean Grey in the Spider-Man movie, so that really isn't too much of a reveal other than the surprise in that movie. So we are very, very close to D23. Next week's episode that we're going to be doing, not only are we reviewing Avengers Endgame, but, which alone is worthy of an episode in and of itself, but we're also going to be doing a D23 potential live stream if any of the platforms let us, but we're going to do live reaction to it as it's happening, because it's happening ironically the same time we normally film our podcast, which is really cool. So the rumor has it out there, and this was, I believe, reported by Daniel RPK. Shout out to you, Daniel, because you've gotten some really cool things right, and I think that's why you're highly respected when it comes to some of your scoops. But it's been reported from Mr. Daniel RPK that they are going to be doing, they have finalized all their deals for the X-Men cast, and they're going to be doing their big reveal at D23 of the X-Men movie. If that is true and not just a rumor, that will also confirm that we have 3 movies coming out in 2028. We already have Ghost Rider. We already have Black Panther, which is December of 2028. I will not be surprised if X-Men is what kicks off the summer. And then at the end of July, we have the Ghost Rider one and things like that. And I think they didn't reveal the Ghost Rider release date yet because they're still finalizing at that point these other contracts. Because also one of the rumors that's out there is Marvel is trying to, and Disney, speed roll all these contracts to get them done as soon as possible. And I think that the particular cast that's been announced so far, in particular with Cyclops, apparently there is a lot of online chatter of a certain actor who has been lobbying very, very hard to play Cyclops, to the point where either industry insiders or even representatives or people affiliated with the actor have all come out and said he probably is playing it. And so this was Marvel's way of shutting that down and saying, no, we've already had our pick. This is who our pick is, Kit Connor. I'm not sure who that other actor is on top of my head, but if you are online, you probably see 5 or 6 different people that are lobbying for it, and a couple of them that are getting very close to saying, yeah, I'm basically all but confirmed, only for Disney to say, hold up, we got ours, you know? So I think that this is kind of a strategic release of the reveal strategy. I am surprised they're not saving all this for D23, but I think that's one of the reasons why. Is the pressure campaign behind the scenes is so much, and so much is riding on this X-Men movie being the new faces of the MCU. What are your thoughts on all of this, Ike? Do you think D23 is actually going to have the X-Men cast come out or revealed?
I hope so. Truthfully, seeing that they're calling them out this fast right now, it makes me think that they have already cast, they've already made their mind up, and they're just slowly letting these people know as they go, and maybe save some of the big surprises for when we get to D23.
Maybe saving Xavier and Magneto for D23.
Yeah, and, you know, I think part of me thinks that they're casting the young guys first and then seeing who meshes with them better, rather than casting Xavier and Magneto and then seeing who meshes with them afterwards, which I think might be the smartest play.
Longevity-wise, especially.
Longevity-wise, and the group of them working together would work out much more, be more interesting. We talked before the show started, it looks like Bill Skarsgård is out as Xavier.
And
I couldn't be more happier. No, I'm sorry, Bill. Maybe you didn't care if you got it or not, but I just didn't see you as the role. I'd like to see you as, I hear you might be getting a villain, or maybe getting another part, which is cool. A villain would be sweet. I think you'd be great as a villain, or anything else. I mean, I'm not saying he's a bad actor. I just didn't see him as Xavier.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's fair, I do hope Adam takes Sinister. I think he does. Magneto would be sweet, but boy, this Sinister stuff, I'm convinced.
For me, I wouldn't mind. I think Adam Driver's a great actor, and I think we've been waiting so long for Sinister that I know he would do a good performance of that. But the pictures of the AI pictures made of him looking like Magneto, it looks so good that I can be. I would be so down if he walks on D23 and I am Eric Lenscher. Be like, yes.
Yeah, zero disappointment from here as well.
Yes.
I will say, though, if someone looked at me and says, what do you think? I'd be like, I don't know. I think Sinister will be a hard cast, and he'd do great. So I think maybe, but Magneto's a hard cast. So either way, I think we're going to get them, and I'm excited to see how this turns out. Once we have a cast, we're going to be able to look at all their stuff and speculate and have a great time with it, and be cool if they all come out in like X-Men tracksuits, like all of them in the group or something. That'd be kind of neat.
I already know a cast for Sinister, and it's not Adam Driver.
Danny DeVito?
Danny DeVito.
It's going to be on the screen, guys. You watch for it. And but no, I'm excited for this. And hey, that Indy Neverette there, I hope she gets this. I really hope the Mystique rumor of her is true. I think we'll find that out on stage. They'll bring her out. She literally just won a Critics' Choice Award for Best Actress as a horror movie.
And you know what the common thread of what has been announced so far is you've plucked these actors. They're young enough, they're talented enough, and their star is at their brightest at the moment for their breakout roles. Look at Kit Connor after Heartstopper. Look at Sadie Sink after Stranger Things. They're plucking them out and being like, we're going to mold you into our Jean Grey, into our Scott Summers, and hopefully with this casting, into our Mystique.
I mean, she's the physicality of her face, her voice, and just the movements. I think she'd bring a lot to a Mystique character.
And, of all the characters, when she mentioned Mystique, it was almost like it's intentional to be like, oh, yeah, I'd love to play Mystique. Be like, that's like a random choice someone would pick, but it's perfect for what she could do to it.
Something that happens, you haven't seen Obsession yet?
I haven't. Nope. I will.
We're going to fix this, guys, because I think he needs to see it. Just if she gets cast, it's almost a necessity he sees it because he needs to see what he's getting into.
I agree.
There's moments in it. Why I really lobby for her as Mystique is there's moments in it where she's smiling and you're like, okay, she's a normal person, but just the slightest tilt and movement of her eyes and stuff goes from you're cute to, oh, you're really scary. And I think that without actually changing a lot, which is when you'll see what I mean. You look at it and be like, wow, she actually didn't really change much, but in that just a little bit of which I think would serve for a Mystique, where it's like she can give you that look of like, oh, you can trust me, and then the stare is a little too long,
and be like, oh no,
like, oh wait a minute, like so. I think that she's got a look for it that's just I would be so excited. I'm not set on it, guys. I'm sure they're going to hire someone great, but man, I tell you that'd be a missed opportunity with this because she's ready for the big stuff. So let her do it. Yep. So yeah, I think it's great. I think it's smart. D23, here we come.
I think D23, they're going to come on stage and they're going to be like, these are your new X-Men.
Yeah,
and it's going to be announced as May 2028, X-Men month.
Boy, I'll be happy if Patrick Wilson does turn out to be Xavier. Man,
Patrick Wilson, Adam Driver. I think that would be a really cool pairing.
Beautiful pairing. Oh my!
Just saying. Come on. Now, rumor has it at this moment that they've already casted. Like I said, they've already sealed the deal on most of these characters already. But I know Xavier is the hot topic today as we're filming this of who is he playing. There's no official word on who's playing him, but the rumor that's already out there is. Bill Skarsgård did not get the role. And there is an actor already signed on and committed. It's probably...
so they know now.
They have him. Oof. Apparently, from what is out there, that has been reported from New Rock Stars and some really reliable sources, actually, in the industry. They have all their cast locked and loaded, and I believe next weekend is their time to shine.
We're going to hear some leaks, but
I won't be surprised they do another one of these 1 week from today type thing, another reveal of a cast member, and then 2 days later, D23. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You're going to see all of them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Even the actor, I can't remember his name right now. We'll save it for the next time we talk about this because it's in a week, guys are going to know. The actor that you did tell me this last time, forgive me, guys, but it's really just between Sam and I right now. I like him as Xavier as well. I know when you look at him, you're like, I don't know. But yeah, take his hair off, and he is a hell of an actor. Like he's a guy that, like I told you, like what you need with Xavier, just need to act with your face right now. Don't say anything. That guy can do it.
Yeah, I think you need to do that. Yeah.
You need that.
See, that's the thing. They're not only casting really good talent, but they're seeing what they can do as their acting chops already, because these specific characters like Xavier and Jean, they're telepaths. You need to be able to read their face when you can't see them speak it.
Yeah, and it's something about inhabiting that role. The one thing that the X-Men, the Fox universe did perfect was the Magneto castings.
Yeah. And
I love the Xavier ones too, but then in Apocalypse, when he's doing that thing and he's coming down on Apocalypse with all his might, there's a moment where you see Ian McKellen in Fassbender's face. And they don't change it out. They don't do it like a trick. Like, you're just like, oh, you look like him young right there.
Yeah.
It just was like, I'm not saying they need to do that for this. I know it's different. But I do think that pay attention to these little character traits about them that should pass on through character-wise. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think this guy's
like
got it.
Samara Weaving, who's playing Emma Frost, she is the type of character. Not only is she a telepath, so you have to do a lot of facial expressions yourself, just like Xavier and Jean. But she's the type of character where when you walk into the room, you know who walked into the room.
That's right.
That's what they always show of Emma Frost in the comics. And so if she could, no matter what skimpy outfit they're going to give her, because that's Emma, you got to give her that. But whatever she wears, when she walks into the room, everyone knows Emma Frost is in the building.
Yeah,
that's
that
the type
actress,
of presence.
Yeah, that actress can play soft, she can play sexy, and she can play fierce, because I've seen her in all those
and
roles.
all of those is the
It's
mixture
all
of
Emma Frost. Yeah, so very cool. All right.
So what do you guys think? Do you think the D23 is going to be the X-Men cast reveal? Are you excited about what we've gotten so far? Do you have some different choices than Adam Driver for Magneto or Sinister? Let us know in the comments below. All right, Ike, what's our next topic here?
Next topic here, folks, is we got Armor Wars canceled. I didn't know they're still doing it.
Didn't know it began.
Yes, the one-time Disney Plus TV project turned to theatrical release seems to have been completely forgotten about. At the time of its announcement, the premise was, what if Tony's tech got into the wrong hands? Sorry. Thus speculating that the star Colonel James Rhodey Rhodes would be saving the world from yet another villain that Tony Stark had a hand in creating. The project has been delayed as much that is no longer on the front of the people's minds. Has this project been quietly canceled? Will it ever be reality? I'm just going to quickly let you know, I just think we should forget about it. Forget about it.
So
they're forgetting about Rhodes already anyways, because he's just not around in anything else right now. Because is he a Skrull? Is he not a Skrull? Where is he? But we don't know. Forget about it, guys.
To your point there, they had this great idea, and I think and I say great, in their mind it was great. They had this idea, the same time they had the idea yeah, there was an idea. Yeah. At the same time they had this idea of the new Captain America. And they went forward with Captain America, and we saw how that landed. So now going forward with another Iron Man that's not Iron Man, but it's basically Iron Man and Armor Wars.
At least in name, it doesn't say that, though.
Yeah, and yes, at least in name, and at least they weren't saying that Rhodey is your new Iron Man. That would have been
a new Iron Man. Rhodey could do that.
He would, yeah. It's kind of like this double-edged sword of be like, we're not going to give Falcon that much of a chance because look what they did to him, but we may give it to Rhodey just a little bit. I don't know.
Well, because he's not a new Tony Stark.
Yeah.
And I know you argue, but Falcon is not a new Steve Rogers. The problem is, though, is you're not Captain America unless you're Steve Rogers. They made that too.
So are you not Tony Stark unless or are you not Iron Man unless you're Tony Stark?
I don't think so. I think you can have someone take up the mantle of Iron Man and be that character in a suit fighting. Because that's all that is. But you're not going to have the genius behind it like Tony.
So
does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Isn't that weird? I mean, I'm not trying to discount Tony and obviously Tony in the suit is a perfect weapon, but Rhodes is formidable with the suit. It's believable that he is that. It is a suit. It's not like he's something else and then couldn't do it. I think if it was Rhodes with having another couple people join and just, I guess I could see the plausibility of it. I don't see its own movie anyway, regardless.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want movies of Iron Man to continue with him. I'd like him as Iron Man would be cool, Like, hey, look, on Tony's behalf, I'm going to take up the suit. And he's in movies as that, sure. But his own? No, that's over.
So
that's over.
I agree with you. I think this is canceled.
Yeah.
I'll be shocked if they say it really is happening, and in 2029 you're going to get Armor Wars finally. I feel like Secret Invasion really hit the nail on the head for why we can't continue Rhodes the way we had.
Yeah.
And it does. I think they might have had a cool concept of trying to salvage all the road stuff they had and all the loose ends of Tony and do it. I thought it was interesting that they decided to pivot from a show to a movie. That actually made me a little happy when they said that. That made me think, they must got something and they're going to turn it into a movie instead of a show, because shows don't make box office money. Movies do, and so therefore they'll have enough faith to give this a full-fledged movie as opposed to a show. That's cool, and maybe they were trying to pivot away from the shows. They weren't, but I was optimistic. We do see what they're doing now. They're trying to pivot away from shows now into movies. But some of the things that we do know about this is that Don Cheadle, of course, was going to be the head. He was going to be the main lead. Dominique Thorne, who plays Riri Williams, was supposed to co-star in this to a degree. We saw what happened with her show. It wasn't that well received. It did have a twist ending, which I think really savaged a lot of the show, to be honest.
She's evil now.
Yeah. But
according to certain logic online.
I can't wait till we get to that retrospective, because that is a weird show to say, do we like it? Do we not like it? Probably don't like it, but there are some really cool concepts that they introduced in that show that I do want to see them do more. But anyways, so she was supposed to be in it. The villains were supposed to be a mixture of both Justin Hammer, that we last saw in Iron Man 2, and Sonny Birch, that we last saw in Ant-Man and the Wasp. I did not know that. And I thought, that we talked about in our last retrospective that's a great actor that was just underutilized. And so to see him come back and maybe redeem some of that character a little bit, I could see that. I think that would be interesting. But that's all that we know of what they were going to do with the show. And I was kind of shocked they were going to turn it into a movie and even move forward the project. I think that was at the time where they were doing more quantity versus quality, and any character was on the table to do a show or movie with, and they're like, Don Cheadle, your turn, you're gonna have your name in the spotlight now. But after so many of them that haven't been as well successful as they wanted them to be, this was just one of those we're just quietly gonna not, because I think Don Cheadle he's pushing 60 now, isn't he? He's mid 50s.
Yeah, I'll look it up while you talk. I'll let you know.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that means you can't do a movie.
He's not a young fella.
It's just that, that's at a certain part in your life where it's hard to start a trilogy as physically intense as this.
He's 61 years old. Boy, sir, you look great for 61.
Yes, you look fantastic.
That's another nice, good-looking black guy that's bald. What the hell, you guys? It's not fair. Us white guys cannot do that.
I completely agree.
Cannot handle the bald. Good for you, man. You look great.
I get half of my good looks from this.
Yeah.
Take this out.
I took this off and stuff. You guys be like, nope, we're not watching no more.
Yeah, no, you'd be like, Gollum had a brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways. So Mahershala Ali is younger than him.
That's true.
And we just talked about how Mahershala Ali probably his time has passed because of how long they delayed Blade.
He's going to be 100 before they actually make the movie.
Right? He will be a vampire.
Yeah.
So,
they're like, well, we don't need to pretend.
Yeah, he's just there. Yeah, so Jeez. I think the ultimate conclusion from both of us is Armor Wars is canceled. And we're just going to have to move on from there.
The sad part of this whole thing is Disney Plus. I mean, I cannot imagine that sitting right now, Kevin Feige. I mean, I know the way he's backtracked about, well, we don't need to introduce Doom. It's like, okay, guy. But like, I know in public what he's going to say. But truthfully, they got to sit back and realize that, man, this TV show, this Disney Plus thing hurt us more than it helped us.
Well, I think what hurt them more, other than just that, is, and you see it with Blade, you announced this. You not only were having internal talks and get people to sign, and projects fall through. That happens all the time in the industry. But you go so as far as to not announce it to the world, show their face, and attach their face to a thing, just like what happened with Mahershala. He got ticked off of people asking about Blade. I wonder how many times Don Cheadle's been asked, so where are you at with Armor Wars? And he'd be like,
that's true.
I didn't even know about this
Or at
thing,
least where's Rhodey? You know what I mean? And he's
Yeah.
be like, hey, do you ask them? Because I don't know where he is.
Exactly. So it's like, and Marvel, you got that type of name recognition that if you announce a certain actor, whether they're seasoned or not seasoned, as joining your franchise, those actors are going to be asked that for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
Don Cheadle is going to be like 98 years old on Jimmy Fallon still, and they'll be like, I remember when I was going to do Armor Wars.
Yeah. The sad thing is like, I feel like they're almost not thinking that some of these side characters aren't important enough and that we're just going to kind of move on. And I don't think that's true. Case in point, out of all the things I'm concerned about when it comes to Doomsday, sure, X-Men's right up there. You know what my number one concern is about Doomsday and Secret Wars? Is Hawkeye's not in them. And, I think they're just thinking that, they just won't notice. I will.
Mm-hmm.
We all will. We will.
We all noticed he wasn't in Infinity War. And then they paid off.
He's got to be in the next one.
And then they paid off big time with Endgame.
So they know, that, or it's a secret.
Yeah. Or maybe he is. Maybe he is in Secret Wars.
Yeah, and that'd be sweet,
And he's the main lead there too.
But don't discredit. Don't think that we don't want him.
Yeah.
Just because the show sucked doesn't mean we didn't like him in the movies.
And don't think we don't notice too.
Yeah, because we do. We notice a lot. And we're about to talk about Captain Marvel. And your Disney Plus shows ruined something Captain Marvel started that you're never going to follow through with. And I got a hot take about Carol Danvers in the MCU because of what you did with the show, which you put all them scrolls, you did this big deal, and you made it in this movie, and it was good in this new movie, or in Captain Marvel, and now it's crap, and it's gone. You took an awesome idea that's from the comics, and you don't know what to do with it because you really just were throwing crap at the wall and saw what stuck.
And at the end of the day, it hurt Carol Danvers more than anyone else.
Yeah, because what's her purpose in the entire MCU right now?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. We'll talk more about that in the retrospective.
Yes.
So other than that, guys, what do you think about this when it comes down to Secret Wars? And do you care? Are you glad? Do you wish they do it? Do you think maybe there's something in there that could be done? Bring these guys back at least in other movies? Hey, what do you think about it? I'm glad it's not going. Sammy's like, it doesn't really matter. So, let us know. Comment down below, guys.
For Armor Wars.
Yeah, and rest in peace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rip.
Don Cheadle, though, you look great, dude.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, you better return as War
There's
Machine.
Blade right there. What are we talking about? You know what I mean? Like, Rhodes just was like, I'm done with this suit. If somebody bite me and let's get this over.
All right, so I'm going to roll into our last topic for our rumor rundown. Deadpool and who? So, Ryan Reynolds recently reconfirmed that he is indeed writing Deadpool 4. But again, heavily implied his desire to make it a buddy movie like Deadpool and Wolverine, given the recent projects announced and a recent appearance at the San Diego Comic-Con Hall of Age. Do we suspect that he will appear in any of the upcoming projects, and what could a Deadpool 4 look like post-Secret Wars world? So, I completely agree with him. He's better in a buddy movie.
Yep. He is.
He is. Now, who do you think...
His other two are great, too. But
who do you think would be a good buddy movie? Because I personally would love to see him with these other two people. Let's make this a trilogy. Deadpool and Wolverine, Deadpool and Spider-Man, Deadpool and She-Hulk.
Hey, I like all three of those.
I think that they'll each bring a unique flavor for both those other characters and Deadpool.
If they didn't do with Spider-Man what they just did in this last movie, I would agree to that.
Mm-hmm.
I want... If you're doing a Deadpool movie with Spider-Man, we need Spider-Man not as powerful and still in that transition of kid to adult. Because that's the only juxtaposition that's going to make us go, that's wild that they're doing this. Because right now, Peter's kind of, at the end of this movie, Peter's a little more, I'm not saying it still couldn't work. Peter could still have those, whoa, dude. And him being powerful does fit. But I do think the more the comedy would have been in if it was in between.
Yeah, I agree.
Which the movie could still be during those years of... So you could go say, hey, that time where nobody knows who you are, he had a little adventure with Deadpool. Why not? Who cares? As long as it's not consequential to what ends up happening, it doesn't matter.
That's the thing. When you do some of these movies, and actually Captain Marvel is a good example of this, not in a bad way, but you run into the risk of potentially hurting other movies if you do.
I'll argue it isn't a bad way. When we get to retro, we'll get into it. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Well, no, I agree. I don't think that Captain Marvel was a bad way, but
I do. I got a couple examples of things they really messed up, didn't think through. But anyways.
Okay. Yeah. But it's just like when we talked about Black Widow too. When they finally did that Black Widow movie, you found out it was after Civil War. Be like, whoa. Because when you go back to other stuff and they're all perfect stuff at that moment, you run the potential of hurting future projects.
Agreed.
Or, future movies, I would say, from where that is timestamped.
Truthfully, the one that did it perfect was the last one we just talked about, was Ant-Man and the Wasp. It happened like right just before and during Infinity War, and nothing happened.
It's not really that consequential.
Yeah, it's just to his own character, and it put him where he's supposed to be for the next movie. So, yeah, I personally, I think would be a fun team up, man. Maybe they're too alike, but I almost kind of like it could be a Savage movie. Would be him and Punisher would be a fun team up.
That would be interesting. I think that would definitely put butts in the seats.
Because people would just come to see people get messed up.
I honestly, for that reason, I don't think they would ever do a Deadpool and She-Hulk, because they'll look at She-Hulk and be like, we want to go see that for 2.5 hours. But people like me would be fine with it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I can see some heads turning a little bit, be like, ugh.
Yeah.
But that could be kind of meta, then poking fun at each other too, because then you have something for everybody.
I get heavy way outside of the box one. I think Deadpool with Walker would be cool.
John Walker.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
That
could be fun. A lot of picking on him about the Captain America stuff. And he's funny, and he's a great actor, and he's tough, and you can have a good time with it. He could be on his own little adventure because he's just a side guy in a group, and it's not really getting too consequential, but it could be something really neat. Yeah, I think Deadpool fits with a lot of people. The only thing is unless he's in your movie, you need to adjust to his movie. Yes. So if you're doing a Deadpool movie with a buddy thing, it's rated R, go for it. If you're Deadpool coming into an MCU movie, you got to do what they did with Frank.
Yeah.
And where it's still edgy, but you're the only one that gets the edge. And I think that's how we're going to get Deadpool. After they handled Frank the way he did, or the Punisher and the Spider-Man movie, I'm like, yeah, you can still have that edge and be just right at the corner of too much. And it's fine, and Deadpool, Ryan's smart. He can do it. He knows how to keep it cool and, innuendos and all that fun stuff, But if you're going into a Deadpool movie, then we need to go all out.
Yeah, well, look at Wolverine's a good example. He didn't do much of any swearing in the first 3 X-Men movies, but then once you got to his solo Logan movie and he was able to swear a little bit more, and then you saw him in Deadpool and Wolverine and he was F-word all over the place, but it didn't take away. It didn't take away, though, from who Wolverine was as a character.
It was naturally come out of him.
Yes.
You're waiting for him to swear and all the other stuff.
Yes, and I can see him going into Doomsday not being that sweary type.
Correct.
Because he's with his other people,
Yeah, then he was amazing as a character.
He might be the only, because, some PG-13 movies, you could get one chance to say the F word.
Yeah.
He might be the one that would say, who the F are you to Doom, or something like that. Be like, huh?
Yeah.
Or say, shut the F up, Wade. Stuff like that. Anyways. So, guys, what do you think about Deadpool 4? Do you think it's going to happen? Sounds like it's going to happen, but who do you think he should buddy up with? Do you think it should be someone like a John Walker? Do you think it should be someone like a She-Hulk? Spider-Man? What are your thoughts? Let us know in the comments below. All right. So, now let's move on to some game time before we get to our retrospective.
Exciting.
Right. All right, everyone, it's game show time.
I don't know what it says. I don't want to use one that's already used,
Welcome to the Goodell Multiverse podcast Trivia Takedown segment. So we have a fart as our main sound. Anyways, so we got 2 games we're gonna play with you guys today. One of them is kind of new. It's the best movie tournament, I think is what it's technically called, type thing. That's where we have some random DC and Marvel movies that we have to compare two of them and pick up this one over the other one until we narrow down to the golden ticket of this whole thing.
Ooh, wowzers.
And then we got just some fun hot takes that you're going to hear our opinions on.
Ones, yeah.
So I'm going to run the tournament. Well, Ike is going to run the hot takes.
Sounds good.
Let's start off with the tournament. So we have 4 sets of movies. Let's see. In total, we have 8 movies we have to tell you, narrow down to the top one of these movies by the fight between 2 movies at a time. So
now, is it we're convincing each other to come to the same answer? Is that how we're going to do it? Because what if we disagree?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
To convince each other to get to the same answer?
Yep.
Gotcha.
All right. That'll make it fun. All right. So first one, some of these are probably going to be really easy. These were selected through a random computer thing. So it's not, I was thinking, oh, let's pick all these. So first fight, The Dark Knight by Christopher Nolan.
Oh, man.
Versus Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1.
Volume 1.
Mm-hmm.
Dark Knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Pouty Face has to, I'm sorry. But I mean, The Dark Knight's a fantastic. There's things I would put above Dark Knight, but that's no comp. Sorry, Guardians, but
all right.
You feel the same way about that?
Round 1, Dark Knight 1.
Yeah.
All right. For round 2, Spider-Man No Way Home versus The Batman with Robert Pattinson.
Oh, that's not fair. Oh no!
So that's
well. Here's the thing: No Way Home, right?
Yep, No Way Home.
Oh my gosh, that's such a good movie.
Mm-hmm.
That's Green Goblin. I mean, you're talking like all 3 Spider-Men with that Pattinson,
and the growing up of Spider-Man, becoming Spider-Man, not Spider-Boy. But that Pattinson one is actually pretty good.
Oh. Okay. So
I kind of have an idea what mine is, but you go ahead.
I feel like we might land on the same. This is tough though, because guys, both excellent movies. But The Edge, though, I'm gonna have to tell you. I really am gonna have to tell you. The Edge goes to Batman.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say Spider-Man, but why Batman?
Okay, so. First of all, for Batman, for me, it's a lot of the build up to it was just everyone was so curmudgeoned about it. They didn't want it to happen. They thought Twilight Boy couldn't do it. And so I think just the proving of him doing it is part of this. But the other part of it is when you watch that movie, man, like it is a culmination of when you talk realistic, we think Nolan, right? But this Matt Reeves is like, oh no, hold my beer. I'm going to show you what really realistic looks like. And when he comes walking into the crime scene stuff and all the police are there and stuff, it's just stuff we've never. Why I'm saying Batman is because I'm saying the statement right now. This next word to come out of my mouth is there's things out of all of the Batman movies that we've seen. Okay. There's things in this new Batman movie with Robert Pattinson at the time when it come out that we've never seen in a Batman movie. And it's some of this is the cadences of what he does and how he does them. And like to think of all the movies we've gotten, including the Christopher Nolan movies, certain things they do in this of nuances of that character we never got before. I believe him as young and still trying to figure it out, but still very formidable and knowing what he's doing. We get the detective side of him, but still the detective side of him that's learning as well. I think the acting is just top notch. No, like I said, No Way Home is fantastic. It's some of the best Green Goblin stuff we ever got. In fact, it solidified Green Goblin is probably one of the top 3 best MCU villains, and he's not even from the MCU originally. But I think Pattinson did this great job of playing Batman the whole time, and then There's one scene in particular when he's sitting there and Alfred's in the bed, almost died, and Alfred gives him, yeah, your parents were part of a group of people. They were tricked. That they were, and the people that were bad, sure, they contributed to some of it, not knowing. And look, I've kept that secret from you, but listen, I am the only thing that cares about you, and you need to learn that there's more to you than what you're doing right now. So the whole movie, he's Batman without the suit on, with the suit on. He's always Batman until that moment, and he reaches up and grabs his hand, and you see in Pattinson's face, in the Batman, we didn't see the birth of Batman. We saw the rebirth of Bruce Wayne. And only Pattinson was able to do that, and it's only Matt Reeves did that. We saw stuff in it that we'd never seen before. I got to give it to him, because it is, when I think No Way Home matches in with comparison, is fantastic. And it's one of my absolute favorites in the MCU, and it's right up there on the list for sure. But if you can do that with a Batman movie of that many movies, with that much controversy against you with it, it just impressed the hell out of me. That and the supporting cast around him, let alone, I mean, Penguin. Oh, Colin Farrell's Penguin is transformative, and it is just brilliant. The little role he's got, but he's there. No one was hogging the screen. It felt like real. It just felt so much more real than any of the other stuff. And like I said, there's things in it you just never seen before. Images that with the torch, and he's walking with it. When it comes down to symbolism, yes, Spider-Man's all about it too. This one asks you to be just a little smarter though. He's walking in the dark with the torch, and they're following him. Is he becoming, Batman's becoming the Batman he should. And that's the thing. At the end, when you see him with the torch, you become the Batman he should. You know why? Because he's got a little Bruce Wayne in him now. And before he wasn't a little bit of Bruce Wayne. He was just Batman getting revenge. Now he's Bruce Wayne and Batman. And that's why I can't wait to see what they're going to do with the next one to continue that going on. I'm sorry. I love No Way Home. Love it. Love it. But if it's between the two, I got to give the edge to Batman for those reasons.
Okay. All right, you know what? I'm just going to say I'm convinced enough for this round. Go right ahead.
You did put up a fight, guys.
That's good. I'll probably put more of a fight in this next one if we disagree. So the next round, round 3, is Iron Man 1 versus WandaVision.
Oh no.
I'm going to let him think on this for a moment.
Yeah,
but
you go ahead.
know mine.
You go first this time, because I need a second. Yeah. I might need to hear your spiel, because
I understand the weight and the gravity and how important Iron Man 1 was. But when it comes to emotion, WandaVision is where it's at. Wanda's whole arc of the heartbreak she goes through and the trauma she's reliving, that she recreates and even turns into somewhat of a villain for how she did it, when all she is just a woman in grief. And some of the lines that they have in that show, oh my gosh, when Vision looks at her and says, we said goodbye one time before, stands the proof that we're going to say hello again some other day. And then when he says, what is grief if not love persevering? I will never forget that line, because that is so powerful and so true, and it's such a touching moment. And she gets to have the family that she wants, and then it's ripped away from her when reality sets in that you made all this up. And it's just that movie is really a meta movie for Wanda going through this emotional trauma and going through all the stages in every episode of what it is to go through grief and struggling. And her resolve at the end of the show, so good and compelling that I like Iron Man 1. Don't get me wrong, but I have to give it to Wanda, because that is probably next to Doctor Strange and Multiverse of Madness, at least for the acting part. But Doctor Strange and Multiverse of Madness was good for that. Not only was the acting good, but the story was fantastic in WandaVision. I don't know how they could have told it any other way. So
okay, I think I have my mind made up, but I have a question.
Okay,
and this is what's going to make my mind up. So it might be an obvious question. I should know the answer to it, but I did compare in the first round or the last round. I did make it part of the universe too. Mm-hmm. Is this only per project, or is this also MCU?
This is just per project, because this could be a mixture of anything.
So it's not necessarily MCU impact.
No,
because if we're talking about in the big picture, Iron Man has to take it.
Mm-hmm.
because when you think about what we got in that and what we got in Endgame, without it, we wouldn't have this amazing, beautiful story. But if you're talking just project-wise, I'm with you. WandaVision wins because WandaVision is way more creative, way more fun, and a lot more thought out. And with all the reasons you just said. Yeah. If it's bigger picture, Iron Man takes the cake. Yeah. Because it's genius in the long run. But if it's just if it just take the projects on their own and not, he doesn't say I am Iron Man when he's born and when he dies, then WandaVision wins.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's why I think it's a mixture of all of it. So it's kind of hard to compare, but
But I think you probably agree with that too, really, in the long run. If it was like MCU Impact, Iron Man's got to win.
MCU Impact, Iron Man wins.
Yeah.
But
project-wise,
like
brilliant.
Creativity and gravity and like how successful, I feel
it was it was that false flag for me. When I was nervous about the show, then that was the first show. I'm like, oh, thank God, these are going to be fun.
Yep, and that was the only one.
The only one. But it was. I enjoyed that a lot. I wish that was our meal nights when we did the whole thing with She-Hulk where we cooked stuff. It was a great time, but it should have been WandaVision when we did it. Not She-Hulk, because She-Hulk just disappointed us. But
the most
we didn't know.
Yeah, I mean, we had fun. We had fun as a family.
We did.
Making green food every Wednesday night. But
till it got bad, then we're just like, we can miss it this
then and we were still getting together. It's just it wasn't as quick to turn on the TV as it was before. Yeah. But WandaVision would have been an event every night. An event.
I can't wait to do the watch of it again. Yeah.
All right, so WandaVision wins round 3.
Yep.
Round 4. DC's Wonder Woman versus Ryan Reynolds' Green Lantern. I feel like a hot take is going to be coming in the midst of this battle between the two. And the hot take is Green Lantern is actually not as bad as people say.
Yeah, it's not. Huh. I mean, it's not amazing.
No, it's not like
we get
the best, but it's not. We've seen worse.
Oh, just go watch Morbius and come back and let me know. Or even better, Madam Web. Or better yet, Halle Berry's Catwoman. Then you tell me what's worse.
That might
pile. Anyway.
Why? That's a why question. They did that.
Okay, so it's DC's, Green Lantern, Ryan Reynolds, and DC's
Gal Gadot Wonder Woman, the first one. I mean, Wonder Woman. Gal Gadot is Wonder Woman. I'm laying that on right here. That is brilliant casting by Zack Snyder to put Wonder Woman and Gal Gadot together, because Gal Gadot, you were just one beautiful woman. You were Miss Israel. Like, that was perfect. And then her acting, it was so good for it. Believing her as Diana, everything. And that movie in particular was a really good Wonder Woman movie. And I'm not trying to say this to sway you, but I'm just saying that.
No, I understand.
That was a big deal. And that was actually one of the tipping points that Marvel finally was able to greenlight Black Widow, is because they saw a solo female hero can make $1 billion.
I actually like both the Wonder Woman movies way better than people put them out there. I'm gonna say
Green Lantern.
I'm gonna say Wonder Woman. Green Lantern is way better than you guys think, but it doesn't beat Wonder Woman. I think Wonder Woman takes the edge. I think the action's better. I think the acting's better. I don't like the ending. When it comes down to this big baddie fight, not a big fan. It's a Zack Snyder thing that he kind of let his other directors do as well. But Chris Pine kind of takes the edge for me. I love Chris Pine in Wonder Woman.
He was good. Great love interest with Diana.
Yeah, and no offense, Ryan Reynolds. I do think Green Lantern is way better than people make it out, but Wonder Woman takes it.
All right. Winner is Wonder Woman. All right. Round 5. Christopher Nolan's The Dark Knight versus Robert Pattinson's The Batman.
Oh my God.
You got two Batmans fighting each other.
Why?
I feel like anyone who's a fan of Batman always says that The Dark Knight is the creme de la crop. Is that the wording?
Yeah.
The top dog. I probably butchered that really, really bad. But it's like the biggest of all the Batmans. And I get it. It is a brilliantly made movie, The Dark Knight. But also, you just laid out a really good case for the Batman and how that was creative in and of itself. The only thing for me in comparison these two, the Batman felt more like the video games, which I love the video games. They got Gotham right in the Batman versus the Dark Knight. But I feel the Dark Knight got the story better than the Batman.
Yeah, I'm going Dark Knight on this, and I'm going to explain myself because I did just go hardcore for the other one. But once again, that was against a different movie. The Dark Knight is at its peak of what they're trying to do in the Batman story. And Joker, I mean, honestly, that's like fifth in reason why I pick it is Heath, to be honest. He's not even as much as people are really. It's like, yeah, I mean, obviously there's a reason it's him too, but it's not even the first reason why. I'm going to give it for two big things for me personally. Three things. Okay. The first one is they played the villains really well, whether it was Heath or I love how they did it with Harvey. They handled Harvey Dent very good.
Yes.
And they killed Rachel.
Yes, they did
so much. Thank you. I don't know how many more times I would go see Christopher Nolan. If I ever met Christopher Nolan in person, I would first look at him and say, thank you for making Interstellar, because it's one of the best or the best sci-fi movie ever made in the last 80 years or more. But also, thank you for killing Rachel. Because that trope is just old, and he knew it, and he built it up, and dead. And it's like, yes. Okay, number two is also Christian Bale plays Batman better than Robert right now. Christian was playing three characters in that one movie. Mm-hmm. And that's something people sleep on a lot, and they don't say because they actually pick on it a lot. You understand, he's Batman. Then he's also Bruce Wayne, who's the millionaire playboy, and he's also the real Bruce Wayne, who's struggling big time about what he should do. And he plays all three of them brilliantly, simultaneously, in the same moments when he's Batman as well. All this choice making comes from three different perspectives. And if you don't see it, you're not watching close enough. Mm-hmm. That and the ending of that movie is probably one of the best damn endings of a movie I've seen in a long time. When you hear Gordon saying he becomes our Dark Knight, and he goes in front of the camera, and the cape goes, and and the music goes, I'm like, oh my God. Nolan does such good movie endings. That one specifically for me hit hard. Yeah. I love when that happened because you're like, oh, he's the bad guy because he's got to be. And I know people are like, that's what's stupid about it. Well, sorry, guys. I love it.
You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
Man, when you hear Gary Oldman's voice just go,
he is a great.
He becomes what he needs to be, our Dark
He
Knight.
is my favorite Gordon.
And it's like, oh my God.
I like the other ones, don't get me wrong, but I love his version of Gordon.
It's, Dark Knight wins. So,
all right.
Pants is great. But
Round 6, WandaVision versus Wonder Woman.
WandaVision, easy. Sorry, Wonder Woman, but you were when we were thinking about the Wonder Woman and the Green Lantern one, I was trying to think of which one's worse. So, no offense, I think Wonder Woman's still good, but it's not WandaVision good.
All right, then. That's easy. I agree. Round 6 goes to WandaVision. Final round.
Okay.
Christopher Nolan's The Dark Knight versus WandaVision.
How is it that this movie ends up being there like that? Like, I love WandaVision. I love it. But you're not beating the layers of Dark Knight. If that was just three things I talked about, do you need me to continue? Because if you do, I mean, there's so much more. And I don't know. It's like every Joker scene. I mean, Heath as Joker is just brilliant because it's not easy. It's not just go be something you want to be. He's not just a wacky guy. There's something there that's different. And where the silliness is, those moments where he's staring at somebody and you can look into his eyes for a second, he brings out something in himself that you're like, oh, that's a scary guy. And he's not a scary guy at all. You look at Heath Ledger, just normal. He's actually, everyone's like, he's hot. Smiling, big Mr. Teeth, they used to call him, right? Big old smiles. He literally just with his cannons and what he decided to do alone, it was just, oh my goodness. When he's looking at Harvey Dent and he pulls the coin up and goes like that, and he's just like, oh, now we're talking, But the look in his eyes with him, you're like, that's a guy that's a scary individual. Because that's a guy that you feel like you might be able to negotiate with, but there's no negotiating. He's going. It's his plan. It's what he's doing. And he plays that juxtaposition so well. The speech at the end is brilliant. One of the absolute best scenes in any superhero movie in general is the interrogation scene between him and Batman in that movie. Just that scene alone, I could have said for the last round, but I left it. Gordon in this movie, the twists in this movie, the Gordon dying, but he's not really dead. I mean, there is just so much in this movie that is just so brilliant. And the fact that Two-Face, his rampage is overnight. It's not like a Two-Face that he's mad at everybody and he's going to go do all this stuff. No, I'm just going to go rob banks and make jokes like Tommy Lee Jones. No, we don't get that Two-Face. We get a Two-Face that he's upset. He's probably dying anyways, because look at his face. People die from that kind of stuff, infection and all that. He's out there like, no, this is what I'm going to do. By chance, if you had anything to do with this, I'm going to flip a coin and you're going to die or not. And that little end there where they're sitting there and Gordon's on the ground. He said, no, don't leave the boy alone. Punish me. And he puts the gun to the boy. He says, I am punishing you. It's like, man, that is like, whew, you want to talk about going the limits with it. I'm telling you.
Okay.
I love WandaVision. And it's great, and it's got that stuff. But levels-wise, Dark Knight just takes it. That's the problem with that movie.
I think
it is just there.
These two projects are really class acts in and of their own. They're just on different spectrums of like storytelling.
I agree.
If you're talking about grief and perseverance and love loss and trying to rebuild what you've lost, WandaVision takes the cake with every episode having those layers.
Batman touches on that too, though.
Batman touches on it, but
it's not his theme, though.
But
it's there. That's Bruce's story in it, right? This whole, but it could be me, Bruce. I could pick you. Well, but you're Batman. So I pick him, and then she's going to pick him anyways. And, guess what happens to her?
Yeah.
Boom.
Dead.
And you know what? That is genius. But what's even more genius about it is he doesn't give him the letter that says that. So it's something that now Bruce doesn't know how to move on, even though what was the right thing to do, right? Like, I'm telling you, there's a level of genius you're talking about in Dark Knight that Wanda's Vision doesn't have. I'm not saying WandaVision doesn't have all those metaphors. It does. It's really good. And like I said, it's my favorite of their TV show stuff. I think it should have been her movie, plain and simple. They lost an opportunity to make a movie that could have just transitioned awesome into all that cool stuff. But anyways, yeah, Nolan is just a genius filmmaker, and it shows in that Dark Knight movie. I think it's the reason why it's the best out of the three as well. So right. Sorry, I got to stick with it. But, I mean, if we have to, we can flip a coin. But I think I understand it's not an easy decision, but.
So I guess I will cave and really, I do agree. The Dark Knight is such an amazing film that I'm sorry, WandaVision, but maybe if WandaVision was a movie and there is I can't even say I would improve WandaVision because it was really great in and of itself. But in comparison to just this movie,
2 good watches though, guys.
Honestly,
great movie night. Wouldn't it be great?
Yeah.
Commit to the WandaVision show for a couple hours, 2-3 hours, or however long it takes.
Yep.
And then watch Dark Knight.
Good.
The night.
Winner of tournament. I don't know what that's called.
Tournament movies
is The Dark Knight. Yay!
Yeah. Fireworks.
All right, so thank you guys for joining in on this one. Now, Ike, let's take it away with a couple hot takes.
All right, so what we're going to do is just talk a couple hot takes, see what you think. None of these I'm married to. I'm just curious, going to throw them out there, and we're just going to see if we get them. And if we hard disagree, we'll have a nice little talk about it. If we're just kind of on the edge, we'll just move on. So this might go quick or it might take a minute. We'll see how it goes, guys. We're just going to react to some that I found online that a lot of others are talking about. So I think I'm going to start with the first one right here is worst MCU movie of all time is Ant-Man Quantumania.
3, 2, 1. Disagree.
Yeah, disagree.
Brave New World. Captain America Brave New World.
That movie is awful.
That movie takes the cake. That movie was like Quantumania, step aside, hold my beer. Let me show you how a crappy movie is to be made.
And you know what's sad is there's not a lot in Quantumania I can think of that's better, but it just is.
Well, it didn't let. No offense to Ant-Man, but you're now taking Captain America's name.
Yeah.
And you're putting it in the mud. Ant-Man is Ant-Man. And like I said, no offense to Ant-Man, but you were trying to take a big swing of Ant-Man and you missed. Captain America Brave New World did not have to go down that road.
Yeah, it's perfect. You nailed it right there. And Ant-Man was a big swing with characters you can do a big swing with, because really it's kind of like we're not married to it. Captain America was a promise that was not delivered.
Captain America's big swing was Winter Soldier, and that was a home run, and they continued it on from there. This drops her right back down.
Yeah, and the worst part is they have their Captain America. They put him in a different movie.
Yep.
Sorry, guys. I know out there everyone thinks, why should Bucky, not Bucky? But watch Thunderbolts and tell me he's not doing all the Cap stuff.
Yep. I agree. So that was easy hot take. What's the next one?
But that is one that's out there because that's, some people really like the other one. I haven't met one person yet, but there's people out there. So Guardians of the Galaxy actually has fooled us and is top 5 worst MCU movie. When I heard that hot take.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Disagree.
DC. Yeah, I disagree. DC. DC. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew this one would be easy too, but there's one that's on the internet. People are talking about this. I listened to a guy for 15 minutes talk about how he thinks Guardians of the Galaxy actually is dog shit, and we just think it's good. And it's like, I'm having a hard time following him.
I have some of my personal pet peeves of Guardians, and you have some too that are the opposite of mine. But I think we both could agree that's not one.
It is not
one
in
of
the
the
top
top
5.
5 worst.
No way.
No, I wouldn't say it's top 5 greatest, but it's definitely not the worst. It's right smack dab in the middle, middle.
Somewhere in the high middle, yeah.
Yes, yeah. So, all right, what's the next
one?
one?
This one might have some talking. I know how you're going to feel about it. Eternals and Multiverse of Madness are equally as good.
3, 2, 1. Disagree. Who thinks that? I'm sorry. Eternals might have been a hard pill to swallow when it happened because of the pacing is different than other movies, but Multiverse of Madness was madness.
Yeah.
That was character assassination on every level to almost everyone. Eternals was just a brand new flavor of the MCU. We got to see what would the Justice League be like in Marvel, and that's when you got the Eternals. And I don't know, Eternals gets too much hate. Eternals gets too much hate. That is one project I would love to see a sequel to because they set up a sequel perfectly for it. Mm-hmm. And they set up the sequel, guys, realize this. They set up the sequel for Eternals 2 the same way you could play out Avengers Infinity War. They had them split up where you could get the moment of them to shine in 2 or 3 different spots.
Yep.
That is the best way to do an ensemble of 10 characters like that. Mm. So I feel bad we're not going to see Judgment Day that Arishem said at the end of that. Multiverse of Madness. What they did to Wanda. Oh my God. They did not. And they even admit we never watched WandaVision. How are you going to do a follow-up to Wanda's story without watching WandaVision? You literally crapped on all of what made WandaVision so amazing for us. Then you killed her at the end. She has no chance of redemption. What the hell did you do to her? Sorry. That.
I feel the passion. I feel the same way.
She is my girl. You messed her up.
Here's what I will say. When I first read this, I knew you were going to be that passionate. I knew it. That's why I'm like, this one's going on there. I will say, though, I did give it some thought, though. It wasn't a quick answer for me, which I know you're probably like, you son of a...
It's okay.
Here's why. Because and this is what will be more interesting. It'll make more sense when we get there. When we do our retrospective of Multiverse of Madness, the sad thing you're going to find out is there's so many things that we're going to be like, that is awesome.
Yes.
And then we're going to be like, why is it in this damn movie?
Yes.
And I think that's what I was struggling with. I'm like, Eternals is good. I just don't know if the highs of Eternals is as good of any of the highs that they actually did have in my Multiverse of Madness. But ultimately, I come down on the Eternals because as a project and as a whole, it's good. When Multiverse of Madness lets you down constantly.
I think that's the thing. A Multiverse of Madness had so many missed opportunities.
Yes.
And
there's some great scenes.
When they were high, those scenes. But in whole, it brought all those highs down, where at least the highs in the Eternals, they stayed at a certain pace when you got to the whole movie at large.
Yeah, and you're right. I think that's just it. Doctor Strange could have been.
It could have been
that could have been an easier statement.
You know what's funny? When we watched No Way Home, we got to the end credits and we thought, what can they top this? Because this is like back to peak Marvel from Avengers Infinity War and Endgame time with No Way Home. Their post-credit scene was a trailer to Multiverse of Madness. We immediately thought, oh my gosh, they're going all in on this multiverse stuff. We immediately thought we're going to get something to supersede No Way Home. And instead, we got that.
Like a soft touch, and that's it. And then it didn't make any sense.
It didn't make sense. Why call it Multiverse of Madness without really exploring the multiverse?
Yeah, and then assassinating one of your more favorite characters.
Yes.
But then at the same time, giving her some of the best stuff she's done.
Some of her acting is the best I've ever seen it.
The movie is so complicated for that reason.
Elizabeth Olsen deserved to at least have been nominated for Best Actress that year, because that was amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's going to be an interesting retro, guys. You're going to find out. It's like going to be, it's weird because we're going to be gushing and then give it a 2. You know what I mean? It's
right?
Be like,
yes.
Wait, didn't you guys just love this movie? It's like, we like this part.
We like some scenes, but in whole, yikes.
Yeah.
All right, next
I agree with that. Ooh. The Snyder Cut is the worst thing to happen to the DC universe.
Now, is this DC universe as in
just the DC movies? Just the
movies?
Yep.
All right. I got my answer. 3, 2, 1. Agree.
Wow. I thought I was going to go the other way. I'm surprised.
So,
it's probably the same reason. Thank God.
Snyder Cut is a masterclass of how to do a movie right, because you have the comparison of what they did opposites during that whole shenanigans. And it really should be a case study for film goers in school.
I agree.
It really should be. But it was too good. And the DC universe, or as we knew it at that time, the Snyderverse, had ended. Yeah. This was just a way to appease the fan base that kept growing and saying, give us a Snyder Cut because we know it exists. Thanks to Zack Snyder, we knew it exists. So once they did it, Warner Brothers, one of the worst decisions they ever made and one of the best decisions they ever made is they caved. And they gave him $20 million extra to film those extra couple scenes and finish up the visual effects. It's a masterclass movie, an amazing movie, but you probably should have never released it.
Yeah, and that's just it. I agree with you. My thoughts are right on the same
I'm happy I got to see it, but for the universe as a whole, like your question was, no.
All you did was solidify how much you effed up the other stuff.
Exactly.
And it made everybody go, that's why you should have let Zach cook.
Yep.
Because
yes.
I'm not a fan of him, but they should have let him make what he made.
You now made Zack Snyder like the martyr of the DCEU.
Yeah, of that part of it.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
You destroyed what you did by doing that. And
yep. You showed your hand.
Again, I applaud to Zach because I'm not a fan of his stuff, but that is brilliant stuff, what he did in that movie.
Which makes me wanted to have seen what the future he would have done with them, whether it would have been great or not. We've been deprived of that because of all the shenanigans behind the scenes.
Yeah, and then he went on to prove to everybody that they're wrong about Jared Leto's Joker in a 1.5-minute scene.
Yeah, 1.5 compared to a whole movie.
Guys, if you just gave it the time and you let David Ayer make his movie, or you let Jared do another part in another movie with the Joker, you'd have seen this come through, because that's what his goal was.
And the problem is, we know there's more footage of Suicide Squad,
that has this stuff in it.
Yes, but because of how this was done for Zack Snyder's Justice League, we know too for certain they'll never see the light of day.
I will defend Jared Leto alone in anything he does to the end of time, because any movie that's failed with him in it's never been his fault, for one, and for two, he isn't a bad Joker. He's not a bad Joker.
He just had a bad
script. Might not be my most favorite, obviously, but he's not bad, and I think he could have been awesome if he was given a chance. But regardless, they definitely was like, they're just like, yeah, let's appease the fans, we'll get some more views and all that. But ultimately what ended up happening was it made the fans watch it and turn back at them and said,
Lord, did you
not think that we're going to be like, you cut this guy?
Yep. Mm-hmm. You made people that weren't really fans of Zack Snyder or cared enough be like, what the hell were you doing?
I'm one of them. I'm not a big fan of the guy. I still am not too excited about anything he's got.
I'm not a Snyder bro.
But that freaking movie, that was 4-hour masterpiece is what it is.
Yeah, that made me sad on his behalf to be like, look, he was building a universe. You kept intermingling and stopped him. And then at the most, you know how much of a jerk you have to be? His daughter dies, he takes a break, and you decide to redo the whole movie with a different director? That I'm sorry. Anyone who made those decisions, you're a-holes for doing that. The poor man's daughter just died. And look at the masterpiece he was making anyways in the midst of that. Goodness gracious. I hope Kevin Feige never does that to somebody.
No matter what you Batman purists out there say, Ben Affleck is freaking awesome.
He is amazing.
And I'm like, why do we not have his Batman movie?
I think a lot of it has to do with that behind-the-scenes crap of that. Because
Ben had his back.
Yeah.
Is what it come down to.
And Ben was going to direct, produce, and do the Batman movie. And it would have been amazing.
He's a stand-up guy. Yep. He's like, they screwed you.
You're deprived of that, too.
His Boston come out of him, and he said, F them. That's truly. I give Ben a lot of credit for walking away.
Yeah.
Because that's a hell of a role, and he knows that people love it. Just a lot of people do more than hate it, but there's a lot of weirdos out there that hate it. But, like, he stood behind him, and yeah. Okay, cool.
All right. How many more hot takes we got left?
2, and they're both real quick. Okay. So right now, the MCU has a more promising future than the DCU.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Agree.
Disagree.
Oh, boy. Okay. You say yours first, and I'll tell you mine.
Here's why. I think the MCU is about 2 movies away of being bad movies to losing a lot of viewers. When I think the DC is still building. I think we got stuff that's meh in the DCU. Regardless of what I think of Superman, that was a hit. Everybody loves it. The high majority love Superman. I get it. I watch it. It's actually not bad. It's good. It's good. It's just not my cup of tea. And same with Supergirl. But if we do Clayface and we get into a Batman movie or whatever's coming next, and this Lantern show is awesome, what I'm saying is James Gunn's got room to maneuver and fix whatever does kind of come and get there. We get to Doomsday and it sucks. MCU's in trouble. One movie. They've put themselves in a spot where you're going to get guys like me are going to look at it and say, you have just one movie up bad, real bad. We're going to have a problem. Especially an Avengers movie. I think that's actually, I'll say it's because of the Avengers movies coming up. They got to nail them.
I agree with that.
Because so far, we've not had a bad Avengers movie to the point where we wish it didn't happen. We got critiques of Ultron, but ultimately it passes. It passes the test, right? We got critiques of it. First one's fantastic. Second one, okay. Let's change directors because this guy's going to ruin a third. Then we get the 3 and 4 Avengers. Amazing, right? We've had some stumbles now, a couple big ones. Some of that distrust is gone. The plus shows, plus this, and the multiverse stuff, and who's won, no big bad, the controversies, and we're like, oof. And now we got Doomsday, and we're hyped. And if it falls short, man, it's going to be a loud crash. Kaboom. And it might not be over. It might not be like they lose everybody. But I will tell you, it's going to be a real rebuilding process. If they mess up Doomsday, it's going to be the first bad Avengers movie. And it's going to be a big one in a spot that they're already kind of, like I told you, every time we got the Fantastic Four, what did I say? Boy, if Fantastic Four is good, we'll be back on track. We watched it, and it is. It's great. One of my favorites. And then we still looked at each other and go, I still got a weird feeling. So let's hope Spider-Man's good. You know what I mean? And look, we're going to love it. We're going to go and you're going to have a different opinion when we go again. Mm-hmm. You're going to feel better. You're going to love it. And I still have that. What's happening in Doomsday? You know what I mean? Like, so they've just lost my trust slowly enough to where I feel it there. When James he's got to prove to me yet that he's going to give us bad stuff. Because mediocre and good is fine, but bad is not.
So my rebuttal to that would be, ironically, the reverse of what you said in the beginning. You said that we are 2 movies away in Marvel to losing a lot of viewers, a lot of fans. I think that DC I'm actually going to agree with John Campea on this.
Ooh.
I think the DC is 2 movies away. If they keep up with I know he's building, but the stuff that he's trying to put on in comparison to taking the big swings to help us firmly establish his universe, he's 2 movies away from losing his job.
I'm sorry. That's a typical Campea jumping the gun thing.
He's prioritizing shows like Clayface, the potential of a Deathstroke and Bane movie.
Here's the thing. We can speculate whether they might be good or not, but the sound of it, we can't say that's what it is, because that's the thing that Campea does sometimes, and other people do. That, yeah, to you and I, we did never pick Clayface. You know, we did never pick the other ones either. But we haven't seen a bad movie yet. A bad movie where we're like, what the hell was that? We haven't. We just haven't. So I'm talking about proof is in the pudding. I think they're committed to him until he makes garbage is when you're going to be in trouble. But he hasn't made garbage yet. Clayface could be garbage. We go watch it and be like, what the F was this piece of crap? What were you thinking? Until that happens, though. The thing is, though, it has happened in the MCU a few times now.
Supergirl didn't get as great ratings. I haven't personally seen it yet, and I know the Super family isn't our taste anyways, but if you're just comparing some of the numbers out there, the Man of Steel movie under Zack Snyder made more than the David Cornsweet James Gunn one, and I'll get it. That's a big swing for another Superman take and things like that. The follow-up to Superman, Supergirl, underperformed drastically.
See, now here's the thing. You're comparing money to what people think of it, and then you're going back to what people think of it to money. It's which one's going to make the difference then. So Man of Steel made more money than Superman. Awesome. But Superman's got better reviews than Man of Steel. So Supergirl makes less money than Superman, but none of the reviews say it's garbage. They're just saying it didn't hold up to the standard what they thought was going to be of Superman. But a lot of them say if you put it as one big movie, it's actually really good. So they're not saying the movie sucks, just nobody went and watched it. And I think that James made that clear from the start, that our first few movies, our first few projects is going to be more quality than actual revenue. He even went out on a limb and said, I wish I had the interview, I could quote it, saying Superman doesn't need to break bank. It just needs to be good. And he accomplished that. And why he's saying it is because they are in a place of rebuilding where they destroyed themselves with the DCU, like our last topic, and he's rebuilding, and they're committing to the fact, how do you do it? And he says, well, you're going to have to eat some money first, because you just got to put the money into making something good. We'll get something good, and they'll come back to the seats. And yeah, okay, Supergirl's the first time that you could say, oh boy, I don't know, that's not quite working. And I can't speak to it because I haven't seen the movie. But from what I watch, any of the reviews I watch, I don't hear people really talking that bad about it. They're just saying, yeah, it's meh. But,
okay.
I mean, I get it. I understand. I think this is a tough one. I don't think we need to pick a side.
Yeah,
I think it's just a matter of how we feel about it. I'm not trying to talk into it, but that's where I'm coming from with it. I think there's more proof that Marvel's made crap than James has made crap. That's all I'm saying. And with that, yeah, we can speculate all day about what's coming. And I say that about Doomsday. I hope it's good. If it's good, it's going to be great. If Clayface is really bad, it might be a different conversation. If Doomsday's really good, I'll be like, yeah, I was wrong. But I do think, truthfully, it's more of a letdown if Doom is bad than it is if Clayface is bad.
That's true. I agree to that.
They can heal from that. That is different. That's a wound that's going to be tough.
Well, we know that's different because Doomsday, we know why they've pivoted from King to Doom and how this whole thing has gotten really messy. They had to go to their big guns, their big villain, their big directors, their big everything, because they need this to be successful.
That's right.
They know that.
They know it.
Whereas James Gunn, I agree, he's in this infancy stage still. He's only 2 movies in. This will be his 3rd movie coming out.
And he's not in anywhere close to talking about Justice League, which is brilliant, smart.
I also think that, yes, I agree that Marvel at this point has had more slip-ups than James Gunn. But again, James Gunn's just going into 3 movies. Marvel's going into 33.
Yeah.
So it's like within 33.
Marvel's got more to lose. in my opinion. What if it's garbage? You know, it's all, and yeah. I'm just saying next project, not next project. Doomsday, Clayface.
If you're just doing next project, then yes, Marvel has more to lose than DC does.
And one's way more consequential than the other.
Mm-hmm. Because it's an Avengers
This can suck.
movie.
Clayface can suck, and we're still going to get a Batman movie.
Mm-hmm.
And people are going to be like, okay, maybe they can fix it. Doom sucks. Anything after it's going to be scrutinized, especially the next one. Because Doom sucks. How good can Secret Wars be? Oof. A sequel to a shit movie? That's awful. That's tough. Now, that can't be fixed.
Yeah.
And I doubt it. That's my point, as I'm saying I doubt it. But with it, though, I think that DC's or Marvel's in a different situation right now. They can afford to have a flop of it being one of their biggest.
I do think, though, and I this is one thing I do completely agree with John Campea on, is that James Gunn should start, instead of teasing us with these big names, he really should start putting them forward to firmly. I know I like that he's doing some of these niche characters, and I've always said since the beginning of talking about Guardians of the Galaxy 1, he's good at the niche characters, so I see he's doing what he's good at.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to mess up something he's good at.
I agree, and I think he's going to be great at the big ones, though, too. I think John is just falling under that category of people that if you do this, you're going to say this is why it's bad. But if you did this, you're going to say this is why it was good. Or maybe this is why it's bad. What I'm trying to say is, okay, he's saying all these cool ideas, so where are they? Well, hold on. Let's get a good script and you'll get it. That's why I'm thinking, okay, it makes me want to see Supergirl just to see if I agree with what they're saying. Because I completely understand why Superman is praised. It's good. He's great as Superman. It really is good. I just don't like Superman. So it's not something that moves my emotions. But it's good. It isn't. So, I mean, but yeah, I think that's kind of what it comes down to. So I feel like it's kind of like a talking on both sides of your mouth. If you're, well, start putting these out. It's like, well, slow down. Don't you want good ones? Are we going to do the same thing Marvel did? Do the same thing the DCEU did, was just rush. No, he's going to do it. But here's the thing. I think I agree with you a lot, though, that, yeah, this could lose in a hurry. James I think, is more fragile than the MCU. I think the MCU's got a better foundation and they have a better chance to do well, but I think they got more to lose. And I think that their future is not as bright as what his is. Because his is just, we're going to keep building onto something. Hopefully it's good. Theirs is like, they're kind of like at the top of the Jenga tower where it's decent, but there's a couple spots that make you a little nervous and it could fall over. Where he's like, if there's any mistakes, the first 3 levels is no big deal because up here is where it's going to count. See what I'm saying? Like, it's the analogy I'm going to use. I think that's what it comes down to, is he's got somewhere to go still, even if he has some flops. These guys can't afford much more. In fact, I still think if it's an Avengers movie that flops, I don't think they can afford that. I just don't think they can afford that, which makes, to me, their future seem scarier. These next 2 Avengers movies are awesome. This whole conversation is different. If these next 2 Avengers movies nail it, and we're like, yes, thank God the Russos did that, which I'm predicting is probably what's going to happen. Okay, I'm going to say it right now. If that's the case, then yeah, it's going to be like, of course, these guys, we can do another 20 years of these guys with good movies behind them, but with a bad movie behind them, it's a quick drop. So. All right. Anyway, let's do our last one real quick. This is an easy, quick, fast one. And then we will get into our main event.
Yeah.
That was a good conversation because I think we both have good points. And I think it's both valid. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I see why you say the MCU just has a thing about them that there's success there and somehow they'll make it. I just don't want to underestimate the weight of an Avengers movie, though. You know what I mean? And a good one to a bad one is, I think, a big difference, especially if I had nothing but good Avengers movies. So anyways. The Joker from DC should never have a set origin story.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Agreed. Yeah, I knew it.
Yeah.
All right.
No, that I feel like that's an easy agree. I love the ambiguity, the nuance of it, especially like look at how Heath Ledger played it off. You could tell 3 different stories, and who knows which one is even true or not. And it all was for the same purpose of just striking fear to someone.
Yep.
I love it. Yeah,
I agree with you 100%. I don't think
one.
he should. I know there's some comics that could get close to it. The Killing Joke is one of them that does their own little fun origin of him. And, if you want to do little side things, that's cool. But as for the movies, guys, your best bet is just be like, you know who he was before?
Doesn't really matter.
Not really sure. It's like even Jack Nicholson's is closer to an origin story than the rest of them. And it's still kind of like, yeah,
still ambiguous.
He's still kind of a bad guy to begin with. why he's the way he is. So, agreed.
Yeah.
I love it. That was a great one. A great conversation about the Marvel one though too. But yeah, that's good. That was an easy one. Nice little easy.
All right, all of our hot takes. We want you guys to comment in the comments below. Do you agree with Ike? Do you agree with me? Do you have your own disagreement or agreement? We want to know what you say in the comments below. We do read them. So
yes,
we are moving on now to our main event. Our retrospective of Captain Marvel 1. Here we go. All right, guys, we are on to our main event. We're going higher, further, faster, baby. We're going to be talking about Captain Marvel 1.
Our March to Doomsday.
Yes. Oh, this is going to be exciting. This is Marvel's first female-led superhero movie. Yeah. Ike, why don't you take it away with the history behind this film, and then we'll get on to it.
All right, guys. So, movie we're going to be doing is Captain Marvel. Release date is March 8th, 2019. Main cast, Brie Larson, Samuel Jackson, Gemma Chan, Ben Mendelsohn, so good. Annette Bening, is it Lashana Lynch?
Yep.
And Jude Law, another phenomenal actor.
Oh.
Anyway, history behind the film, guys. Okay, the development of Captain Marvel marked another major milestone for Marvel Studios as it became the MCU's first female-led film after more than a decade of interconnected storytelling. Although fans had long called for a solo movie featuring Carol Danvers, Marvel waited until Phase 3, believing the MCU first needed a strong foundation before introducing one of its most powerful heroes. The project gained momentum after the success of the film, like Wonder Woman, demonstrated the commercial viability of female-led superhero blockbusters. Though Marvel had already announced Captain Marvel in 2014, by the time filming began in early 2018, the MCU had become the biggest franchise in Hollywood and was preparing to conclude the Infinity Saga with Avengers Endgame. Directors Anna Boden and Ryan Fleck were chosen because Marvel admired their characters-focused, independent films and believed they could ground Carol Danvers' emotional journey within a cosmic adventure rather than telling a traditional superhero origin story. The filmmakers chose to structure the film as a mystery with Carol gradually uncovering her forgotten past while questioning everything she believed about the Kree-Skrull War. At the time, Brie Larson was one of Hollywood's most respected performers. Having won the Academy Award for Room in 2016, she underwent extensive physical training for the role, learning martial arts, weightlifting, and military-style conditioning, and even visited Nellis Air Force Base to meet fighter pilots and better understand Carol's background as an Air Force officer. Samuel Jackson, returning one of his largest MCU roles as a younger Nick Fury, made possible through groundbreaking digital de-aging technology that kept Jackson appearing decades younger throughout nearly the entire film. Ben Mendelsohn joined as Talos. Jude Law portrayed, am I saying his name right, Yon-Rogg?
Yep.
Okay. And Annette Bening played the reimagined Marvel. Filming took place primarily in California and Louisiana. with many Earth scenes embraced a nostalgic 1990s aesthetic, complete with blockbuster video stores, dial-up internet, pagers, and contemporary music that helped distinguish the film from the rest of the MCU. One of Marvel's biggest creative decisions was rewriting Carol Danvers' comic book origin. In the comics, Carol gains her powers after an explosion involving the male Kree hero Mar-Vell, while their DNA becomes intertwined. Marvel Studios felt that origin relied too heavy on another hero and wanted Carol's story to focus on her own choices and determination rather than an accident centered on someone else. As a result, Mar-Vell was reimagined as Dr. Wendy Lawson, a Kree scientist secretly working on Earth, played by Annette Bening. Marvel also gender-swapping the character to streamline the story, reduce the number of new characters, and allow Carol's power to originate from the destruction of the light speed engine powered by the Tesseract, directly tying her origin into the Infinity Saga. This approach also connected Carol to the Space Stone and Nick Fury while simplifying decades of complex continuity into a narrative that better fit the established MCU. Another significant change involved the Skrulls. Traditionally portrayed in Marvel as one of the universe's primary villains, the Skrulls were instead presented as refugees fleeing Kree opposition. Their twist gave the film greater moral complexity and challenged both Carol and the audiences to question assumptions about heroes and villains. Oof, some YouTubers out there can't grasp that concept, though. Behind the scenes, Marvel invested heavily in practical stunt work, with Larson performing many of her own action sequences whenever possible. The production also made extensive use of practical fight training references in military consultations to accurately portray Air Force culture. One of the film's most beloved behind-the-scenes stories involved Goose the cat, whose scenes were performed primarily by 4 different cats, with visual effects added only when Goose revealed its true alien Flerken nature. Samuel L. Jackson later joked that acting opposite cats was one of the greatest challenges of the production. The de-aging technology used on Jackson and Clark Gregg as Phil Coulson represented another major technological achievement for Marvel, building upon techniques previously developed for films like Ant-Man and Captain America: Civil War. When Captain Marvel premiered in 2019, it became another enormous success for Marvel Studios. Critics praised Brie Larson's performance, the chemistry between Larson and Samuel Jackson, the 1990s setting, the film's willingness to subvert expectations surrounding the Kree-Skrull conflict, earning approximately 79% on Rotten Tomatoes from critics and around 45% from verified audiences on the current popcorn meter. Though audiences' reception became subject of significant online controversy at release, financially, however, the film was a massive triumph, grossing approximately $1.13 billion worldwide. I forgot it made that much. Against a production budget of $152 to $175 million, making it the first female-led superhero film to surpass the $1 billion mark. More importantly, Captain Marvel expanded the comic mythology of the MCU, redefined the Skrulls' role within the franchise, explained the origins of Nick Fury's Avengers Initiative, and introduced Carol Danvers as one of the universe's most powerful heroes just in time for a pivotal appearance in Avengers Endgame.
Wow. All right. So, with all that said, guys, I'm going to read the official synopsis then. Carol Danvers becomes one of the universe's most powerful heroes when Earth is caught in the middle of a galactic war between 2 alien races. All right. So, let's break down this guy.
Let's jump into this. This was a fun movie to watch. I only got to watch it the one time, but I got my reasons, and we'll talk about it. So,
okay. All right. Well, I'll read Act 1, and we'll go from there then. All right. So, Veers, known as Carol Danvers, but Veers at the time, trains as an elite Kree Star Force soldier under Jan Rog while having fractured memories of a past. She and her team are sent on the mission to rescue a spy on planet Torfa. Goes wrong. She is captured by the Skrull leader Talos, who probes her mind for lost memories. Veers escapes her captors and crash lands in a Los Angeles Blockbuster video store in 1995, drawing the attention of rookie S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Nick Fury. All right, so what worked for you?
Okay, so I feel like we're going to be off together on this one, unfortunately.
Oh, boy.
But I will say what works for sure, okay? First of all, I'm just going to go right off the bat and talk about Nick Fury. That de-aging stuff is fantastic in this movie.
Oh, my.
It might be the best. I mean, I loved Hank Pym and the others, but this is like dependent on a lot of the movie.
Yes.
And other than him still kind of walking like he's an older man still, but that's the thing about that they can't really fix. It's almost seamless, you know. I think it helps that Sam Jackson looks good. But you can de-aging him probably wasn't as hard as you think. With some of the other actors look a lot older, but no, I think the de-aging is fantastic and it fits, and I never feel like it takes me out. Which you think sometimes it could, then sometimes it kind of takes me out in a positive way where I'm like, wow, it is really good, because you just know it is, right? I like that the movie starts out with her already having her power, though.
Yep.
This approach of she's already powerful, and now we're going to find out how she got there and all the secrets that come with it. Is smarter, because it's not something that they do often in these kinds of movies. So it's a good way to start, and it's a good way to really get your attention fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, because once it starts turning, it kind of turns into a little bit of a mystery movie. I wish it kept that aesthetic more, but that's going to be more when we get into Act 2 and on. So I think the action is I think it's really good. I like the beginning opening sequences with like the war stuff, showing the different the aliens, the Skrull, the Skrulls and the Kree. I like that stuff. I do like the buildup. I think this buildup is good. It makes me wonder what's going on in this universe and why this took this long to get to. But then once you do kind of realize and sets in that it's taking place at a certain time, it's actually real fun, because you feel like I can step out of the MCU a little, even if you're not really stepping out of the MCU. You don't feel like you're congested with present day, when you're on the heels of a movie that's massive that's coming in between one that was just massive, you know what I mean? And you share the screen with another movie that, yeah, let's be honest, Ant-Man was, out. It was a mid movie, right? It was mid to low. So this movie had a lot going. I didn't realize how much it made. I forgot that it was that much of a success. I'm actually surprised, to be honest with you, that it's that much of a success. So that's what worked for me so far when I talk about this movie. I don't really have anything too specific to kneel in on. I think right off the bat, though, the chemistry between Samuel Jackson and Brie Larson is very good.
Oh, yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
How about Sam? What about for you? What worked for you?
I too love the mystery opening that they gave, with making it look like you're seeing her get her powers, but you're not really sure what the heck's going on. And I love how that throughout the movie gets explained. And you start seeing it and come to realize it as she's coming to realize it too. I think that's really smart, because now we're going on the journey with her to find out who she really is and to see that payoff at the end. I love that. I think I really do. I like this movie. I like it more than I thought I originally did. And I think that had to do with a lot of the behind-the-scenes drama during the promotional tour of this movie, where Brie Larson made some unwise word choicings when she was talking about the press. And I think what happened is it got a little misconstrued. And then, of course, the negative parts of the internet that's looking for something negative, they finally had a bone to chew on. And I think that's where you got a strong reaction online, at least, that was, in my opinion, a little uncalled for. And I actually I give credit to Brie Larson as an actress. Since that time, she's learned how to still be herself, but not put this negative spin on herself. And that's something that some actors, unfortunately, never learn. some of them even double down on it and make them a little more irritating in that regards. Brie has taken the opposite approach, and I've personally seen that and online, and I think that that's played out in her favor, more so for favorability. But regardless, this movie still made over $1 billion.
Yeah.
So no matter what anyone online was saying about her negatively at the time, it did not affect those box office numbers. And this comes off of, think about it in this way. Yes, Avengers Infinity War made $1 billion. We understood that was going to make $1 billion. It was that monumental. Ant-Man and the Wasp did not, and that came directly after that. So this movie wasn't a guaranteed $1 billion. We knew it was going to be a good number because Ant-Man and the Wasp was a good number, and this is still in the golden era of Marvel where they were higher numbers all the time. But for this one to make $1 billion, that was pretty monumental for Marvel.
Yeah.
And I am actually very happy that it did work out that way for them, because it did show that we can tell interesting stories with female characters and they can make as much as the men, because it knocks that stereotype out that people would have that says that, and unfortunately some people, especially of an certain generation, would have still thought that women couldn't make as much as men or be that profitable or that valuable. And I think that this movie was like that one, and Wonder Woman that came right before it that showed, no, you just tell a good story with a good female heroine and you will, there is no divide like that. And so I think that was good for this movie in particular, and for future MCU projects that would get with more female-led centric movies, I would say.
Can I speak on the controversy stuff real quick?
Yeah.
I remember when this was out, and I remember that stuff. It did affect me a little, not as much as like the Supergirl stuff that come out recently, but it's similar to that. I think Brie is someone that has a lot of opinions. And I think she's someone that likes to, is not shy of being honest about those. Mark Ruffalo is the same way, you know? And I think it's okay. I mean, whether we agree or not, I can't even remember specifically what she was talking about. I do know it has something to do with women in film and, the equal rights of all that stuff, which obviously, I mean, there's nothing clearly, guys, you should be... what are we talking about here, right?
The controversy from, and I remembered this when I was doing my research on this movie, was she made a comment on the press tour of, she had so many, in her words, white young men that were asking her questions more than a diversity in
and that's my issue with that, with these Hollywood folks. Okay, is I think they have a lot to say that actually is coming from a real good, compassionate place. The problem is getting across what it is they're trying to say ends up not sounding like a particularly thing that they're really trying to root for, but more of a weird complaint that doesn't make a lot of sense. So in retrospective, I think her saying it like that felt more like an insult than a pointing out a problem. And when you do that, you make people go, well, wait a minute.
Yeah,
so
she wasn't.
I could still be a white guy with a voice and have questions.
Yeah,
I understand that you're concerned about the lack of diversity, but that's all you had to say. You didn't have to make it sound like it's bad that I did.
Yeah,
and I think that's what the problem we run into with this stuff is. Like, and I, even on the other end of it, whether I agree with her or not, which we're not going to get, it's not that kind of podcast. Whether we agree with each other or not, I wouldn't even approach an argument with someone of just automatically saying, well, look at you, you can't have an opinion. You're the problem. And that's what it felt like. And it's like, no, that's not the problem. Diversity is the problem that we don't have in the thing. And unfortunately, I kind of disagree with her on that. If I do dare say something political on here, I will say this. I do think that there is a pay inequality that needs to be fixed. I agree with that, because it's been proven that women have been underpaid in film. I agree. I 100% agree. Change that. That's dumb. I don't know why people are still doing that. It's stupid. If you're doing a good job and you lead a movie, you should get paid just like anybody else. I think anything you do, if you're good at it, you get paid for it. That's how I feel about it. I don't care what you look like. I don't care what race or sex you are. If you do a good job at your job, you should get paid for it. equal to someone doing just as good a job. So with that said, when they say it in the guise of women just don't get a chance, it kind of bugs me, because it's kind of equal to like the whole Black Panther thing where, oh, look, finally a black man gets to lead a superhero movie. No one watched Blade, I guess. You know what I mean? And like with her, it's like, yeah, don't act like women don't get these roles, because they do. There are a lot of leading women from a long time ago. 1978, guys, Aliens, 1991 and 1991 and 1986 or 84, both Terminator movies, Terminator and Terminator 2. It's heavy female-led, fantastic. Okay, yeah, I mean 2 out of thousands. There's a bunch I'm not going to name because I'll be here all day.
But the point
with that said, they're not paid equally, and that needs to change. But I never heard that. All I heard was no one gives women a chance, and white people or white young men is the more I'm seeing talking about it, and not enough diversity. And it just feels like an attack, and it just doesn't come off well. And I think she has done a good job at walking back, realizing, okay, maybe this isn't how we approach this conversation. And I think Hollywood does this a lot. A lot of celebrities do this, where they say some things, and it's like, is that what you meant to say? Or are you just trying to get a rouse? Because she got a response, and the response was, what's the real problem? Young white men or the lack of diversity? Because it's different, right? There's a difference there. So
I do agree that I think that she probably in her perspective, this is the biggest project she's ever undertaken up until this point. And so there is a lot more eyes, and I think she now has entered a new realm of fandom where, unfortunately, girls were not into comic books like guys were.
That's also true.
And I think girls have gotten more into comic books, especially as there's been more of a, dare I say, diversity in the comics itself. I think that you've gotten a lot more of a bigger fan base, and you do get females that listen to comics, read comics, watch comics, everything involving comics. And now you've entered into this new medium of storytelling in movies where you can get young, old, it does not matter. Even if you didn't know the comics, you're just there to enjoy a really good sci-fi movie. So I think that what happened was kind of like a little stark reality of, she sees that there is not as much diversity in that sector of Hollywood, and she was trying to raise awareness, but in doing so, she said it in the trigger words or in the wrong way that she didn't know that you would start a controversy, and it did. I don't think she did this intentionally to cause drama to the movie or herself. I think it was, hey, I see a little bit of an inequality here. Why are all these white men coming and asking me questions? Why am I not seeing any women? Why am I not seeing any brown people? And at the time, I'm sure now a lot of that has changed to a degree, but
I don't know. We're talking at
2018.
Yeah, no, I think she was off the mark. I think she should have been more clear about what she was trying to say.
Yeah.
Can you imagine, just put yourself in the position of the guy that sat down and you're just a young white guy doing your job. It's like, wait a minute, I didn't push nobody out of the way for this. Somebody gave me this job. I'm good at what I do. When you look back at the line, it's don't talk to America about why these guys aren't hiring other people. Don't make all white men feel like they can't do this if someone else doesn't look different is doing it. That's a problem. You know what I mean? And then, like I said, I know I'm showing my politics a tad, but I
do agree.
To me, it's true. It's like I think now we do see that diversity more so, but is it at the expense of? Is it really diversity right now, or is it at the expense of making a lot of people feel bad enough to just make it happen? Because
one thing we've talked about on this podcast before, I think in our last episode, I know mentioned it a couple of times, is that Hollywood seems to struggle with the whole diversity thing in and of itself.
I agree.
Where if it's not diversity of skin color, it's diversity of thought. And now you may get a more fair balance when it comes to the outer appearance and physical characteristics, but the diversity of thought is not prevalent anymore.
No, it's not.
And actually, if you think differently than someone else, you're more scrutinized or blacklisted or get less projects, or in some of a sense, get paid less than other people would, just because you may click a couple boxes, but you don't click the one that they all want you to be on.
Yeah.
And I think that's just a cultural thing in Hollywood in general that they need to fix.
Unfortunately. I mean, we see it with Chris Pratt. We see it with a lot of people.
Yeah.
You know, Chris is great. Everything's fine until all of a sudden they realize he's a Christian that eats his own meat. And it's like, now it's, oh, well, let's fire him. It's like, wait a minute. He's just being who he is. And you wouldn't know if he didn't tell you.
But for this movie, one of the things I'm going to say is I'm going to give her a pass on this because this is the culture that she's in.
Yeah.
And I think that this is one of the reasons why a lot of people would say Hollywood gets a little out of touch with the rest of the world, is because this is the bubble that they live in. So if they want to all reflect on the bubble that they live in, they would make comments like this and not think twice. And now she, I believe, and to her credit, has realized, okay, there is a different way to approach this.
Yeah,
and
she can still feel the same way,
she hasn't, since then, she's never done any controversy since then, which is, I can't say that about people like Mark Ruffalo or Meryl Streep or some of the other biggest names out there that are great actors in of themselves, but that's just them. And she took a different direction, which I applaud her for.
Actually, I have heard some of the stuff she has said, and it's more articulate, and you actually get what she means.
Yeah.
Instead of this random words of just...
Funny enough...
You know, it's like, oh, see, now I'm with you. I get what you're saying. The other thing just sounded like an insult. It didn't sound like...
Exactly. To my surprise, she was like the fan favorite of this whole Super Mario's universe movie, this last one of the tour.
That's right.
And Chris Pratt and all of them. She got along with everybody. And that was great to see. It'd be like, hey, that's not a stigma that's going to follow you around if you know. So I just had to say that out there. I do love you, Brie Larson. I think that
I think you're a fantastic actor.
Yeah. Oh, I loved her in Room, and I saw that before they announced her as this, and I thought, holy smokes, what a casting.
Yep.
Yeah. So anyways, what else worked for me is I loved actually this whole growth of her discovering who she is and also teaching her some humility in doing that, because she comes across as arrogant, but I think that's how she was written. That's not the actress, that's the character. And I think people sometimes can misconstrue that for good and bad reasons of actors and their characters. They can say, oh, she seemed very arrogant here. That's how Carol Danvers was.
Yeah.
And then her finding out more about herself, she gets brought down to another level. Then she realizes the inner power she actually has, and she gets brought back up. And that's why her sequel, when we get there, we'll get there, guys, was a huge letdown on her character development. But we'll touch upon that when we get there. Anyways, for this, I like the exposition of the Kree Skrull War.
Yep, me too.
I was very excited that they were doing this because we've already seen the Kree a couple of times now in the MCU. And obviously she's part of the Kree. I like how they did that here, where she's kind of like, she's been brought in, brainwashed in, and she's there. But now we're seeing a different side of the Kree as a civilization of conquerors, and they're claiming they're in a war that they may or may not have been. This is one of the things I want to say about this whole war thing in general, for comics comparison especially. The Kree Skrull War, whenever it's mentioned in the comics, is so interesting to me because from our perspective, both the Kree and the Skrulls are bad people. They are bad guys. Every member that they have in each one of them, they may have one or two that's like the rogue people, like the Marvel type characters. It's like, no, I actually want to look up the betterment for everybody. I just so happen to be Kree or just so happen to be Skrull. But the majority of them, they hate human guts. They hate them. And so this is the great example in this movie of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, but somewhat of my friend type thing.
Yeah, gotcha.
So at first, when I saw this movie a long time ago, I was a little jarred with thinking that the Skrulls are good guys or they're being portrayed as good guys. But I think that was supposed to be intentional for us to trust them. And then later on, they could have done a secret invasion type proper, not what we got, but an actual secret invasion storyline that would have furthered Carol's personal arc in you guys really are bad guys and deceitful, just like your shape-shifting abilities are this whole time.
Well, and it's always possible that there's a group of them that aren't.
Yeah.
You know, you can have refugees
you
from other
have,
places.
like I said, you have some rogue people that are good, but at the same time,
the majority of them may not feel the same way.
Exactly.
Just so happens to be the Kree is their biggest problem right now.
Yes.
You know, and it could be that makes sense. You know,
it was a great way of introducing the Skrulls. So
Absolutely,
I like this. I like Talos. I thought he's really cool, and I do like young Nick Fury.
Yeah, he's awesome.
I think I agree with you on the de-aging thing. The Michael Douglas thing, and like we saw in Ant-Man and the Wasp, what they do with Michelle Pfeiffer, really good de-aging, but for a whole movie doing it like this, holy smoke, Samuel L. Jackson looks good.
Yeah, he does.
He looked really good bald, and he looks good with hair.
Yeah, that's it.
Love
that's
it.
True. Yep.
Love it. Anyway, so yeah, I really liked this first act. I thought it was a great first act. And I wouldn't have said that years ago when I first watched it because I was so kind of married to a degree to the comic version of them. And I kept thinking, why'd you change it this way? But now in retrospect, watching it, be like, this is the best way to introduce her.
Yeah.
I actually admire it a lot more. So,
do you have a standout moment?
Yes, actually, the memory playback machine.
Yep, me too. I think that's cool. Yeah,
you know, and that is really cool technology
So
the
smart,
Skrull have. I don't know why we haven't seen that since then.
Good question.
I love, right? I love that you're hearing their commentary, and then they're like, "Wait a minute, let's play that back," and then they do, but it's an opposite way, and it's like it's so creatively done.
Yeah,
that is really that whole thing of that memory playback machine is really cool.
This was what's on what we're seeing on the background right now with the fight in the train was my other standout moment. I like
find the old lady Skrull.
Yeah, because when she punches her, we're just like, what? You know, it's like it's just it is such a fun, unique way of just having a good time.
And you know, what's funny about that scene is that's one of the only things I wrote down on what didn't work, and I'll explain what it is. When that old lady does those things and the people start holding Carol back, I'm thinking, why are you holding her back? Did you see what this old lady just did?
Wild.
There's no amount of Pilates that a 90-year-old lady like that could do that. I'm sorry. So I would let Carol do what she's going to do because there's something wrong with that old lady. That's demonic almost looking. If this wasn't a Marvel movie, I would have thought, holy smokes, exorcism is coming. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy stuff that lady did. Anyways.
I think something that didn't work for me so far is the Star Force thing. They feel a little underdeveloped, maybe, in this movie. I don't think they really ever give a lot of weight to them. So later, I don't really get that feeling of like, even though that she's, that the truth and all that comes out, there's still people that she was like, close to. And I didn't get that feeling later. There wasn't a loss on the other end of it. You know what I mean? And
I agree with that.
I think it's noticeable. I don't think it really destroys the movie, but definitely could have used a little more nuance there.
There's no camaraderie with all of them.
Yeah, when you think there should be, even though there's lies behind everything, these are still people that you're like part of. And you know what I mean?
These are your workmates,
Yeah, at some point there's going to be like, oh no.
I did appreciate though Gemma Chang when she said Minerva there. She said, "I never liked you," and be like, "Well, that makes sense because I actually can see that a little bit, the little female empowerment thing being like, no,
I agree with that too."
But anyways, no. Other than that. What would you score Act 1?
I'm going to give Act 1 a 7 out of 10.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. I gave it a 10 out of 10.
Oh, okay. Going big.
I really did like this. You're going to find that most of my ratings for this movie are a lot more favorable. And I think that's due to the retrospective of it for me personally.
Okay.
Because
it's because I'm the one that talked into liking it back in the day.
Yes. That's what I was about to say is that in the beginning when I saw this, I'm like, I'm really not so sure if I like this, but the more I watch it, this is for me, and I know we're going to get to that part in the scoring when we get there, but there is a rewatchability factor for me personally when I'm watching this. I'm like, this is one I could put on and not think about, and I just like it. So anyways, funny enough, this has a car chase scene of Nick Fury in it. It's not the best one, though. Winter Soldier was the best.
Oh, still it's the best. The gun and the thing.
Part of me was hoping they could have done a little bit of that here too and show the origins of his car chase scenes, but
yeah,
it's okay.
Or him saying, "I need a gun in this car."
I can't wait till I get bulletproof.
Yeah, I need some bulletproof. This car should be able to drive itself.
Right.
All that stuff. Yeah.
Anyways, why don't you read Act 2?
All right, Act 2 then, guys. Here we go. Varys and Fury track clues about her past to a secret military base, discovering she was once U.S. Air Force pilot Carol Danvers, presumed dead in 1989. They meet Maria Rambeau in Louisiana, where Varys, am I saying the name right?
Yeah, Veers,
right? I'm sorry. I don't know why I keep putting an A with the R there, but anyway, Veers learns the Skrulls are peaceful refugees. The Kree are the actual oppressors, and Dr. Wendy Lawson was actually Marvel. Carol, Nick, and Maria venture off with Talos and find Marvel's spaceship, which is hiding Skrull refugees. Jan Rog captures Carol and places her inside a virtual reality to face the Kree Supreme Intelligence, but Carol rejects their mental leash and fights back. Okay.
All right. Okay, so what worked for you?
So this twist actually works real well, I think. Why I say that is because, once again, this movie, I think we kind of brought this up already, but this movie is really good at, like, there's really no villain. You know, I think when we get to Act 3, we're going to talk about this more, I think. Mm-hmm. But this solidifies that, you know, at some point you're kind of like, okay, so wait a minute, who's the bad guy here, right? Mm-hmm. And there isn't really one. I mean, if there is one, it's this lie that's been told by, you know, the people she's working for.
Yeah, the Kree.
Yeah, the Kree themselves. So I guess technically the villain is a Kree, but what's unique is this story keeps going back to this core thing of it's about her figuring herself out and who she is and where she's from and what she's doing, you know? Mm-hmm. In fact, I love Jude Law in this part. Like, I think he plays this well because, like, you want to trust him. You like him. He's clearly no good. Mm-hmm. But he's really not no good, though. Like, he's, you know, he believes in this. He believes in their mission. Mm-hmm. But he also cares about her. Don't you think?
Yeah, I do. He is...
I mean, the mission's going to come first, which ultimately kind of figure that out.
Yeah, that's like his own version of patriotism to Hala and to the Kree Empire. I get it.
But he does. I don't think there's no pleasure in what he's doing with her. Do you get that from him? I know maybe when I'm watching it, I'm kind of, he's playing it very well in that it's business. It's what we got to do. But he'd rather her not, you know, be in the position she's in. He'd rather her just be with him in this. And
yeah, right? I see that, but I also see the manipulation aspect of it.
Oh, for sure.
You know, where he's, how do I say this properly? Because I don't want to say it wrong, but it's this very, like, he knows obviously where she came from.
That's right, yeah.
And so he doesn't want her to realize that. And he also knows that she harnesses the Soul Stone's power and energy within her, which is very unique.
He's treading this line of knows the truth, hiding it from her, definitely will do whatever it takes to make sure she doesn't figure it out. And if she does, he's willing to do whatever it takes, basically. But I think he's always liked that she was there. Like, he's like the bad guy that is kind of like, oh, but I'm kind of friends with this person I'm manipulating too. I get that feel from him, you know?
Yeah.
It's heartbreaking in a way for him, in a way.
If anything, it comes across to me as very male dominant.
Well, he's definitely that, for sure.
Like, I'm not trying to make a comparison between men and women type thing, but you can see the similarities of how he treats her. Is like, I'm your equal, but I'm also always your superior, and so you can't question me.
That could be the militant side of it.
Yeah, and when you start questioning me, I could spin it around into something else.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he does that especially very well in when we get to the third act, when the whole touching back down on Earth and manipulating her type thing. But before we get to there, in this act, he's actually not in this act so much, other than trying to find her until the end when they do find her.
That's true. Then, I was kind of jumping ahead a tad because,
but you're right. Though.
I just like him. I like the role he plays in it.
Mm-hmm.
And I like this whole inside her head sequence. It's really cool. Or not inside her head, but the virtual reality stuff is really cool.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we didn't touch upon that in Act 1, and it definitely plays through into Act 3 too.
Yeah.
That you see who you admire because you can't see the supreme intelligence in its natural form, right? Whatever the heck that looks like, honestly.
Yeah. I like that though, because
if you look at the comics, he's like this big glob. With a face.
I guess this is better than.
It's nice not to see that, but I agree. Yeah, no.
But ultimately, this switch with Talos, where like he's kind of the bad guy in this.
You think he's the bad guy, and then he's misunderstood, and at least his fraction of Skrulls aren't in it they're just trying to be refugees. They're just trying to survive.
Yeah, it's a pretty good moment in this when he talks about this.
Yeah. I like that twist.
Me too.
It was jarring when I first saw it in the theaters because I always understood the Skrulls as bad guys. But also what the MCU has shown is the Kree are bad guys too. So that's why I said in the beginning of this, it's kind of like the friend of my friend is the enemy of my friend. Wait a minute. What's the saying go? The enemy of my enemy is my friend type thing. I feel like that is kind of what this whole thing, the dynamic among humans and Skrulls and Kree are like. And so this movie really does show the Kree and Skrull side of things. But I mean, in Nick Fury and Maria's case, they're like, I'm not sure if I trust either one of these weirdos, these weird species thing.
Carol,
I don't
blame him either.
Yeah, Carol definitely has turn the tide and switch sides on the whole. She has a personal reason why, because her life is brainwashed from the Kree. So she would be trusting of the Skrulls more so after it's come to light exactly her past. And she realizes her name is not Veers. That's just the ending of her last name is Carol Danvers and all that stuff. I like that twist to it.
Yeah, me too.
That it's very creative that they portrayed the Kree as they're trying to be benevolent, but also keeping her in line.
Mm.
And I think that's what you were touching upon, is that he's just there for the mission, and she's so powerful, but we can't let her know she's that powerful.
Yeah.
So always do the gaslighting on her and things like that to make it where she doesn't really know. And then this is the same act where she comes to that moment of truth when she's hearing the black box. I think it's a black box, right?
It's the black box.
Yep.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
And that's when the visual memories for us, we're seeing it, and I think she's actually reliving it as she's hearing it come forth with all that happened. I think that's really cool. That's really creative.
I agree.
I love the funny moments where the they put the floppy disk in and they're waiting for it to go.
Yeah. And all the 90s aesthetic is so cool.
It's so cool. Carol's like, what's happening? And Fury's like, it's downloading. And then you get that scroll that's like,
Yeah.
That's fun. That was really good. But yeah, no, I liked it. I liked the whole twist of some things of Dr. Wendy Lawson revealing her real name, her Kree name, and that she's trying to be a rogue to her nation type thing, and saving the Skrulls and finding refugees. You know what's something that I don't think they touch upon? I don't know how long it's been since Carol, and maybe you can say this is part of what didn't work, but I ignore it because it's not that consequential, I guess. The Skrulls that are hiding in Marvel's ship.
Okay.
They've been there this whole time. So Dr. Wendy Lawson is conducting all these different experiments to create warp speed, light speed, using the Tesseract so they could be able to go as far away as they can to find refuge. Yeah. These Skrulls are just living in her spaceship, and then she dies. Carol gets brainwashed. I don't know how long it is since Carol becomes a Kree to a degree, joins the Starfleet, and then it comes back down to this. Those Skrulls have been in there a long time.
It feels like they want you to think it's a while.
Like for Carol's case,
some camaraderie, like
yeah. Well, the thing is, for Carol's case, it feels like it's a long time because she's being trained by them and she's learning stuff. She knows enough
think
of
it's
him.
A long time, right? Like,
yeah, it could be that too. That's not really explained. I wish that part was that we jump spit because Talos's daughter is young.
Yeah,
and it makes it look like there's no dialogue that says how you've grown.
Yeah.
It's just, they're just there.
It is interesting.
So
what this, because if it is a quick turnover, it's kind of like, damn.
Yeah.
It really doesn't feel like it work. It's earned.
That's the only thing that I noticed.
Stole 3 hours of her life.
Yeah. But that's the thing. They didn't explain it one way or the other.
Right.
Either for Talos's case saying, "Oh, you're not a baby anymore," making it sound like, okay, it's been a long time, which would make sense, or saying to Carol, it's only been like 48 hours, but we've made your brain think you've been with us for like 40 years or something crazy. You know what I mean?
I got you. Yeah.
Like, so that doesn't get explained. So there's a little bit of a time discrepancy for me, at least, when I watch it. There's
time discrepancies in this movie, though, unfortunately. And I think that's some of the problem I have with it is I see them more so with the more watches. This will be my 5th watch of this movie altogether. Why I didn't watch this one more than once this last week is because I watched this like a week before we started our podcast. So it's kind of like it was one of more fresher in my mind anyway.
Yeah.
But because it's just one of those nights sitting there, well, I haven't watched that one in a while, then I threw it on,
Who hasn't done that?
Yeah, totally. Lots of times. But do they... Maybe I'm kicking myself in the butt now, folks. And I apologize for not being over-prepared, because we usually are over-prepared for a podcast. And I feel like I'm under, even though I got a ton of notes. But do they explain, and maybe I just forgot, how they get the Tesseract?
I was thinking that myself last night as I'm preparing my notes. I'm like,
because there's, as far as we know, Howard and them have it at the base in the 70s. So how to get here? Well, I mean, okay.
So
we could figure it out, but where do they say in the movie, though? You know what I'm saying? And this is the complaint I'm going to have. I think it would make sense if we figure it out, but do they ever tell us that, though?
I don't think the timeline for them is that consequential. As long as it doesn't contradict one of the other times we see the Tesseract or the movies, I don't think they need to explain that part.
Yeah, but I think some of it means a little bit, though, because even with Nick Fury, remember when Nick was sitting with, and I'm going to get back to the Tesseract with this, Nick in Iron Man, is it 3? Yeah, when he makes the new... No. Yeah, it is. Iron Man 3, where he puts him under house arrest and he has to make his own element, right?
Nick Fury's not in...
Or is Iron Man 2?
Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry. Why
okay, that's right. It's okay.
What I'm talking about.
It's
because they're sitting in a place. It's after the fight.
Yes.
It's after the fight.
Yes.
That's why I thought 3. I thought his house was destroyed, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
Anyways, sorry, guys. Brain fart.
It's okay.
So Iron Man 2, Nick Fury's sitting with him, and he says something about his dad. My dad didn't really care much, and Nick says, yeah, on the contrary, he did. He goes, oh, so you know my dad more. Nick's like, I knew your dad real well. But according to the MCU, Howard dies in like 91 with the tape from Bucky. Right?
Okay, yep.
And Nick, he says in this movie, becomes part of S.H.I.E.L.D., which is funny because technically not called S.H.I.E.L.D. till way later, because... And they're talking in the 90s, he's calling it S.H.I.E.L.D., but Coulson said they were still trying to figure it out. But I think that was more of a joke. It's okay. I'll let something like that pass. But so maybe Nick was the one that called S.H.I.E.L.D. all the time in Coulson's final. He's like, yeah, we're going to call S.H.I.E.L.D. You know what I mean? So it's fine. It's no big deal. But he tells them that there's clearance levels to S.H.I.E.L.D., and it's like 1 through 10, right? And if I'm not mistaken, in the show, it's colors. But in the movie, it's numbers. So it's 1 through 10. So Nick tells her that he became a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. 6 years ago, and it's 1995. So what's that make it? 1989?
Mm-hmm.
And Howard dies in 91, but Nick is not have any kind of clearance in this still, which is some of his issue, is he's trying to become more so. I think I wrote it down. As a matter of fact, did he say? Yeah, I did. So if Fury was at a low level in 1990, he was at level 3, he said, in 1995. Howard dies in 1991. So Nick Fury had to be what? At best, a level 2 in 1991?
Yeah,
Would he even know who Howard is?
Well, Howard Stark, kind of like everyone knows of Tony Stark.
Right, but would they know? Okay, so he'd know who Howard is, but would he know what he's doing? Or if he's even working for S.H.I.E.L.D.? To me, that's the kind of secretive stuff that they always put this front on that S.H.I.E.L.D. knows a bunch of stuff, and sometimes people within S.H.I.E.L.D. don't know until they hit a certain clearance, so then nobody could tell a certain thing, right? And it's like, so what? A level 2 guy knows Howard Stark's working on the Tesseract? Enough to tell Tony I know him more than you do? I mean, granted, I know Howard wasn't around for Tony a lot, but I imagine around a little more, and he was around Nick Fury at a level 2. He's like a guy at a desk, typing. I don't know. I might be overthinking, but I feel this is going to come to my kind of hot take later, this whole idea, because the Tesseract is another one of them. I think it's easy. You're right. Is it consequential? As long as it ends out back with S.H.I.E.L.D. later, because that's where it is in Avengers, right?
Because I think, technically speaking,
it ends back in S.H.I.E.L.D's hands.
I think it's still in S.H.I.E.L.D's hands. Pegasus is an offshoot of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's a project.
Don't they use the Tesseract, the Kree in them, the what's-her-face?
They're trying to find it this whole time.
Okay.
Dr. Wendy Lawson has hid it up in her ship.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
So she just must have stole it then.
Well, maybe she didn't steal it, because it sounds like she has clearance to do stuff with it.
So she stole it under the guise of being a clearance and S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah, maybe it's one of those, and this is all hypothetical, but to me, this is what I feel like is the logic thing. After it was found by Howard Stark in the Antarctic and Captain America, yada, 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 la la lulu lulu.
Oh, yeah.
Then it was in S.H.I.E.L.D's hands.
For a long time.
But just like how Howard was testing on it to see about its power, I think they let her test on it too. I think she came to Earth looking for a source of energy, and she tracked it to Earth. And
I think you're 100% correct. I just wish they'd articulate this.
And maybe, I agree. And from what we know of this movie, she's kind of a double agent, where she is saying that she is a Kree scientist, which she is, but to the Earth, she's just a human scientist, and she gets enough clearance or enough trust, or however that goes about, where she has her own team in the Air Force through Project Pegasus under S.H.I.E.L.D. to test it.
Okay.
And maybe just for craps and giggles, maybe she and Howard know about this type thing, but no one is putting 2 and 2 together. I do agree that I think that there should have been more somewhere along the MCU timeline dialogue or mentioning that, oh, I know of Dr. Wendy Lawson.
Yeah. Well, and that's just it. That's where I'll get more clear on it with my hot take, but I'm going to add a couple things onto this just for you to put a little pin in it and remember why I brought it up since we got this far with this thing, because it will get, Act 3 really doesn't touch on it again, and I want to talk about Act 3 without thinking about it.
Yeah.
But the continuity issues in this with that, it's very small and minute, but once you notice them, it bothers me. And there's one big one from Endgame that we got to talk about still, that I hate the fact that I figured it out, and I don't know if I'm going to save it for next week. I should.
Yeah, when we talk about Endgame.
Trust me. I've already brought it up to you, and it's eating at me now, and I hate it because I don't want it to, but it is. I don't think it's going to change my score because of Endgame itself, but at the same time, it's a good freaking question. Right? You know what I'm talking about. Actually, and there's 2 of them now. I'll tell you off air before we get to Endgame, just so you and I can be prepared to talk about
Y'all better be prepared for next week.
But both have to do with stones.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's the problem with some of it. But my problem, and like I said, we'll get to the hot take, but the couple other little things, real dumb, which you can kind of explain that don't necessarily contradict. But it's like, in Avengers, Nick Fury's like, we started making weapons with the Tesseract because once Thor and his people showing up and they realized how there's no way we could fight these guys unless we start making weapons, we found out that 1, we're not alone, and 2, we're under-equipped. Well, he's known we're not alone for quite a while.
Yeah.
So why is it taking so long to do the weapons thing, right? That, and the other thing is he's got a beeper for her if some shit goes down. So like an alien invasion in New York City in 2012, he's not
enough.
Her.
Nope.
Come on, not enough. A nuclear bomb. I'm telling you,
he has the Avengers there.
It's no.
Yeah, he literally has a god and another god that came out of the ice. Like he's like, we got this. Had Loki won, yes, he would have pressed the button. He didn't win.
Yeah, he didn't, but you can't foresee that, though.
Yeah, you're right.
Ultron's about to drop a piece of the Earth back onto the Earth.
He was literally the cavalry to help turn the tide on that war.
He showed up with a ship to get people out of it. It's all he did. I mean, I know what you're saying, but
yeah,
I get it.
Saying,
right? It's
yep, I get it.
Okay, I get it. He does have the Avengers, but it's like, it seemed like it was a last minute, all of it. It's like, I would be pushing that button so fast when you got her. But, oh wait, aliens are coming to New York City. You guys are fighting. You guys are doing good. You do good. Well, I got your back. Click. And she just show up and it'd be over.
But that's the thing. He needed them to form that team. He lied about the Coulson things to get them together.
And they could still have the ace in the hole. Why would you take it down to the last second?
But they wouldn't have been able to do the bonding that they needed to do. Just so it could be destroyed later.
Way he foresee Iron Man grabbing that nuke and flying it up into space.
But I don't think
he did not.
He didn't foresee the nuke coming too. He even tried to shoot it down.
As soon as that hole opened, I had to push that damn button to call Carol. You're messing with the lives of the entire planet. And Nick's an asshole. He lies a lot.
He does.
I think that some of that's part of this.
What do they call that? He's a BSer.
He's great at being a spy.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. My God. You think, dude, you got all this time? So he had to wait till he saw people getting dusted before he pushes that button.
Oh, yeah. Well, especially when he was about to be dusted. That's why he did it.
It's Nick's problem now, right?
Yeah. When he can't be there to make sure things are getting done right, that's when he pulls out the big guns.
Other things got done right. The nuclear bomb still went out there. He showed up to rescue people off of a thing that if they didn't stop, it wouldn't have mattered if he rescued them or not. He should have been pushing that button 100 times. I get it. Those are little things though that support my hot take. So with that said, let's finish up Act 2.
Okay.
And then I'll give you this hot take that I don't think a lot of people are going to like. And unfortunately, it is what I think is going to bring the distance between you and I with this movie now. Which is funny because I talked to you into liking this movie. But the thing is I still like it for the same stuff I talked you into. Now there's new things I don't like. These retrospectives can be almost awful to you. It's like, no, I actually liked that one. Damn it. But it's what it's doing to me.
All right. So okay. I just noticed here something I didn't say, so we could wrap up Act 2.
Oh, yeah.
I like the whole dive bar scene between them two.
Yeah,
that's really cool. They are their chemistry, like you said, the end of Act 1.
So good.
Really good. So I love that. Did the pacing hold up for you?
I'll be honest with you. It did get a little slow, but I didn't get bored.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say yes and no. I was like, okay, this can get going, you know. But it wasn't like, detrimental. So it was like, okay, it's good.
Yeah.
It's good.
It was fine for me too.
Yeah.
Best character moment?
I kind of like the moment she hears the black box stuff.
Yep. That's mine.
I think that's probably the best part of it.
That's mine too.
Yeah.
That is great. For anyone who said that she didn't have any emotion she exuded, like
she did a great job there.
You see her cry. You see that this is just the type of character that she is herself. That she's not one to get overly emotional. And isn't that what people complain about when it comes to women at the end of the day? They get too emotional.
You'd say
Carol is like almost the exact opposite. And even some people still complain about that, but she held her ground. She showed more of, I love that that actually for a couple of reasons, because it also shows later on when she does unleash her full potential, it goes back in the memory of when she was a little girl. She always kept getting up, always kept doing something, always kept going. And so that makes sense to me that she would have that type of stoic behavior, even while she's finding out her whole life has been a lie that she's known of. You know? So to me, it just makes sense.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree with you that the black box thing is the character moment. Score for you.
This one's, I think we give it another 7.
Okay. I gave it an 8.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
Yep. I liked it. I liked the emotional beats. The only thing that I had a question over was the timeline when I saw the kids. And then I thought, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, and that's one I didn't catch. It's funny you found that, but...
Yeah, well, when I saw him greeting his little girl, and it's like, oh, it's supposed to be a touching moment, but then it made me think, you're like, the little girl is like, what, 10? Maybe?
Yeah.
How?
I'm looking it up right now, but...
And these scrolls have been, like, refugeeing in this spaceship for how long? And they don't explain how long it's been since she got her powers and brainwashed all the way to this point.
I feel like they want us to think it's a while, but at the same time...
Yeah, I agree. I think they want us to think it's a while because she's part of this team. But at the same time, we don't know if when they did that to her brain, that they made her think it's been a while, or it actually has been a while. Because if it actually has been a while, there's a continuity error with the age of the kid alone.
Yep.
Let alone all those scrolls living in there without any... There's no way there's enough food in there for 30 years. Unless, just saying.
Well, it's definitely not his kid then, either.
Okay, well, actually, we could figure this out because they give a date on there when she went missing, presumed dead, right? It's right there. Presumed dead in 1989. This movie takes place...
in 1995. So, 6 years.
Okay. 6 years, though, without...
That means the kid was a baby.
Yep.
So it's feasible. It's still a long time.
Yeah, it's still a long time, and so...
It's not ridiculous, though.
Maybe I'll give it the benefit of the doubt, but...
It's not ridiculous.
It's still...
It's not like 20 years or whatever.
Yeah, but did they have food for that whole time? How do scrolls work?
I mean, maybe they eat poop. I don't know. That it's like to recycle. I see. Maybe there was more of them.
Oh my God!
You gotta do what you gotta do. Grandma's getting old. Oh well, beef jerky. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't know.
I am surprised that Dr. Larson didn't show that there's like, hey, if I die, it's kind of like the old lady with the cats.
Yeah.
You gotta have a backup plan for when you croak.
Mm-hmm.
That's a horrible comparison, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, that's just it. It's like there's little things in this movie that is kind of just ignored, like that little thing. Like
she did those scrolls a disservice.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm trying to save you. Oh, if I die, no one else is going to know you're here. So you just might die of starvation now,
right,
as opposed to genocide.
Right,
so,
good luck.
Which did you prefer? So,
anyways. All right. So let's get Act 3.
Yeah. I'll read Act 3 and we'll get right into this guy.
Okay.
All right. Breaking the Kree implant that limited her abilities, Carol accesses, Lord of mercy, her full binary potential. She protects Fury, Maria, and the Skrull refugees, fights her former Star Force teammates, and single-handedly destroys Ronan the Accuser's incoming ballistic missiles. Carol defeats Jan Rog, sends a warning back to the Supreme Intelligence on Hala, and departs Earth to help the Skrulls find a new home.
Okay.
Did the ending land for you?
So...
the ending, to be clear, is her flying away with the Skrulls. Right?
I think that's a very good ending. I think her helping them find something is... And
it also explains why she's not anywhere.
Around.
Yeah, around.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's still a beeper. But
but
she's not here. I get that. So she's not here. Yeah. So, yeah, that does land. And I'm just going to go over to the climax real fast. I think the climax is earned, but I do have some gripes.
Okay.
The two things that stick out to me is it really, where before I was okay with it, I guess this time I realized, that is pretty anticlimactic. Like it is kind of against itself in that sense. like when she does get all powerful, it really just kind of, oh, okay, it's over. You know what I mean? Which is the argument there. I will say I'm half and half on. Part of it's like, well, yeah, that's the point of this movie. And I'm like, yeah, it is. It actually is. It's a great argument. The other part of me goes, oh, but there was no real big buildup then, like other than what's happened. And I think this is when I realized I missed the fact that this movie had a chance to be a better mystery movie. And it actually was more like it just was not. Like there's no interactiveness about the mystery part of this. And I really wish there was. Like this idea of seeing things that us and we kind of really see it with them as they learn it. I mean, there was a little bit of that, but there was just a lot of like things you would never thought, and they just figure stuff out. And then we get into just some, she decides who she is, does her thing, kicks everybody's butt, and it's over. And it's like, oh, there is a little anticlimax to this, but I think it's okay being where it's placed in the MCU. So I don't know what I was getting at. So is the climax earned? Yes and no. I'm going to say I definitely feel like the climax is shortened, but I like it when she does have all her powers. It's really cool.
Yeah.
But she also gives me the Superman effect sometimes. And I like her. I have the same problem with Sentry right now. I like her, but it's almost like, you're too much.
Well,
I don't like too much
to your
heroes.
To your point there, that's one of the things that I initially was turned off with the Eternals, is thinking that they were going to be more so of the Justice, because they're supposed to be like the gods among men type thing, a Justice League type thing. But that then in retrospect, and we're going to get to that retrospect soon, actually, because it's like 4 or 5 movies away, to be honest, which is crazy to think about that we've gotten that far. But anyways, yes, I do agree that she feels a little OP.
Yeah.
But
it'll make a little more sense in my hot take why I don't like it. Although for the movie, I think it's cool.
They haven't, that's the thing. They haven't shown anything. Like, I don't know. Is it on my hot take? Is it on my thing here? It is somewhere on here.
Okay.
But that thing that they put on her neck to dampen her powers. How is
it's a MacGuffin. And it's basically
because isn't that what Peter Parker just made?
Yeah.
But yet the Kree have had this for a long time.
I was just about to bring that up too. Yeah.
Right? Like, it's awesome. And it doesn't take away from my experience of Brand New Day seeing that. But at the same time, now that I'm thinking about it and I see it in this movie, and I'm like, wait a minute.
I think it proves my theory right, which is going to hurt this movie a lot if you see it. If all of a sudden I change your mind.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
I don't want to ruin this movie for you because I know this movie's been a roller coaster anyway.
But it has been, and I do find it very favorable and everything. It's just that there's these little things like the timeline, which I guess if you really think about it, you can figure it out. But
it
I don't think we shouldn't have to be thinking about that hard.
Do that.
Yeah, exactly. And what's your best moment for Act 3?
Act 3 best moment is, I'm trying to remember. I think I wrote it down. Let me you tell yours while I get to my notes.
Okay, mine is her not killing Jan-Rod.
Yep, that's mine.
And instead telling him to send a message, and I like how she blasts the ship to make it go. And I also
it's a good choice.
And well, speaking of another good choice, when he decides he's going to start talking to her and try to gaslight her into saying, "Oh, this is perfect. This is great for you. You're controlling your emotions." In the middle of him talking, she blasts him, and I'm thinking, thank God.
Yeah.
Because how often do we hear just the monologue of a villain, and you just want to say, just shut up.
Yeah, just shut him up. Yeah.
She did.
Yep.
I like that. I thought that's a good.
I agree. I like that whole scene. I think is real good.
Yeah. All right, and what's your biggest issue? I wrote down Fury's eye. I'm like,
I do not like the Fury's eye thing. I gotta tell you,
I feel like just like with who do we talk about in our hot takes in our Trivia Takedown, that we should just keep Joker's origin a mystery. Yeah. We should have just kept Fury's eye a mystery. I just want
a different story of it every time.
You know? I love that. I feel like it brings more weight.
You let him use it to whatever the situation is.
Because now every time I watch anything of him, I'm remembering of how he actually got that eye. And I guess to a degree, it's like, oh, that's funny. But also, it's nice not knowing.
Yeah, and everybody loves this whole cats being the flirking thing. And I got to be honest with you, it's a joke that didn't really land with me.
I don't mind it here. I hate the sequel.
Oh,
well, the sequel has
a hard movie to talk about.
The sequel has so many issues. I don't know how they made that without figuring that out. I'm blown away. It's like no one saw anything.
It's kind of how this movie feels. But yes, you're right. I agree that it's the. I don't like cats anyway. Much.
Nah, I don't either.
I love animals. I love them, but like I don't like them. So
fun fact is Brie Larson's allergic to cats.
Oh.
So she couldn't even have a cat with her.
You know,
yeah, it should have been a dog. But Carol Danvers had a cat.
Nick should have never lost his eye. It should have just ended with everybody's thinking it's going to happen and it just never happens.
Mm-hmm.
Or a moment that's like almost did. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is a movie called Hot Tub Time Machine where there's a guy in the future. Like these three friends group of friends get in a hot tub and they go back in time to the 80s to a specific moment that they have to make sure happens over and over again. There's a guy in the future who's a bellhop at this hotel where this hot tub is. He has a missing arm. And he says, when did you lose that? He told him the year he lost it. It happens to be the year they go back to. So when they see him, he's got both his arms. And they're like, tonight's the night he loses his arm. And it's like 9 times in the movie where he almost loses his arm. Like, because they're like, oh my God, they're waiting for it to happen. It's hilarious. And he never does lose it. So it's like, so you never really find out. And to me, I think that's how they should have handled the Nick thing. And just don't lose his eye. Just let it be something we go, oh man, they kept us hanging on that. I actually would have enjoyed the meta-ness of that. You know what I mean? Rather than,
yeah.
But anyway.
That's okay. But
I had something else that didn't work. Oh yeah, Ronan showing up. Really, we need this?
Well, see, the thing that doesn't work for me about that, I like Ronan.
You like Ronan. You should be more mad about this than I am.
What I'm upset with is in throwing him in like this, there's no. I like that he's there. His promise means nothing. We'll come back for the weapon. You mean the woman? When he says that, it makes you think, okay, he's going to be searching for her. He never searches for her. When we get to Guardians of the Galaxy, he's just being Ronan the Accuser.
Maybe it's the first thing he wanted to do after he got the stone was, I'm going to get this.
I've been finding
kill Thanos and then go find that woman.
It would be nice if he said that then, because the whole time it just doesn't seem... I don't know. That's the only part that I'm like, I wish there was. Well, what would have been smart is they would have done a follow-up movie still in the past, just in a different part of the galaxy, and have Ronan be there and explain why he stops pursuing her. That would have been something.
Yeah.
But
I can tell you exactly why this happened this way. It feels this way, but that's going to be in a few moments.
Oh boy. Okay. I get it. All right. What's your score for Act 3?
Yeah, I'm going to give this one a 6.
Okay.
Yeah, I love that she gets a power. I like that the movie's simple. I actually still embrace from before all those things we talked about. But seeing these flaws, I'm struggling taking some things seriously. I'm not a fan that she's the one that come up with the name Avengers.
Oh, I don't mind that.
I don't like
and it's not her. It's Nick that takes it from her call name.
Yeah, it's true.
Carol Avengers.
I don't like
because every Air Force person has a call name.
I don't like it.
I don't mind it.
I don't like it. It's mini and it's not going to have anything that doesn't reflect my point. I just don't like it. It's just so weird.
You gave it a 6. I gave it a 7.
Yeah, that's pretty close. Yeah. It's funny. It's pretty close.
Yeah, and funny enough, Ronan was one of the reasons why I went down a point for me.
I mean, if you're going to do something cool.
Because I like Ronan, and I like the appearance of him coming to Earth, and this is the first time Earth has ever gotten an invasion, and it makes sense how they did it, where she was destroying them, they just fled, and I'm like, okay, all of that is making sense. What's not making sense is that end line, because there's no follow-through of it.
They could have had a really cool, 10-minute scene, a 5-minute scene of them having a little mini battle, and him realizing, well, I'm going to lose, and he escapes, But this whole, him just showing up and, that's not fair. I'll be back for you. It's all I get from him. Like, Mr. Poutface. Maybe Danny DeVito should have played Ronan. Anyways.
We're going to get him in the MCU one way or the other.
Yeah, someday. So
he comes out with a cast of the X-Men.
Yeah.
Bobby Drake.
Oh, that's
Anyways.
funny.
So yeah,
let's get into the post-credit
Yes,
scene so we can get
post-credits.
into some nitty-gritty stuff because this might be where stuff sways.
Okay.
Some of these nitty-grits.
Why don't you read the mid-credit scene?
Yeah, mid-credit scene, guys, is surviving heroes Captain America, Black Widow, Bruce Banner, and James Rhodes monitor Nick Fury's dead pager at the Avengers compound. The pager suddenly stops blinking, and Captain Marvel appears behind Widow, the Black Widow. She asks, "Where's Fury?" setting up her role in Avengers Endgame. And then the post-credit scene is Goose and the Tesseract back at Nick Fury's empty 1990s desk at S.H.I.E.L.D. Goose, the alien cat, a Flurkin, hops up onto the desk and coughs up a glowing Tesseract, the cosmic cube, safely onto the papers. See, this is the thing about the Tesseract is, it gets back because, yeah, whatever.
Flurkin. I'm fine with that.
Hey, for such a thing they're all worried about, they're just willy-nilly about, who's got it today? Who signed it out? Get out of here, man. Most powerful thing you ever found on the planet, and you're signing the damn thing out? I'm sorry. Anyways.
I wished in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, when Steve visits Fury's office, that the cat was there.
I thought the same thing. Where's this cat now? Of course, now we know when to see the second one, all that stuff.
Yeah, but even then, that still doesn't make sense.
It doesn't.
Because at the end of this, the cat is there.
Yeah, it's just here, hanging out.
But then when you see the second one, it's with Carol. How to get from there to there?
She must visit. Maybe pays her to have coffee, but not to save New York City.
You're co-parenting the cat.
Yeah.
You take the Flurkin this weekend.
I'm a little bored right now. I have some coffee. What Carol's doing? Beep, beep, beep. She shows up. What's going on? It's like, just having some coffee. No, okay.
You missed an alien
There's
invention.
a cat with it? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Bye. It's like, well, what about happening in New York City? Yeah, we didn't need you. Yeah, you kind of did.
How important are these post-credit scenes to the MCU? I just put very.
Yeah, very much so, yeah.
We definitely wanted to see her in Endgame. And I when we get to Endgame, I loved what the Russo brothers did with her because she is so overpowerful.
Oh, yeah.
That it's good that how they treated her.
Mm-hmm.
That was really well.
Mm-hmm.
And what's funny is that they filmed her scenes for Avengers Endgame before her solo movie. Did you know that?
That actually helps my whole argument and my hot takes a lot.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I completely believe that. I didn't know that, but 100% makes sense.
That's why it's funny is that she wears makeup in Avengers Endgame, but in this one, she doesn't because they're trying to do a more natural look to her because they didn't have makeup, so to speak, on the Kree. But she filmed all her Endgame scenes before she did this whole movie. Anyways. So I gave the score a 10 out of 10 for the credit scenes.
Yeah, me too. I didn't really care for the post-credit one so much, but the
mid one.
The mid one's a big one.
Yeah, I agree. All right. Deep dives, guys. Casting and performances. Best performance of the movie.
Let me scroll down to my guy here.
So I have two, and it's going to be very obvious ones. I feel like that's kind of what the purpose of these solo movies are, is if you're... The problem is if your solo character is not your best performance, you've dropped the ball somewhere.
Yeah, that's true.
But I do like Brie Larson in this movie and Samuel L. Jackson. I put them both as best performances.
I can agree to that. I put Sam Jackson, but I can agree with Brie stepping up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if they're the best of the movie, though, unfortunately. But I think for the sake of the other ones I'm going to put in the other spots, to me, it's just as equal. Mm-hmm. So I'll put them there for sure. Yeah. Agreed.
All right. Most surprising performance.
I think this goes to both Talos and Jude Law.
Okay. Yep, I agree to that.
Jude Law just kills it every time he's on screen.
He was my close second, but Ben Mendelsohn was definitely my first.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah, both of them I fully agree with.
Yeah, Ben Mendelsohn, he does this thing where he can be funny and not compromise the character, and still have joke after joke after joke, but not compromise what's going on. And Jude Law just brings his A game every time, even if it's a smaller role or whatever. Especially if it's a bad guy, whatever it is, he's always on point. So it's hard to not give it to him when I see him often. But yeah.
Weakest performance.
Oh, weakest performance. Other than Ronan,
but it's so small that it's like,
I gotta be honest with you, Annette Bening really didn't impress me.
Mm.
And she usually does. But Marvel, I'm not a fan.
Mm.
Yeah.
She wasn't like impressive to me, but it wasn't like, oh wow, you can't act type thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like
I don't think anyone in this is bad.
She in this movie is the legacy actress.
Yeah.
That they get for these things.
And it felt underwhelming.
Mm.
I felt, you could have had somebody else. It would have been just as fine.
Okay. All right. Casting wins or misses.
Did you have a weakest?
I didn't. No.
Oh, you didn't?
I had a hard time figuring out one, and I'm like, I guess in the retrospect of all the characters, Annette was at the end of them all when I go up there, but it wasn't like, oh, I don't like seeing her. Actually, the last scene of hers, I really liked seeing of her on screen. Okay. But anyways, yeah, any casting wins or misses?
Not really misses, but I think a good casting win is definitely a Rambeau. I think her friend is Monica. I think is real good. I like her in this. I don't think it's stellar, and I don't think she steals the show, but very, very believable. Their chemistry as friends.
Yes, chemistry as friends, and her emotion is really good.
Yeah, she's pretty raw, and she's good about being that, and you believe her when that moment when she kind of reminds her who she is. It's a real good moment. So between them.
Agree. She is definitely a casting win, and I think that of all the people they could have picked for Carol Danvers, I liked that they got Brie Larson.
Yeah, yep.
I think that was smart. I think that's one of the cool things about Marvel is no matter what their movies have been like, for the most part, their casting is spot on.
Yeah, I mean there might be a small handful of ones that you're like, well, I don't know.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's pretty much on. Almost always. Yeah. I agree.
It's only when you get to the story or the performance itself that it can get a little. But again, that's the story and the writing.
Right.
The casting part, they have yet, for me at least, really dropped the ball.
Yeah. So, I agree.
All right. Any missed opportunities or wasted potential?
Yes, but I'm going to include that in my hot takes.
Okay. All right. Direction and production. For me, I just put everything was good. I didn't have any complaints about this.
Yeah, music was fine. CGI, there's a couple moments I'm like, eek, but actually it was pretty good for the most part. You could tell they spent the money on the de-aging. So I'll give them the props for that.
Yep.
Some of the space stuff was like, oof, I don't know. But it's all right. It's no big deal. The action scenes are good when they're there. Cinematography, there's a few unique camera angles and shots that they decided to do and choices, but nothing that really stood out that made me go, oh, this is different, and and the director, I couldn't even tell you who it is. I feel like this guy could have been anyone that's done something like this already. So I put if I was like a 1 out of 100, I put all like a 70. It's there, it's good. It could have been a little more creative. It could have been a little more something here or there, but I think it's fine. Yeah. I mean, the de-aging stands out, though. I do want to make sure we repeat that because that de-aging stuff is fantastic in this movie. I mean, look at that. You can't even tell.
Yeah. It's so flawless. Yeah. It's
kind of scary.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa. And it makes you wonder why some other movies aren't doing better. Like, these guys are doing it so well. What's going on?
Yeah.
Come on, Scorsese. You're the one that's supposed to make cinema. Anyway. De-aged Robert De Niro. It looks awful. It's like, oh, no.
You know what's funny? For people that criticize superhero movies, it's the work that they're putting into these movies that's making your other movies look better.
And not to mention how many people they employ. You talk shit all you want, but your business has been held up for a while now on these movies. So,
yes, the money that they're making off of these movies.
You don't hear Atlanta complaining when they film there almost all the time.
Yeah, at least they used to. That's always been sad.
Right.
That
they've changed that now.
I think it was after Endgame or after.
Right.
It was recent when they decided that it's cheaper to do it overseas. It's because the EU started giving them tax breaks. Come on, US.
Yeah, and the other part of it is some of the stuff that they do film in different countries, they actually do it there. It's kind of cool. So I do like the location stuff too, but like you're right, it's sad to think that you can't. Why are we being so hard on them? We want to keep everything in the United States, like make it easier.
Well, that's one of the things that does gripe me, and I think that no matter where you stand on politics, of this. It's not really a political issue, but I think this is something that the industry could get behind if someone in political power could do something about that. Is that if you want jobs to stay in America, then there's no reason to go to Europe to be on green screen soundstage when you could do the same thing in Atlanta like you've already been doing for so long.
Yeah.
So if they're offering tax incentives because they're getting money, major money from some of these places like Disney, why aren't we doing the same thing here to promote our own industry? You know what I mean?
Especially if you're a state that has a lot of people that are out of work. But hey, come work on this movie. You know what I mean? Like I get you. It's a weird.
If anything,
it's a political bullcrap is what it is.
The coolest thing is if Hollywood decided, or Disney, or one of these big companies decided, hey, let's look at all 48 of our mainland states. What's the one that usually is always struggling financially because they just don't have the landmarks, the tourism, all that stuff? Let's go there and make a studio there. And then you're employing local people that does your basic janitorial stuff or whatever. Yeah. You're helping that state
thousands
prosper.
Of jobs. Yeah.
Yes.
Literally. On sometimes one movie.
Exactly. Like they could do that stuff.
Yeah.
But they don't because it's not cheap. It's not. Yeah. So that's sad. Anyways, especially for a company like Disney, they're multi-billionaires.
Yeah, they could buy.
They could buy a state.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Anyways, so hot takes. Why don't you go ahead with yours?
Okay. So this is my hot take. I have two.
Okay.
It's kind of part in the same though. So my hot take is it's hard to explain. I think that if not for Infinity War and Endgame, if this movie was anywhere else in the MCU, we would not like this movie. And I don't think it would get the attention it gets if it wasn't for the fact that it happens to be between two of the biggest movies. Now, I understand Ant-Man didn't get as big as this did. The argument I have with that is I don't think Ant-Man was ever going to make that kind of money. I don't think it had that kind of crowd anyways. I think this had a lot more promise. For one, it was a female lad and made a big deal about it. For two, it's a big character, bigger than Ant-Man, I would say.
Yes.
And for three, it was a little more prevalent that it had to be more important at the end of Infinity War than Ant-Man was. We didn't know how important Ant-Man was until we got to the end of Ant-Man. But you knew from that pager, you got to watch this.
Yeah.
So this movie had a lot of, we got to see it. And they went to see it. And why I say that is because there's so many little continuity things that are ignored. And just the fact of learning just now that she filmed her stuff in Endgame before she even filmed this movie proves to me that this movie was thrown together to make sure she was in Endgame, which is obvious, but it's more obvious now when you realize, oh, we're just this date works, right? Oh, it's good. Oh, this works. We don't got to explain this. Why is the test rack here? Don't worry about it. The cat puking up at the end. There's a lot of just like round table. What can we do to make this movie work and put it in there? And let's forget about any of the logic that comes with it. The fact that Nick can't claim that they didn't know about stuff from outer space in Avengers, because he did know about stuff from outer space. You know, it's like, this movie is a product of, we need to have a powerful character show up in Endgame to tell that story that we want to tell. Then when you actually get to Endgame, as much as I like what they did with her in Endgame, is really not a lot. She brings Tony back from space, and then she fights with Thanos a little bit. That's it.
Well, if anything, what they do in Endgame with her definitely complements this movie.
They justify it enough, but not enough to when you watch this alone, you're like, oh, this is shoehorned in. This movie is shoehorned much like Black Widow is. It's just like, you know what? We got to do this.
Okay.
We have to introduce her.
I see that.
We have to introduce her. We got to do it. So how did somebody make a story? Like, well, someone had a decent idea, which is go back in time like this. It's a great idea because that's where the best parts of this movie are. Is the aesthetic of it being back in time. And not just back in time, but far enough back, like the 90s, which they don't see a lot of movies about the 90s, and de-aging Sam Jackson and making him have a bigger part. There's a lot of great ideas in this movie, but not thought out very well, because really all they're worried about is why is she there in Endgame. It's all we got to worry about. And that's all they ever worried about, because they didn't really have any other plans for her. Because look at what's come from her afterwards. Not a lot, man. We had a crappy show based off of characters that are going to be around her, to a movie that sucks. To now, we don't even know if she's in either of these two coming up. They don't know what to do with her.
They've dropped the ball with her. It was sad because I can think of like 5 different comic lines you could pull from for Carol Danvers, because she's one of my favorite Avenger characters.
I feel like there was pressure to put on, make this happen. They made it happen, and now you feel it. When I'm watching it retrospectively, this movie doesn't make any sense where it is, except that it does at the same time. But it's almost like because it has to. Not because there was a good plan that, hey, you know what? A good palate cleanser between the two would be introducing a real big character that's supposed to come in the next, So, yeah, it's a good idea. Make a really good story. Oh, no, I feel like it was like hey, where's this movie, guys? Shoot, we got to do this. Well, let's put it here, and let's throw the story together. You have look at the dates here. Don't worry about it. It's close enough. And that's it. I think that there's a lot of don't worry about it. It's close enough in this movie that make me feel, oh. And then they went overboard with it. If they had just stopped at a couple of them, we wouldn't have noticed the dates in much until now. But even then, we could easily sit here and say, you know what, not too big a deal. A little weird, kind of stupid, a little weird. But no one's thought, oh, yeah, but hey, if he's got a pager, he's got to page them for the stuff that's happened before. Because clearly, that's true. Like, I know we can joke about it and we can talk about it, and there is a little bit of an argument, but there is a bigger argument to say if alien invasion's happening, especially if aliens have been coming before, you call Carol. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just feel like there's like it just didn't fit, and it doesn't fit well. But it fits. It's like that puzzle piece that's almost the right size, so you force it in there. So when you look at the picture, you're kind of like, this picture's perfect except for that little piece of grass, but it looks like it fits. So it just must be the painting itself. That's this movie. Is it looks like it fits enough that's a slight mistake and we'll just tread past it, which is forgivable. But look at the future of this thing. It's awful, man. Like, it goes nowhere. And that's my worry about all of their powerful characters. Any character they make super powerful, they tend to like, what do we do now? Oh, we got to make Hulk smart. Okay, let's do that. Well, they don't like that. Now what do we do? Now whatever they got brewing now sounds way better than what they were trying to do. Give them a kid. What the you know what I mean? Like, what are we doing, right? And then, because that's stuff that's really happened. Look at what they've done with Sentry. They don't know what to do with Sentry, man. Like, Sentry's great. That movie was great. And what they did in it, going in the head and her doing all the acrobats and gets down and says, I'm your buddy, gives me a hug. You know what I mean? Great. I love that part of that movie. I can't wait to talk about that movie for that reason. But ultimately after that, it's like, Bob, you just go sit in the corner, read books, and we'll figure something out. Next time we see it, it's going to have to be against someone either just as powerful or more. I think it's kind of ridiculous. And even Eternals, they kind of had to kill the one that was like Superman. What else do you do with that guy? Oh yeah, fly him into the sun. Oh, that's not dead on the nose. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying it's a bad movie, but this is their answer for these OP characters is, yeah, let's sideline them. We'll just use them when it counts. We'll use her to make Thanos look badass for a few moments. And then ultimately, did it really matter that she come back? Not really. Not really. I mean, she did stop the ships from throwing the missiles down, I guess. I don't know. Thor could have done that. It's like, I don't know. I feel like this movie's shoehorned in. And it's a good example of maybe this should have been a one and done as well. Why do we need a second? Why do we need a TV show? Why couldn't they done a really nice, tight little introducer, put it in, have some smarter writers, fill in those gaps, make the puzzle piece really fit, and then just let her be in the MCU. We don't need a second one of her. We've got it, and look what we got. Well,
I agree that the second one is bad.
And it's because they didn't know how to do a second one, so they had to introduce more characters in a TV show and then bring them into her movie. And that's the worst egregious, that's the most one that's guilty of TV show to movie, is that one.
The problem, I don't think is, yes, I agree that they didn't know how to do a sequel. but that to me is lazy writing.
100%.
She has her own comic lines. She is so rich in different stuff that she has unlimited, in my opinion, potential of stories you can tell of her.
Yeah, I don't understand why they didn't treat her like the Guardians of the Galaxy. Do a part 2 where she's out somewhere else doing something that's got nothing to do with her.
Exactly.
Like, why can't we just have an adventure
She's the only character that can just travel. Travel. She doesn't need a spaceship. She doesn't need to breathe anywhere special. She just goes anywhere. Yep. Why aren't we doing Adventures of Carol Danvers?
But they've never
in space?
tapped into it.
I don't get it.
Mark my words. Doomsday, if she's in it, it's going to be a surprise I showed up.
Oh, probably. I believe that.
In one of these 2 movies coming up. It's going to be someone went and got her, or she's going to surprise just show up out of nowhere. And that to me is like, you don't know what to do with her. You don't know what to do with her until you need her. Then it makes sense. Because it makes sense in Endgame. This movie don't. Really. In the long run.
I'm fine with this movie.
It's not a terrible movie, though. But it definitely has got its flaws. And I think the flaws it has is because it's all just get it in there quick. And the problem, and part of that also is part of the story that they had a good idea of that they didn't flesh out real well with the Skrulls. They dropped the ball on that too.
Well, I agree that everything after this movie in particular, yes, this movie has flaws. I'm not going to deny that.
My point is there's no vision. It's just throw a movie in to make her fit, and the vision of it we'll figure out later. And you can tell that they had nothing.
There gets to a certain point, and it's after Spider-Man Far From Home, that everything drops with what it looks like they were trying to do. And I would love to look up articles of what happened after that because that technically, Far From Home is technically the end of phase 3. That's how they at least advertised it. And Black Widow starts up phase 4. What happened during those 2 to 3 years because of COVID, that made them change complete course of what they already were projecting for happen in phase 4?
I think they didn't. I think that it wasn't that far planned out. I'm not saying that they didn't have talks and ideas, but I definitely think that there was, once Endgame happened, they had this idea for the Spider-Man movie because it's the best way to go. Even technically in Spider-Man, it's just referencing Endgame. It's not like it's you know what I mean? Like, but Spider-Man, that movie doesn't really have a lot to do with Endgame as much as it is Remember. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
After that, though, it was like, okay, so we're doing Kane, right? Yeah. Multiverse stuff, right? Yeah. What do we got?
I don't think they knew Kane yet.
It might be possible to.
In my opinion,
I wasn't going to go that far.
I honestly think that phase 4, whatever,
off the hip.
Yes, because it felt so directionless until you got to phase 5, and that's when it started with Ant-Man Quantumania and Loki season 2, and that's when they released they're gonna do Kang Dynasty, and you were gonna see something. Then all of a sudden, by the end of phase 5, you had to pivot because of crap that went down, and that's when Doom got shoehorned in and things like that. But thankfully, Marvel was smart enough to say we're not shoehorning in Dune. We're giving it another 1.5 years to film and flesh it out and make sure it looks right, which is making me optimistic.
Yeah, I give them credit for not just getting it done quick.
Yes, because they could have. Actually, funny enough, as we're recording this, at this time, Secret Wars would have already been out according to their original timeline.
Oh, that's wild. Yeah, forget that.
Yeah, and now we still won't get it for another 1.5 years.
I'm okay with that, though.
I'd rather, yes.
Just make it good. Like we said before, it's not how long we wait for an Avengers movie. It's whether it's good or not.
Yep.
Yeah, just give us good stuff and we'll come for it, man.
Yeah.
But yeah,
this character, I understand exactly what you're saying. I don't know why anyone at Marvel did not know what to do with her after that, because I could have explained 10 different things you could have done with her.
So
that would have been much better.
Here's a little experiment for you, just to give you how I feel about this movie in general right now.
Oh boy.
Think about all the movies up until Endgame, okay? Because that's where we're at right now.
Okay. Yep.
I can even say to Spider-Man No Way Home. Far From Home, I mean.
Far From Home. Okay,
let's just go to Endgame for now.
Okay.
Think about all these movies. Which one feels most like phase 4 and 5? This movie. It's not awful. It's not going to get a 0. Hell, it's definitely going to get a decent number. Like, I'm not saying hate it. I'm just saying, don't that feel more directionalist than the rest?
To me, it doesn't.
Ooh, it does for me.
Because I see the potential from this movie going onward. Minus the little flaws inside it, I get it. But it's after this that I don't know why they stopped. They dropped the scrolls. Like, every bit of this movie, they dropped Monica Rambeau, Maria's daughter. Right. Yes. They dropped the whole Captain Marvel 2, how they did it. They even renamed it because they didn't want it to be about Carol. I don't know why. That's crazy. And then they set up at the end of Far From Home. The scrolls were on Earth at that point. Like, that's a big deal. And they decide to turn it into a TV show instead of that's our next Avengers movie. That would have been or should have been your next Avengers movie. Secret Invasion should have been an Avengers level event that was kind of like Captain America Civil War for Carol. What the hell happened?
Like well, the writing's so sloppy, man. That's what makes me feel like it's just get this done. Just get this done, guys. Yeah, but it kind of is a weird place to fit it. It's okay. It's okay. They're not going to notice. Do a cool reference. Hey, make a call sign Avenger. Cool. They won't forget. They'll forget all about the dates and times and where people were and why they're this and Ronan forgetting about her and all that. They won't worry about that stuff. Well, we do. Especially when we're doing what we're doing, which is if we didn't do this, I wouldn't have caught some of that. I just keep watching this movie, not worried about it. But because we're digging it apart,
then you're seeing it.
I see it. Unfortunately, that's my struggle with it. Because really, I'm with you. I can't disagree, man. This movie's fun. Like, it's real good to watch. It's pleasant to watch. The acting's fun. It's way better than we thought it was going to be. You know, the idea of not having a villain and it being that kind of the climax as her becoming her was something I even had to talk you into, kind of. And then, and that part of it, I'm still on board with.
Yeah, I like it.
Now there's just little glaring things that make me realize this movie, they didn't plan on this shit. This was just like, we needed her in Endgame. This is how we get her in there. They were able to pull it off and do a decent movie, made $1 billion. Good job. Only made that because it's between these two, and the pager was at the end of the last. I swear. If this was in the mix of the other ones that we just got done doing, it would be like, this is out of place. This is weird. What's going on here?
What's funny enough is you compared that this is more of a feeling of what Phase 4 and 5 are like. However, if this specific movie was in Phase 4 and 5, it would have been one of the best movies of Phase 4 and 5.
I agree. I definitely, I'm not saying, because I'm not saying it's a bad movie in that way. I'm just saying that it feels convoluted like those do. Where they're just kind of like, just do it. We'll worry about it making sense later. It just happens to be a better version of some of the others. Because there's still good ones in Phase 4 and 5, we see. But people don't like. Other people don't like. But, like, there's still good ones. This would have been a better one of Phase 4 and 5. For sure. And it may have fit a little better. Honestly, it kind of feels like Black Widow. But
ooh, I wouldn't go that far.
I think it's better than Black Widow, but it feels like Black Widow.
Black Widow had a couple of very glaring problems. I don't know why they didn't. I think that they thought it was going to be cool, and it turned out to be very disappointing.
Well, Black Widow suffers from the same thing. Just get it done, guys. Just get it done. Put it in there. She deserves it. Just put it in there.
That I agree too.
And it's too late.
When we get to Black Widow, that's probably one of the biggest hot takes about this movie. That actually is not a hot take; it's just a take at this point, because this movie, I don't feel that same way.
Because when does Black Widow take place? Anyway.
Yeah, after Civil War.
So this should have been after Civil War.
It should have. Yep.
Because why not? Because then even if it wasn't that good, you'd have gotten Thor, and we'd have been, oh, thank God. That was just a hiccup. We got that done with. Like, I don't know.
Black Widow had a lot of potential, but Black Widow is also one of those characters I don't see a trilogy.
No, I don't either.
Black Widow, at the moment, it's proven to be a one and done. That is a one and done type of movie. No offense to Natasha Romanoff, but
and truthfully, this little magic trick they did of making this one work and kind of bluffing us and making us not see the corners they cut should have been where they stopped with her for the movies.
But
or do the Guardians of the Galaxy thing and put her somewhere that's got nothing to do with anything else.
She has a lot more potential.
I agree with that.
Than Black Widow.
The direction they decided to go was just not good.
It helped Black Widow's story being in other people's movies.
100%. Yeah.
But Carol is that type of character. I can see she needs to have her own movies.
Yeah.
But they just don't know. Like you said, they don't know what to do with her, which I'm shocked they don't know what to do with her. This is
me too, because there's a lot.
To me, this is simple. Yeah. But whatever.
So that's my hot take. I mean, it's not too hot, but it's definitely, I don't know. That's kind of how I feel about it.
It's a hot take. Yeah. All right. So, best scene in the movie.
Best scene in the movie. Let me get back to my.
I had a hard time picking one scene that I would say is my favorite type thing. I do like her fighting her Starfleet team. So I put that as my favorite scene, only because the part that falls apart is how long were you actually part of the team. But I liked that she knew of these people and then she's fighting them and she's joking around with them as she's doing it.
Yeah, I don't buy that they know each other that well.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately.
I agree.
Best scene in the movie, though, I'm going to give it probably when Talos tells them the twist. I think it works so well. I love it. And it's a little comedy there with it as well. But this is also very sincere and I like that scene. It's a very relatable scene for an alien standing there. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of weird things going on in this scene, but I like it. Like, I think it's the best scene. Yeah.
All right. Least best scene.
Ronan showing up. It's awful. And it's not because I don't like Ronan. It's because it just was come to nothing in the long run, meant nothing. And why bring him back to just have him say a couple lines and leave? They could have had a really unique scene there, and it was definitely a drop of the ball.
I do agree that it was a drop there. I liked the scene, though. I just wish that... See, Ronan didn't need to be there.
Well, yeah,
It could have been any other Kree.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah.
But, yeah, best villain moment.
Oh, you're not telling me yours.
Oh, my least favorite scene? I had a hard time.
And your best scene? You didn't tell me your best scene either.
Yeah, I told you my best scene. That's her fighting her old team.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I agree with you about Ronan being there is not consequential. But
the only other one that is close to that is the cat in Nick Fury's eye thing.
That probably is. That is. I'm gonna put that as my least favorite scene.
It's so dumb.
Why the heck? That should have been changed. Anyways, best villain moment. I put Jan Rog's attempt to gaslight Carol.
Yeah.
I think that was a cool twist.
Yeah, because he was gonna go all out and just keep trying.
Because he knows he can't fight her.
Yeah.
So the only way you could beat her is try to talk her out of it.
Yeah, actually, that's the same one I put.
All right, most punchable face.
Ronan. Sorry, he's...
I put the science scroll.
It's... Yeah. Okay.
Because
that's good.
He's just there. And when Talos looks at him, he's like, you're the science guy. You couldn't figure this out? And part of me is like, yeah, you should punch him in the face, Talos.
Yeah, give him a punch.
Yeah.
All right, I like that one, but I can't not see Ronan want to punch him in the face. I have to want it. Sorry.
All right, one prop you take home.
Oof, there's a lot of good stuff in this.
Mine's a very obscure prop, I think.
I kind of want her hat.
Okay.
When they're I kind of like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a good prop.
There's a lot of good ones in it.
I put the iced tea glasses.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, I like the design on it. It's very old fashioned and it's like,
or even a shirt with the SHIELD logo on it. Like
those
are cool too. Yeah. Yep. There's some good stuff in this one. This is a lot of stuff. But yeah, I liked her hat and its whole scene. Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Most underrated moment.
Most underrated moment.
I put the power dampener technology. People don't talk about that. And
is it underrated though? Because I think underrated kind of means it should be made a big deal, as in like it's awesome, and they're not seeing it.
Well,
because I don't like it.
I
agree with you. They don't talk about it enough, but I don't like it because it's a MacGuffin. Just because, and I don't care for that.
Well, I feel like they should have explained it more because to me that is a big deal. It's not a happy big deal. It's more of a, oh, you could suppress the power of an Infinity Stone. Like that's huge.
Yeah.
Where does that not fit into anything later on?
Yeah, that's good.
I'm actually, you know what I wish they did? I love, and I'm not taking this away from him, but I love that Peter made that dampener, but part of me wished he made it using something that was like that, like he found a basis for it, and then he expand upon it for DNA instead of, well, because that's the thing, we don't know how this one operates. This one probably is to her DNA because, from my understanding,
it's in her DNA. Right?
Yeah, it's in her DNA.
Is that why she's a mutant?
No.
Is that why the other one's a mutant?
What other one?
I don't know. Isn't there one of them is a mutant? Is Miss Marvel a mutant?
Nope.
I mean, they do say it. It's in the show. He says mutant, and the music plays.
I despise that.
What if she's part of the X-Men team?
I would throw a fit.
Watch them walk out on the stage,
and she walks out. I will throw a fit. You guys will watch me.
You don't
throw a fit. No.
Be honest though, they did. That was the clear message they were trying to send.
She's not an X-Man. If they want to retcon her into being a mutant, which is stupid.
Oh my God, Sammy, she's with Beast too. Like, this is a very possible thing. You know that, right?
She's with Beast?
No, but the one is.
Oh, the Maria?
Yeah.
There? Yeah.
So they could be mutants.
No. She's not a mutant. Okay, I can't say she's not a mutant because it's clear that they're trying to make her a mutant in the MCU because,
especially
according to some of the people behind her comic, that was her original intent. Well, it sucks.
Kamala Khan, right?
Kamala Khan. That's who we're talking about. Yes. She was better as an Inhuman because, let's face facts, the Inhumans are kind of unpopular. You needed a Kamala Khan to make her more popular. Hot take if you want to call it that. But
I didn't know who the Inhumans were for a very long time.
Yes, but Kamala Khan reinvigorated me. I almost freaking said it. Reinvigorated Inhumans. Keep her that because we need that flavor in the MCU.
That's what they want you to do. They got you. Oh no, she's gonna. They're gonna like right in the middle of it. They're like, yeah. Instead, we decided not to have a storm. Instead, we have Kamala Khan. Oh. I'd be like,
I will be screaming at my iPad when we're reading that live.
What are we watching now? Right? Like, that would be awful, dude.
My excitement for X-Men would drop. It will drop so fast.
They did do the music with it and everything, though. You know?
Yeah. No. Sorry. I like Iman Vellani. I like the character Ms. Marvel. I don't like they're making her a mutant.
I'm with you.
That's
she's
all.
Out of place, just
she needs to stay as an Inhuman. Is that so hard? Do you really need to make her into a mutant? We have plenty of mutants. You have no popular Inhumans. Keep her there. What the hell is wrong with you? I'm sorry, but that does tick me off. What the heck is wrong with you guys?
It really just hit me that there's about
especially when Kevin
chance.
Feige announced that they were going to do an Inhumans movie by this time as Carol Danvers, and then they dropped the ball on that. And then you finally introduce your first Inhuman, Kamala Khan. You decide to make her a freaking mutant? What the hell is wrong with you?
She's going to be the first Inhuman member of the X-Men. In place of someone else.
No. Oh, yeah. Probably in place of Jubilee. Because that's her personality. That is her personality.
Yeah.
I want Jubilee or Kitty. Though you have to have that young spirited character. They're gonna make Kamala Khan instead be that, aren't they?
Oh my gosh, Sammy, that actually makes a lot of sense. What they set up, it doesn't make sense. If you put yourself in their mindset where everything is right now in the MCU, why not? There's nothing. What else are they doing with her? The show didn't do well. I mean, it's one of the better ratings.
Her show did well, but they're not trying to continue shows.
That's just it. So what do you do with her now?
And
there's nowhere else to put her.
And the sad thing is, of that second Captain Marvel movie, she was one of the better characters because they focused it all on her, which is a disservice to the actual Captain Marvel.
There's nowhere else to put her.
No. They better not. They better not put her in X-Men.
Calling it right now. Calling it.
If they put her in X-Men, oh my God, I will flip out.
He's going to say, and we have a familiar face joining the team. She's going to come walking out.
I will flip the F out. My excitement within the past 3 hours of doing this podcast was so high until right now. If they do that, if they announce that, I'm going to be so freaking mad. I don't want one scene of her meeting Xavier. I want none of that. I don't want her to step foot onto the X-Mansion. She is off limits. I'm sorry.
You know what's funny is you're passionate about it because you are seeing the dots like I am. Like it's there.
Yes, and I hate it.
It's actually there. It's actually there. I mean, there's no coincidence that they.
Yeah, this isn't like, is Jean Grey in Spider-Man or not? And then they did it, and it worked.
Yeah,
this will not work.
They put the music there and everything. This will not work to you. Oh no, Sammy, I'm scared. I'm scared that this is a thing.
No,
boy, it's the right age and everything too.
Well, in the recent comics, they made her a mutant in the recent comics. She's a mutant inhuman.
Oh my God, it's even worse. It gets thicker. I didn't know that.
What they did is retconned her where they kept her as an inhuman, but the reason why she was susceptible to those inhuman powers was because she had a dormant mutant gene. That's what they're trying to do in the comics to make her part of it. She was on Krakoa, the whole thing that they just did with X-Men.
Yeah.
I hate this so much.
And then put the music in there.
Yeah,
it's all there.
It's that scene that made me hate the show.
Boy, look at the age group.
John Campia's favorite show. I'm sorry. I was okay with it until that point. Bland villain, but whatever. You got to that point, you lost me. I was done. I didn't want to see that girl ever again. You made me hate Kamala Khan, and I actually liked her because she's supposed to be likable.
And now she's going to be in X-Men.
No. All right, move on.
You know it. You know it's there. You know it's happening. Just accept it.
Oh no, I won't.
Oh my God, I'm actually really worried.
I am nervous now. 1 week from today,
I'm super nervous.
1 week from today, we're supposed to know these X-Men cast.
Not only all these things we figured out, but she really does fit the age group they're going for.
Mm-hmm. Yep. She's young. She's cheap. She's already in the MCU.
She's just a little younger than some of these other ones, so it's like a Jubilee kind of esque.
Mm-hmm. She's funny.
Now
she's charismatic.
They had the music.
She's appealing.
They turned her mutant in the comics.
No,
they have nothing else they can do with her right now.
Why waste a spot like that? You could put Jubilee in. You could introduce your Kitty Pryde.
Yeah, but why waste the character they made? I mean, they did make her. She is technically a mutant in the MCU.
Leave her be. Don't touch her.
Oh,
leave her out of the X-Men.
Oh no!
All
what
right.
if they do that instead of Rogue?
No.
Because she's kind of a rogue.
No.
In a way. I mean, not the exact same, but power-wise.
They're not going to do that. There's no way in hell they're going to do that. They're already casting Rogue that we know of. They already had rumors out there, all this stuff. Rogue's in it.
Have they said they're casting Rogue for sure? Like they are casting her?
That's what all the insiders are saying, is that they're not really sure exactly. They don't know who's on the roster of the X-Men.
They don't know who's on the roster. They say that so it's possible.
But the big names that they're expecting are Jean, Cyclops, Rogue, Storm.
All from the old X-Men. Like they might want to do a whole different direction.
The thing that throws me off is Emma, because I don't know where they're starting Emma from.
And
that's all.
That's what makes me think they're trying to do something different. Is Emma's
Kamala Khan has never been an X-Man in the comics. Even though they've introduced her now as a mutant, which is stupid still. They haven't made her an X-Men
on TV, on a movie. That's going to be the first time she's an X-Men.
No.
You see her in X-Men suit and everything?
Oh my God, no.
Okay, let's move on.
No, this is horrible.
Your wheels are turning though, aren't they? I can see it.
The sad thing is I can picture her in an X-Men suit and I want to vomit.
My God, so pay attention, folks, when we do our next
if she becomes a member of the X-Men, I don't want to hear anyone give crap to X-Men Apocalypse. Not at all. Because you had your chance. And you crapped all over that movie to the point where Oscar Isaac doesn't even want to talk about it.
So just know, guys, when we do our reacting next week and they do start naming these people off as they come out,
I will go off.
Oh man, it's gonna be.
I will be mad.
We're gonna be on the edge of our seat because I'm really like almost convinced now. I gotta tell you, I think it's like a 70%.
I was anticipating next week. Now I'm dreading it.
Yeah, I am too. I don't like it. I don't like it.
God,
I don't like it.
I don't want that.
Okay.
I will be so relieved if she doesn't walk on stage. I will be so relieved. And then if that gets into our rumor mill later on, I'm going to be ticked off.
Yeah, I would have never thought of it until this movie we talked about.
Okay. All right. Most overrated moment, I put Ronan bringing his fleet.
Yeah. Nope. Perfect. I agree. Yeah. To me, it's not a good scene, and it's way overrated. It's not a big deal. Yep.
All right. I did like the scene, but I feel like they got blown out of proportion. Yep. I think they're just trying to show her power set, and we already at that point know she's super powerful.
The only other one for me is the fact that Carol was kind of the segue into the Avengers.
And Fury losing his eye, that is overrated. That's the least best scene and overrated scene, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
All right, funniest moment. There's a dialogue between Carol and Fury that I feel like is the funniest moment, where she says, "What's your name?" And he says, "Nicholas J. Fury, but everyone calls me Fury." She's like, "Does your mom call you Fury?" "My mom is called Fury." "What do you call your mom?" "Fury." Yeah. Everyone is Fury.
That was on my list.
I love that.
I like that. Yeah.
Let's
stick with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good. That's better than the rest.
My mom's Fury. My dad's Fury. Everyone's Fury.
Yeah, everyone's. When he says everyone's Fury, because it's just he's so straight faced.
Yes. Yeah. All right. Most emotional moment.
I think it's so. I like the montage of the getting back up thing, which is kind of during the whole black box stuff, right? Or no?
No, it's during what's on our screen right now.
Right
it's
here.
Her realizing.
Yeah, I think this potential. I like this moment. Yep, this is it. Yep, you're right. Sorry, I had that mixed up in my head. Yeah, no, this is. I think this is probably the one. It's not so much. There's other ones that are just as powerful, but I think she brings it here, and it's one of those. It's a very empowering moment. Or like, yeah, man, it's like you're just ready to root for her.
Mm-hmm.
It's so. And then what ensues next is awesome because she's kicking a lot of butt. So yeah. I picked that for that one.
All right. Yeah, I put Carol realizing exactly what happened to her, because I feel like that's when she started doubting everything that she already knew. And that was a big deal. And I love her. I love Maria's little talk, so to speak, her encouragement she had with her. "You're Carol Danvers." And she started saying all the synonyms that she could think of that relate to her, and trying to remind her that you are the person that I'm a best friend with,
Yeah, that was close for me, but I just like this one that moment so much. But yeah, great scene, both of them. There's a lot of good ones in it, to be honest with you.
All right, final scores, guys. So, out of 2, what's the story for you?
The story out of 2, I'm gonna give it 2.
Yep, I gave it a 2.
Yep.
Characters,
that's gonna get a 1.5.
That's a 2 for me.
Okay.
All right, action and visuals,
that's a 1.5.
That's a 2 for me. Emotion and stakes,
I'll give that a 2.
That's a 1 for me.
Interesting. I think for her it's big.
Yep, for her.
Yeah.
Stakes wise, there's not so much.
Yeah.
I mean,
good point. That's true.
Maybe with the Ronan's fleet thing, but they're only there because of her.
Yeah, that's a good point. I could go to 1 on that, but I figured I'd at least give it a 2 somewhere. Again, yeah, because it's not a terrible movie.
I get it. I had to give it a 1 because I feel like a lot of people say she's emotionless in this movie, and that's not true. You're just not watching that.
Yeah, so. I don't see that at all.
Yeah. Rewatchability and MCU impact.
Okay, so rewatchability is low for me. I get bored with this one after I've seen it. I mean, there's certain moments, like this one in particular, I like a lot. But I'm going to, in the MCU impact is, I mean, I really do believe it was just she had to be. So, and because of that, I think it's gimmicky. So I'm going to give this a 1 just because we have to have her to get in the next one. The movie did do well as with the story they had. So I'm going to give it a 1.
Okay. I gave it a 2.
Okay.
All right.
My biggest issue is it's not that I'd never watch it again, but it's going to be a while before I ever feel like I want to again. So
okay, all right. What is your final score, sir?
Whew. Okay, so this is where I got to be very honest.
We're definitely going to differ a little bit on this one.
I'm super convinced that it's shoehorned, and I'm super convinced that it's probably the first time in the MCU where they're like, well, we got to make this work. So let's put it in there and get it done. And to me, that wasn't their strategy the whole time, at least in this era of MCU. But I don't think it's that bad of a movie. So I'm conflicted, you know, because they did a great job with what they had. I'm willing to give this movie a solid 7.
Okay. Huh.
Yeah, I'll give it a solid 7.
Well, that's higher than I actually was anticipating. I gave it an 8.
Yeah.
Wow.
I
We're
got
basically around the same.
Pretty darn close, right? Like, it's pretty darn close. So
the official Goodell Multiverse score for Captain Marvel 1 is 7.5 out of 10.
Kind of fits the poster.
I can see it. I'm shocked, actually. Wow.
Well, because that's just it. I griped a lot, but it's still good, you know, like, because what's good in it, I really like. You know, I like that there's no, like, obvious villain. You know, I like this stuff here. I like it being about her, just exploring her. I think that was smart and refreshing. I'm just not a fan of it being sloppy, story-wise, because it just felt a little more tucked in, and it didn't, with all the things we talked about.
All right.
And no, Ronan didn't ruin it. If he was there 5 more minutes, I may have went down a point. I figured I'd take a point off every 10 minutes he's on screen.
Oh,
that was my goal.
Oh my. Well, you know what's funny? I just noticed on mine that you gave your hot take, but I completely forgot mine. So I'm just gonna throw it out there as one thing, and I feel like it's kind of a hot take. I put on here that for my hot take, this character origin change is actually perfect for MCU's first female film. So
yeah, I agree. That's a great take. I can see why some people find that hot, but I think you're onto something there.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So thank you guys for sticking with us for the first Captain Marvel movie retrospective. Ike, that we can cross off that first thing on what's next.
Oh yeah, because we're definitely not going to do that.
We don't have
time for that. No. Especially if what happens that I think is going to happen. So coming up next week, guys, your face. I think Sam's not going to text me for like 2 days because of me bringing that up and just bringing that to light.
That should have never. That should have never happened.
So, guys, next week, all right? Oh, what's the number episode are we on next week?
Oh, gosh. Well, what's this one? 22? We're on 23.
Next week is episode 23.
Funny. We're covering D23 on episode 23.
Hey, it's pretty wild. Pretty cool. Could have done that.
That is cool.
Nice. So what we're going to be doing, guys, is we're going to be covering D23 live for us. If we can figure it out, we'll try to be live online. You know, since the social medias don't really care for it right now, we might not. So we'll have to see. But hey, if we can get 1,000 subscribers between now and then, come on. I know there's a few of you watching. Call your friends. Just go over to their computers and do it for them.
Or even 100 Facebook followers.
Oh yeah,
that's all we need.
Easier. Yeah.
We're at like 30. I think.
Yeah, everybody out there. So you got 100 people on your wall. Go.
Please share us and just press the like button. Yeah, you can mute us. That's fine. Just share, just like us.
Yeah, we want to be able to do some fun stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
you don't gotta listen to us. Just make us, make us online. Put us on lines.
That's it.
Yeah. So we're going to be doing that. We're going to be doing it live, at least for sure, live reacting to it.
Yes.
And buckle your seatbelts, because as soon as Kamala Khan walks on stage, the whole show is going to be taken over, and I'm going to have to help Sammy. I might have to do CPR. So let's hope not. I understand. I don't want it to happen just as much as him, but I'm telling you, it's about 75% at this point.
No.
So on top of that, we're also doing a very big retrospective next week, guys. This is a culmination, really, of the whole point to what they started.
Yep.
You know, that post-credit scene at the end of Avengers, You get that turn of that face of Thanos. Here we go, guys. It's the first part already. We're going to get Avengers Endgame, see how it all wraps up, talk about every second of it, all the goodies that go with it, and we're going to have a good time. And I have a couple real big glaring things that actually don't affect the movie, but it affects the future of what's going on. I think that that's kind of why I don't think it's ever going to take points off, because it's okay, because it really doesn't affect the movie at all. But once you realize it, you're kind of like, how do you do that then, right? So I think that's something that they didn't think ahead on. But we'll talk about that. Other than that, and we're going to have our normal. Probably we're still going to do news and rumor. Just be, honestly, guys, they'll probably shorter, with those, because the D23 things.
Our news will be our D23. And then,
that's true. Yeah, I'm sorry. I mixed that up.
So we'll do just like what we did with Comic-Con.
Yep.
We'll do a rumor mill.
Yep. And we'll talk about it.
And then,
while we're waiting for things to drop on D23, maybe we'll talk about a couple other things, but we're probably going to be mixed up in whatever's going on there.
Yeah. And then, do you see the last thing that we're preparing to do, at least?
Oh, what's that? I can't remember.
Oh, we are preparing to film X3.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
The Last Stand.
That's right. We are.
Special retrospective.
Oh, I'll tell you what, guys. Tune in for that one, because you're going to see passion.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of passion.
Oh, my. That I already have a lot to say.
Yeah. And it's, it's unfortunate, but yet it still will be a good talk.
Yeah.
Because this is where you're going to understand why we love these characters so much and why we're going to be so critical.
Yeah.
Because this movie has a lot of examples of what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
So, and it makes me even more excited. You realize, I don't know what I'm more excited for, doing Endgame or knowing that we're this much closer to Days of Future Past.
Oh, I agree.
Retro on that. Boy, it's going to be an emotional one.
All right, guys. Well, you can find us on all the social media platforms. We're on TikTok. We're on Instagram. We're on Facebook. And please stream us wherever you stream the audio. Subscribe to our YouTube page. Like our videos. Comment on them. Get the algorithm going. Share with your friends. Share with your family members. Share with your enemies. We need every bit of help that we can get. And so, until next time, y'all, see you at the movies.